Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jeff Meacham Network, the Casa D18 Studios, and Jeff Meacham Network on Twitter as we present the latest in the lineup of WWE's Premium Live Event, Money in the Bank 2022. Yes, you are hearing the voice of good old JM, the West Coast professor himself, Jeff Meacham, joining you back in Studio A where I belong, damn it, along with our resident our color commentator at the top of the hour, more than likely, the Renegade J.j Williams, and joining us for the pre-show and at least for the in-betweens on the matches themselves, Stepboy Mike is with us. Gentlemen, the Casa is reunited once again, and we are preparing for a pay-per-view that has definitely been intertwined with our friendship and our fandoms in the last, almost over 17 years now when you think about it, really, because you guys were at the very first Money in the Bank match back at WrestleMania 21. All three of us were at the pipe bomb promo that CM Punk cut prior to Money in the Bank 2011 that really set us on the path to the Allstate Arena that year.
And all three of us were at SummerSlam that same year when Alberto cashed in his briefcase.
Yes.
That he had wanted said pay-per-view.
This is very true.
Successfully.
Yes.
We have history.
Yes. So it's one of those where Money in the Bank is really one of our, Bischoff would call it a tentpole event for us as fans, us as podcasters, us as covering the WWE Premium Live Events. So I'm happy to be here for it. I'm happy as hell the shirt got up on Pros and Tees in time. Not going to lie. I hope I sell a bunch today. That's too much fun for words.
I tried to make sure we got a shill out for it last night when James and Noah were live.
I appreciate
doing
yes.
their thing. I had them plug the number of days since James dropped an F-bomb shirt. I had them plug the Hush Money in the Bank shirt.
Yes.
And I showed them the front and back of it's professional wrestling. Damn it.
That's right.
But I digress.
And not only that, since he's here, we'll go ahead and start I said it would be the announcements would come after the Premium Live Event, but we'll go ahead and make the first one now, if he'll fix his camera and or sit up straight, that is. Coming up on August 9th, there we go. Hi. August 9th, which is a history banking day for me in more than ways than one. You figure that's the anniversary of Hogan's return to Hulkamania, the debut of Chris Jericho in the WWF, and my son starts high school that day.
Wow.
We are having the season 3 premiere of Stepboy Sports Bar. Lift the shirt a little bit so we can see it. Under here, Mikey. Show the Dory text. Featuring Dory Lou. There you go. That'll be coming up August 9th, exclusively on Tuesdays on the Casa Studios channel, and then replayed on Thursdays with little old me. But I will be producing the Tuesday show just because,
Did you say your son starts high school?
On August 9th, yes, sir.
I know, right?
I think I just heard my back curve.
Right.
So if I get up and start walking like Quasimodo, you'll understand why.
Yeah. Check your hair to make sure it's not gone completely gray in that span of 2 seconds I said that. Right. I'm completely bald, so mine won't.
My hair looking the color of the Stat Boy shirt, but I do.
Right. So yeah, August 9th, we are definitely doing the thing with Stat Boy returning to the sports bar, complete with the ever daily updated Stat Boy. What the hell's the name of the thing again?
9,000.
Stat Boy 9,000. There you go.
Stat Boy 9,000.
Yes. We need to. Yes.
It's ready to go. It's got the card for tonight. I wanted to use that as a background. It's got the final hockey stats. It's got the baseball stats on the back. And soon it'll have football helmets on it. It'll be ready to go by next month for certain. Dory and I are really excited about this. It's finally going to be a break from the summer heat out here in Tennessee because it's just been a mess and muggy and disgusting and hot. So we're finally looking to getting some time off on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And we're gonna bring back everything. We're gonna bring back football squares. We're gonna bring back the pick'em contest. We're gonna invoke something new potentially when hockey season comes around. Stay tuned for it all. I want all my internet fans to come back and enjoy the sports bar while watching football and having a cold beverage every Tuesday this fall.
You say something special for the NHL. Do you mean actual coverage? And not giving up on the season once football's over?
And now I am not giving up on the season because I've got something big planned for hockey. So I'm going to stick with it this season, I promise.
God damn. Might actually give me a reason to tune into the show on a regular basis. You actually cover a sport I give a damn about.
Other than, actually hosting on your own channel, but I'm trying to find the quote because I want Mikey so bad to use the quote Jericho used for his Geritron 5000, but said it completely the opposite because it's not a ridiculous whatever the hell the quote. I'm gonna find that for the end of the night. We're gonna get that shirt add up after we get the other shirts I want to get up there because that's just tremendous. I can't not use that quote now. So let's go to the chat room real quick here, and we'll go ahead and see who else here. Matt was here freaking hours ago, so God bless you for that, Matt. Again, as always, Matt doing well today. It's Saturday. WWE hushMONEY in the Bank's going to be on here shortly for the kickoff show, probably at 7:00 would be my guess for them. It's saying coverage will begin shortly over on the Peacock. That is, it's over on Peacock. That's the app they use when they do hushMONEY in the Bank. Anyway, but I'm doing well, and I know Renegade is looking forward to calling the action with Mr. Foster when he arrives. It's going to be a good day.
Without question.
Jeff, I see a question to me in the chat room.
Mikey,
Hey,
can I run my
I
own
heard
show?
You step all over me talking.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
May I please run my own show? Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Let's see. Tuesdays, I just push the buttons on Tuesdays coming in August. Till then, Thank you. All right. Let's see. Chris says, hi, everyone. Hope you guys enjoy the show tonight. And it's okay for me to join in the predictions portion of the show. We've actually got a full house today, Chris, because Noah's going to be coming in here pretty soon, but I appreciate the offer. We're going to have one of those mega moments at SummerSlam because bringing everybody in, because that's going to be a crazy weekend anyway with StarCast and everything. So, yes, you may join us for SummerSlam or for Ring of Honor, Death Before Dishonor. I think that's the only other one on the weekend coming up. Oh, and then if you want to be part of the Flair's last match thing with me, that's cool. It's going to be a very bare bones operation on that day 31st. But anyway, let's see. James, we're talking about Money in the Bank. He misses the Money in the Bank being WrestleMania. So do we. It was a cool thing to look forward to. And with 2 nights of WrestleMania, they should go back to it.
One per night. Men's one night, women's the other night.
Yes. So
whichever night the men are headlining, do the women's match. Whichever night the women are headlining, do the men's match.
I agree. And as we were trying to say before we got talked over, without question, JJ.
Yes.
All right. Let's see what we got here. So Brendan's here. Hello, Brendan. Ken's here. Ken's saying hello to everybody but me. So I guess I know where I stand in the world. That's cool. Appreciate that, Ken.
What's going on, Ken?
Chris, I guess you missed my reply. We don't need another but thank you for the offer. We'll see you for SummerSlam. I see you in the green room, but we're going to have a full house here pretty soon. But thank you for offering, and we will definitely have you on for the SummerSlam show and maybe even Ring of Honor. So there you go. Let's see. So Brendan has a Stat Boy Sports Bar question, but we'll go ahead and ask it here momentarily. I want to make sure I get to everybody's hello.
You don't need
Josh
to,
says
Mikey went ahead and answered it in the chat room since he couldn't be patient for you to get to.
Oh, well then I didn't even see that. Okay, fine.
It's fine.
Josh says, yo, what up, you awesome people? Josh is here.
Josh,
Always good to see Josh.
Up, bro?
Everybody needs to definitely check out Josh's column over at NoDQ.com regarding today's show. It's going to be it was an awesome read. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and I think you guys will too. And yes, Ken Mansfield's in the mother house. And yes, hi. There we go. Very good. Okay. I gave him enough shit, and he had a guilt trip. My job is done for the day. Anyway, and of course, Cece's here.
I appreciate the love. I don't know if I'm one of the voices of No DQ just yet, considering I've only appeared on 2 reviews, but I take pride in the love being shown.
Yes.
Sweetheart,
JJ,
how's it going today?
JJ has been on the No DQ product for 11 years, spread out over 3 appearances between those 10 years, but that's okay. Yeah. That's okay. He is officially a voice on No DQ now, so we're going to go with it and run like hell. And the link for Josh's thing did not show up in the comments. I don't think the links show up on StreamYard, Josh, but everybody watching on YouTube, click that link button. There you go. It's NoDQ.com in the opinions. Can't miss it. Josh is, you can't miss it. So yeah, everybody is here that I think is going to be here. So with that being said, we've actually got more time than I thought because there's only 6 matches announced and no, as of now, pre-show, kickoff matches, whatever. Statboy's not in timeout. He's just he feels sad because we derided him for being impatient about answering a question. So he's a sad panda Statboy Josh right now. So anyway.
To take it back to old school terminology, Statboy got boom roasted.
Whoa.
And if you know, you know. Josh, of course you can ask Statboy a sports question. Just Statboy, when one pops up, give Meacham a chance to bring it up on the screen.
Okay.
Get to it. I promise.
He's lost the rhythm not being on the air with me for almost an entire year. He's
right.
He's freaking lost the mojo.
When you go dark in between seasons.
Right.
When you're consistently on a weekly basis, you lose the flow and everything. You keep the rhythm going. But when Super Bowl Sunday is over and done with, and then you don't do stuff until preseason.
Yeah. Well, but the problem is, JJ, as Gloria said, if you're not careful, the rhythm will get you. So, right. Or in Mikey's case, lack thereof. So, anyway. If you know, and you're old enough for this room, and we love you. Thank you very much. If you don't, they ripped it on Friends. So you had to know at least part of it. It's a Chandler joke.
So right. do we want to get into predictions for this card? So.
Like I said, we've got oodles of time, but yeah, I suppose we can. But since we've got a sports question that Josh said he wanted to ask, we'll go ahead and let Mikey answer it. Thoughts on the fact that there is a very, and I say very like that because he capitalizes, so it's very important, very good potential that Stu Robinson doesn't hammer the gavel down on Watson and potentially he gets no suspension since the NFL didn't present any evidence. There's a topic much like that on today's open mic night. We'll get to you later. Anyway, Mikey, the question is to you, sir. So I will direct it to you while I cue up the graphics for later.
Okay, I'm going to need a little more input on this because I have no idea what this is. What's the backstory here? What am I missing? These names are new to. I'm lost on this, Josh. You gotta give me a little more info so I can answer this question a little bit better.
This is a major story that's been throughout the offseason in the NFL, Mike, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and let you guys converse privately on Chatter Summit so we can go ahead and keep, again, the rhythm of the show. Keep it going. So, all right. No, Statboy's not officially part of the No DQ fam. Long, obnoxious story short, and this is me, so keep that in mind when I say that. I was on No DQ for almost 10 years prior to really hanging out and then moving in with these guys full time down in Long Beach. So they were like the extension through me to the No DQ family. And then when I left No DQ under bad terms in the summer 2011, they became the new outlet for Jeff Meacham's creativity to the YouTube world. So JJ was on the very first ever high definition episode of Talk Wrestling that we recorded at Bob's Big Boy here in Burbank after SummerSlam 2010, and all the alcohol in the entire Staples Center came to my seat because that did happen. It's documented. You can check the bills. It was a thing. I didn't buy them. They were just brought to me by fans, and God bless them for that. So JJ was part of that show at Bob's. Mikey, I don't think appeared on No DQ yet, other than the Wrestling Trivia Challenge with Greg. I don't know if that was still part of No DQ when he did that or not. So
yeah, I have not officially appeared on any of the No DQ topics or panels or anything like that. I'm open to it. I'm cool. Aaron Riff is a great guy. I've met him before. I've hung out with him. If he wants me there, if he's cool with it, sure. I'm open to anything. The door is always open. I'll take any platform I can jump on. If it becomes a thing, if not, it's not the end of the world. It's not that bad a thing. It's It's just getting together, talking wrestling, talking about topics, and putting my name out there. That's all it is.
It's not the end of the world as he knows it, but he still feels fine.
At the end of the day, I would consider Statboy and even myself to a certain extent no DQ affiliated.
Yes.
You know, no DQ obviously is the center of the galaxy, if it were, as a result of Talk Wrestling and even to a certain extent XMV back in the day. We were able to expand the Casa D18 studios off of the No DQ Galaxy by trying to kind of emulate what we had seen there with our own shows. Like Jeff stated, when he came into the family and we launched Dads on Wrestling, and the one show he's not acknowledging, like Roman Reigns for his anniversary, After the Bell, the one that WWE even noted so well that they stole the name for Corey Graves.
Mm-hmm.
But we started those shows, and then when Jeff went back to No DQ and then spun off his own, the Jeff Meacham Network, and then you've got No DQ, you've got the Casa D18 Studios, you've got the Jeff Meacham Network, you've got Dads, which is broadcast on both, you've got Talk Wrestling, which is broadcast on all three. It's this whole big conglomerate now, if you will.
Yes.
It's like Disney, ABC, and Hulu, and ESPN, and 20th Century Fox. It's all part of the same, Marvel, part of the same family, if you will.
Yeah.
I have a good question for you two regarding Fox and Disney, but we'll talk about that later because it's been bugging me since everything went down. But I'll ask you guys later. Let's see where we're at here. I got a lot of freaking comments that came up during that.
Yes.
Supposedly brief answer.
The long story short from Jeff Meacham.
Right. Which ended up from all three of us, which is fine. So Josh, just so you know, since I said private chat, but that's fine, Josh. Sue Robinson is district judge chosen to decide the punishment for Deshaun Watson, who was the quarterback for Cleveland last year. The NFL is wanting a year-long suspension, but did not give any evidence of actual wrongdoing. So it looks like he's going to skate. Is basically what Josh was saying earlier. Again, it's a long. There was a major thing that happened in the offseason. I don't remember the exact details, so forgive me, Josh. But the fact that it's being brought before a judge and there was no evidence from the NFL, it's very much like we were talking about off air with lack of evidence and people condemning people based on social justice warriors. It's really what that comes down to. So, I mean, for my money, and again, I am not a Cleveland fan by any means as far as the team. I've made that clear. But if there's no actual wrongdoing being presented in an evidence in a court of law, then this shouldn't be a discussion. It should, you know what? Prove it legally or STFU about it. That's how I feel. Okay, a lot of sports questions. That's okay. CJ, I'm going to make it real quick on this one. Freddie's agent's a piece of shit, okay? Because he's trying to say it's the Braves' fault. It's not the Braves' fault. The agent did not provide Freddie with the information. The Braves documented that they did. Freddie's agent wanted to make more money, and you make more money in LA than you do in Atlanta. It's just the way it is. So that guy's going to get everything he deserves, which is Jack. Let's see. So much shit. Okay. JJ, you might kick my butt since I didn't know the difference between reboot and remake since you brought up Top Gun on Tuesday. No, that's okay. It's all good. It's all good.
It's all good, Ken.
Yes. Yes, Josh, you do need to watch the Renegades episodes on Kenobi. Without a doubt.
No other reason but to help boost up my viewership hours, Josh.
Yeah, seriously, even if you watch it once and enjoy it, just keep that shit on loop.
Yeah. Watch those, then go back to Renegades reviews, click on episode 1, and just let it run in the background while you do other stuff on your computer. Just let it rack up hours.
I like Freeman just fine. I think Freeman's agent's a POS. I love Freddie just fine. I'm glad he's a Dodger. But, and again, I'm an Angels fan first. Let me be clear on that to who asked me that up there earlier. Yeah, I'm an Angels fan first and foremost. And yes, before October 2002, unlike some people. So anyway.
There's a comment here you glanced over, but I feel kind of needs to be addressed.
I didn't see it. I'm
put
sorry.
that Stat Boy, frankly, you are the charisma of Jeff Meacham Network. To which Mikey replied in the chat room, charisma.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you for the compliment. And then Ken went back and replied, at Mike Caldwell, huh? No, I was talking about Stat Boy. Ken, Mike Caldwell is Stat Boy.
Yeah.
The man above me, Stat Boy, is Mike Caldwell over here in the chat comments. So
the Emperor is Palpatine. Palpatine is the Emperor.
Anakin is Vader. Vader is Anakin.
That's right.
Hi, I'm Mike. Nice to meet you.
And if you're confused, go watch Obi-Wan's reviews on Renegade's reviews this month. There you go. Or last month, rather. Anyway. All right. All right. Let's talk about wrestling. I mean, or sports entertainment. Since we're kind of not talking about yeah. All right. So I'm going to start with a match that's actually making history tonight. And it has nothing to do with title. Well, it has to do titles, but not the title name of the show.
Okay.
For the first time since 1975, and I get pay-per-views and premium events came later, but for the first time since 1975, the match tonight between Bobby Lashley and Theory, the U.S. Championship match, is the first time the U.S. title is being defended in the only males singles match on a given card.
Wow.
This is the only men's match that's just one-on-one tonight.
That's an interesting statistic there. I would expect Stat Boy to have something like that.
I actually got that from somebody else on Twitter earlier today, and I'm like, I am throwing that out there and impressing the Stat Boy with my shit. I was proud of that and of seeing that. So, and Brendan's happy with all of us, so thank you for the $2, Brendan. We greatly appreciate that, sir. Very, very much.
Much obliged.
Yes, sir. $2 closer to our July goal, which hasn't even been named yet, but that's okay. We'll get there. Yeah, so Theory, I put this match first because it's the only match that isn't going to be a main event program down the line. It's not going to be, in the picture or whatever. So it's just going to be what it is. But I found the stats mentioned, and I wanted to lead in with this because, you figure that championship, if you count the lineage not being broken because of the 2-year gap between Survivor Series 01 and Vengeance 03 with Eddie and Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit, this championship's been around since 75. Harley's had it. Flair's had it. Lex, Sting, all the great WCW US champions, all the great WWE US champions. And this is the first time that championship is the only one-on-one traditional wrestling match on a show. So that's kind of like, that's kind of cool. And Josh, here's the deal. That's great. The U.S. Championship's on a pay-per-view or a premium event. How about the Intercontinental?
But I digress.
Buy the shirt at ProSandTees.com/Meacham Network. Fudge. All right. Anyway, Stat Boy, we'll start with you since you are on the next tier down from me on this particular lineup. What say you about the U.S. Championship match? Theory, of course, the handpicked golden boy of CEO Redacted. And then you have Bobby Lashley, who has been a perennial contender. He was a contender all throughout his WWE career, including holding this championship at one point. So,
well, first off, impressive stat work. I always like to give people credit when you throw out stats that even I don't know about. That's impressive. Good job for that. As far as the match, it's about damn time we've had a good old-fashioned one-on-one match for a title that hasn't been featured on television in any major television event like this.
Right.
About damn time, absolutely. As far as the match itself, I chose Bobby Lashley to win this match, but now that I'm looking at it, I'm going to say that he's going to win the match and Austin's going to retain by a DQ by somehow. Bobby doesn't need the U.S. title again, really. I think he should focus on the heavyweight picture in some capacity. Theory just got the belt. I don't know how, in what universe, be it even the WWE 2K22 universe, how is Theory going to be able to actually put some hurt on Bobby Lashley? I mean, this is like I don't know, King Kong versus a raptor. I mean, come on, this was almost like Riddle versus Roman on SmackDown, but that match was impressive, as I said before. So it's a good way to have a match pop up, but as far as the outcome, I think everyone's going to stay the same, and Bobby wins by DQ.
All right. Renegade, you seen some of the comments pop up during Stat Boy's explanation. What say you, sir?
I have, and I'd like to address the most recent one from Ken that's directed towards Josh before I go further. And Josh isn't on the panel, so I'm not going to try and speak for him directly. I don't think, Ken, that it's as much that we are a mark for the IC or US title, except for the fact that for so freaking long, those belts went not defended on pay-per-view. So it's nice to finally see those belts get the credit that they deserve. Those are supposed to be the quote-unquote workhorse championships. Those are supposed to be the next step to getting a world title push. If you can be the US or the IC champion and you can deliver on matches, babyface or heel, and bring prestige and interest to the belt, then you're going to be someone that gets looked at to be a contender, as it were, someone that can get the belt down the road. And I think that's where all of us are kind of coming from as far as the IC and US title goes. As far as my pick for this match, I went with Theory.
Okay.
I completely agree with Mikey. I could see it being a disqualification, but either way, Theory is walking out with the belt because he just got it.
Yeah, he did.
There is way too much money to be made with Austin Theory right now to take that strap off of him.
Yes.
If nothing else, okay, and we can get in depth with this a little bit post-show with Open Mic Night. So those of you that tune in and stay with us throughout the whole broadcast, try to remember this come then after the 3-hour pay-per-view.
Yes.
Theory has been working closely with the Miz in storyline. Miz skull-crushing finale Logan Paul at Mania, and Logan Paul just signed a deal with WWE. Logan Paul is going to go after Miz more than likely at SummerSlam. Why not have Theory be next on Logan Paul's list? Oh, that's heel versus heel. Logan Paul is going to come back as a babyface because he's going after Miz.
Sure seems that way right now.
Over time, he most definitely can turn heel, or we can turn Theory face in process by proxy, having him go against Logan Paul. But I think that there's too much money right now with Theory as champion to have him lose it. I don't see him losing it until Mania, realistically, Rumble soon next.
Okay. Usually on the no DQ prediction shows, we would always say who would retain in a championship match. So based on the logic presented here, I'm going to agree with the consensus that Theory retains the title. Because either way, that's going to be the outcome. I don't see it going any other way realistically, because Lashley doesn't need it right now. And I think Theory, with what he's building toward, does need something. Now, if he's facing John at SummerSlam, he probably doesn't need the title, but it would be a cool wrinkle in the program. So we'll see.
Yeah, the best way to have the title come into the program at SummerSlam, if that is where they're going, and I'm hearing grumblings that that's not the plan now.
Right, yeah, I'm seeing that too.
But I would love to see Adam Pearce force Theory into doing open challenges and have Cena be the one who accepts his challenge at SummerSlam.
That's how I do it. But again, you know, if the rumblings we're hearing are true, then that would suck. Because I actually would like to see John face Theory, because that's what we've been talking about for a long time now. I apologize, by the way, for that logo in the upper left corner. I don't know where that came from. It's on all these graphics, so I don't know if I made an editing botch or what, but it's on all of them. So I'm sorry in advance. Next one is the other. It's a traditional tag match, yes, but it is for the undisputed WWE Tag Team Championships. Of course, the Usos, part of that bloodline, that dominant force that has taken over the company on both brands now. They are the top tag team in WWE, and realistically, they've been the top tag team in the company for quite a while, if we're going to be honest. They just happen to have all the gold to, back that claim up now. And by the way, if you're watching on Peacock as well as us, and you don't happen to have it tuned in, they are actually starting the kickoff show over on Peacock, so you can, again, feel free to stick with us. We appreciate the viewership, and just kind of give us a picture-in-picture if you want. That's cool too. But as I always say, we are definitely not going to have the feed of the show going here. If you want to do that, you got to watch on Peacock, or if you're outside the United States, on the WWE Network. And I'll get that banner going momentarily. So, JJ, Tag Team Championship, Street Profits, they've been here before. They will likely be here until they build more tag teams up, which, we know how that goes with WWE. But is this a Street Profits moment in Vegas? Are they going to cash in on this opportunity in the city of gambling, or are we going to see the Usos maintain their dominance?
Man, I really want the Street Profits to win. But at this point, and we're in Vegas, so I'm going to use this terminology. You can't bet against the Usos.
No.
You can't do it. They have been way too hot for them to lose their belts. The only way I could see them losing the straps to the Street Profits is if the plan is to have Roman lose a strap at the end of the month. And this is going to be what starts the crumble of the bloodline.
Right.
Usos lose their tag straps tonight. Roman loses one at SummerSlam and the other one at Clash at the Castle.
There
and
you go.
Within 3 consecutive pay-per-views, the bloodline has completely crumbled. That's the only way I could see it happening, is if that is what WWE is going for.
Right.
But I don't see it happening just yet. I think that they would use that on a Raw or a SmackDown to pop ratings rather than do it on the pay-per-view.
All right. Mikey, Stat Boy.
Oh, my gosh. Betting against the Usos is like playing the money wheel in a casino. You just don't do it. You stay away from that game. So it's been 348 days since the Usos have held the belt. They're easily going to hit the 400 mark without a doubt. I like the Street Profits. I like Montez. I like Angelo. We want the smoke. You're not getting it tonight, boys. I'm sorry. This is a match. Somebody needs to go up against the Usos because Roman's not putting up the belt. There's not going to be a cash-in tonight. So the bloodline has to be in play. This is your match to do it. Usos retain, hands down.
All right. I agree. The Usos will definitely retain, I think, tonight. I'm going to start off with this next one just because I am more interested in the match than I thought I was going to be. I'm not going to lie.
Really quickly, why don't you bring up Josh's comment before you go into the next
one? Oh, there we go. Okay. Final backstage review jokes is noted by Riff. Number one, WWE still thinks this show will deliver despite no Stadium or Cody. And Stephanie led a company-wide talent meeting today that was well received. That, I got a lot of flack on social media I got a lot of flack on Twitter for reminding everybody, like wondering how Stephanie feels after all the drama that went down on both sides of her parental sides of her tree this last 2 weeks. And I honestly think that the key thing is that whatever else we do as fans, whatever else we think of the company, whatever as fans, that Stephanie is in a situation that she may or may not have been ready to have to worry about. And we as fans need to rally behind the new direction of the company, whatever it may be, because we've been bitching for so long about Vince and whatever that we could see a whole different I mean, the fact that they made a public spectacle, for lack of a better term, of signing Logan Paul with Stephanie and Triple H in the shot spoke volumes for me this week. So Stephanie being well received definitely makes my heart a little bit brighter about her future. All right, let's see here. And again, like I said, I agree that we're going to have the Usos retain the tag titles. So back on the Raw side of things, we have the women's championship match as the original Miss Money in the Bank, Carmella, the only two-time Miss Money in the Bank so far, Carmella, will look to cash in on a non-briefcase opportunity to challenge for the Raw Championship as she faces the woman who finally exorcised the demon Becky Lynch at WrestleMania and became WrestleMania, and became the champion again, Bianca Belair. I tend to agree with Brendan that Bianca Belair will retain the championship. She will win the match. Actually, she won't even retain it. She will actually, win the match outright in retaining. I just don't see this being the moment that Bianca loses. However, if the women's Money in the Bank match is before this match, I very, very confident in seeing a title switch on a cash-in tonight. And I say that because I don't see the company investing enough in the women's division to carry out a Money in the Bank chase program with Bianca. I don't see. I don't think it would be a problem, but I think the company wouldn't have enough faith to try to do it. So Bianca retains unless the Money in the Bank women's match goes before it. And then whoever is Miss Money in the Bank will be the new champion. JJ?
Bianca retains regardless.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, the thing that you bring up about the women's Money in the Bank being before the match,
right,
I think would be solid depending on who wins. Because there's a couple people in the match that I think would be better suited going up against Ronda. Cashing in. Becky being one of them.
Definitely.
If Becky wins the briefcase, why would she go after Bianca when she could go after Ronda?
True.
So to piggyback on it's as much if the women's match for the briefcase goes before it, it's who wins the briefcase in said match.
Okay.
But regardless, I'm going with Bianca hands down. This woman is just so phenomenal, and she is, I hate to say it because I don't have hatred for Sasha, but Bianca is doing everything WWE wanted Sasha to do.
Yep.
Exponentially better.
Oh, yeah.
The way she's connecting with the youth, the way she's selling merch, the way she's getting crowd reactions, everything they wanted Sasha Banks to do, Bianca is doing it and doing it better. I have a really good feeling that Bianca is going to retain and essentially become the Cena of the women's division,
Oh,
at least
okay.
for the time being.
All right. I dig it. Statboy, what say you, sir?
Bianca wins hands down because of the switch. This match was supposed to be Bianca versus Rhea. If Rhea was in this match, I would give Rhea better odds. Carmella is being put into this match because who knows why. Because she's a former Miss Money in the Bank winner? Perhaps. Because it's somebody, right place, right time? Perhaps. We don't know. We don't know what's wrong with Rhea. That injury or whatever has been tight-lipped, or I'm not paying attention to it. Bianca's, Tennessee's own. I got to root for my current residential hometown hero, so I'm sticking with Bianca. Now, piggybacking on what you all said on the Money in the Bank match, depending on when that comes in, let me throw out this little Paul Heyman-esque scenario. What happens? Let's say Becky wins, and she comes out and does the same thing that Seth did at WrestleMania with the Money in the Bank ladder match, or with the briefcase at WrestleMania. Turn the title match into a triple threat. However, because Becky's going on this whole mind trip, she doesn't get to win her match. Put that thought into your head before you make your predictions. But I say Bianca retains.
All right. There you go. Like I said, I said what I said about that match. Let's move on to the SmackDown Women's Championship match, and then we'll get into the reason we're here, the Money in the Bank matches. But before we get there, definitely one of our favorites in the room. I dare say both. They're both favorites of mine, but I know there is a definite bias toward the challenger in this particular case, and we'll go to him after we go to Mikey in this case. Actually, no, yeah, we'll go to Mikey first. Ronda Rousey defending the SmackDown Women's Championship against Natalya. Become very personal in storyline. Natty making considerable nasty references toward Ronda and her status as a mom and everything that she has done since she has returned to WWE in the last year. Just been all over Ronda's shit, trying to get inside her head, playing mind games and whatnot. And Mikey, excuse me, where do you stand on this between two of the best in recent memory here in the women's division WWE?
The naughtiness level of this match, with Ronda saying, I'm going to beat you with my rack out. That kind of brings us all the way back to the Attitude Era, the TNA era, and all that good stuff. It's no secret. Natalya is a very beautiful woman, okay? And I've said many times, if you got it, flaunt it. I've said that on numerous rants and all that, okay? To play that card now, it's a little bit. I mean, it's not PG anymore. We're going PG-13 now. Oh my gosh. And the way Natalya is responding with the pictures with her and her sister provocatively licking cupcakes, I mean, it's funny when you look at it. Okay, I get it. Is Natalya the best of all time? As far as matches and stats, yes. Is she a great wrestler? Yes. Does she have the Hart Dynasty legacy? Yes. Is it now the time to give her the SmackDown Women's title? No. I'm sorry, Natty. I love you to death, but Ronda's going to keep the belt. Is the sharpshooter more devastating than an armbar? That's a 50-50. We all know Ronda likes to snap people's arms. But the sharpshooter can break a leg. Either way, something's going to snap. So they are both equal in the submission hold era. Do I see Natalya as a champion now? No. Back then, before, if Ronda wasn't even in play, yes. Natalya versus almost anybody else other than Ronda, I would pick Natalya. But I can't pick against Ronda in this one. I'm sorry, Natty. Love you to death, but Ronda retains by submission.
JJ, they're going into Vegas. Actually, they're in Vegas tonight. Of course, we've criticized WWE ad nauseum about being in Las Vegas during International Fight Week in the home of the UFC and MMA basically as a whole. Is there anything that the WWE / the audience in Vegas will buy other than Ronda just completely running through Natalya here?
No, not really. I mean,
yeah, right? Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. We all know how much I love my Natty.
Yes.
And Stat Boy, you over here talking about how beautiful Natalya is. Ronda is no slouch herself.
Oh, no.
Let us not forget the nude pictures that were in the ESPN body issue of her back in 2012.
Yes.
Okay. Ronda Rousey is a gorgeous woman herself. The only reason I think they're bringing up this sexual appeal part of things is twofold. Number one, it's a way to involve Jenny Neidhart without her being involved on television. And number two, you can see Ronda hasn't lost all the baby weight yet. You can visibly see that she still has some of the baby fat on her from her motherhood. So in order to play it up the best possible, they're bringing these things into it. And it's a stupid way to get things going for them. They are two of the most gifted, in more ways than one, women to ever set foot in a wrestling ring. They don't need these stupid gimmicks to get the match over. And yeah, I mean, like you pointed out, they are walking into Las Vegas, Nevada, the home of the UFC, on International Fight Week. WWE thought they could pull off a stadium show competing against a UFC pay-per-view. And we see how that turned out, right, Vince? Yeah. We're in the home of Halloween Havoc. There's a pay-per-view we want to loom large in its legend. We couldn't even go back to the Thomas and Mack Center. We couldn't go to the T-Mobile Arena because, that's where the UFC is. But because you thought that you could book a show on Fight Week and you failed miserably, you succeeded about as good as Shockmaster.
Poor Uncle Fred. Oh, my God.
But I digress. Getting back to the match at the hand, again, I state, we all know how much I love me some Natty, but you notice I'm not wearing my Natty by Nature shirt today.
No.
I'm wearing my Piper / Ronda-esque Renegade shirt.
Yes.
Ronda retains.
And I'm just not selling my own shit because all my work clothes are dirty, and I have a DiBiase shirt because it's a money pay-per-view. So,
That's right.
Gotta wear money. I'll be back next week. Anyway.
Are you kidding? You'll be back on Monday.
Which is next
live
week.
Via satellite.
Yeah. Live via Studio A magic. Yes. Or Studio B magic, I should say. Ronda retains. I'm not going to get into a big, long, whatever. Ronda retains. I'd like Natty to win. I would. and celebrate with a exclusive shoot on Jenny's other page, but we won't get that. So we're going to go with Ronda retaining just because that's the way it should be. Now, women's Money in the Bank. This is where it gets interesting for me anyway.
Yeah. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the predictions, we got two, a primary and a secondary, correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
so whatever you gave to, what's up?
So that's how we're going to do it here?
Yeah. Basically, when Noah's running the league, which thank you God for that, Noah, I just go off what I said in the original presentation. So to Noah.
Lord knows Jeff doesn't need more on his plate.
Yeah, fuck no, God almighty. Definitely not, especially after this week. Last 2 weeks, actually, if we're going to be honest. I believe I made my primary pick as Lacey Evans. I will double check with with Noah once he comes into the room and double check that. Also, my secondary pick actually was going to be Liv Morgan. Just hoping for it, right? And it's only 1 point instead of 2, so I'm not going to lose my shit over it if it doesn't happen. It just seems so likely to me that Lacey's the only one here that I really think that the company wants to pull the trigger on, yet they still seem hesitant. So I think that if they're going to do it at all with her, it has to be now, because they've him-hawed around with her so many times that if she doesn't win tonight, it's going to be an issue. Having said that, I made the picks in the Google thing with Noah before I really had a chance to formulate my thought about the cash-in happening tonight, because of my lack of faith in WWE actually going through with a woman holding the briefcase long-term like they did with Carmella the first year. So I'm going to be a good little soldier and stick with my picks officially on the grid of the graphic, but my gut tells me that Becky will win the briefcase tonight and cash in on Bianca and fail and send her in a tailspin like Josh was talking about in the chat. I just having the burden of the benefit of reading the chat and having a chance to formulate a thought rather than just fire it off this morning like I did with Noah, it just seems like the most likely scenario to keep shit going the direction it needs to go. So Josh is saying that his primary is Becky, secondary is Liv, but personally I really wish it would be Shotzi. And again, I'm going to call Shotzi if she actually wins this freaking briefcase and becomes champion, I will be the most surprised redhead in the history of YouTube. Tell you that right now. Mikey, what say you, sir?
My primary pick was Liv, and my secondary pick was Becky. Now, I sent out a tweet earlier, since they were doing the whole Vegas things, odds and whatnot. And I tried to be honest about it. Let's start with Raquel. She is the big underdog. She is she's brand new. So I put her at like 1,000 to 1 odds on that one. You know, she impressed me in the match that she had against Ronda that one time, and she might get that surprising, oh my God, ladder moment, but she is too brand new to even think about going into the title picture. Next one on the list I eliminated was Shotzi. I don't know much about her. I don't know what she did in NXT. She might have one of those moments as well. So I took her out there. Asuka's already been women's champion. The only reason they would give her the briefcase as the briefcase and not as what happened in 2020 when she won the match and got the title because Becky was going off to be a mom. That's a good reason to give Asuka the actual briefcase. But I didn't go with that route either. There they are. Thank you, Jeff. That's very good. I went with Liv because I was thinking she needs this match. She needs the title. I am A-okay with her getting the title. She's put in the work. She's a great storyteller in the ring. And her with the title would just make her stock go off the roof. I'm happy that Lacey is back. Lacey's going to do a lot. Lacey's probably going to be the one you're going to look at and you're like, she's doing stuff that the men should be doing. She's putting people through ladders. She's going to be the unstoppable machine in this match. If I had a third pick, my third pick would be Lacey, but I was only allowed two.
I digress. That's right.
Exactly. And the thing I said before, like I say, if Becky wins this match and she goes to cash in, depending on the card, depending on the order of the matches, I have a feeling they're going to cheat her out of it to make her haywireness, crazy downward spiral go even further. She's gonna get that high. She's gonna find her moment. She's gonna turn it into a triple threat, and then she's gonna lose it.
Jay, before you make your pick on this match, are you also watching the kickoff on Peacock?
Yeah.
Dude, that color scheme on the Profits jerseys, like I can so see that on the Casa presentation. Like that's got a cool blend of like the purple-ish with the color. I'm not sure about the jerseys, but the color scheme is killer. Anyway. Just observation. I was like, God, the colors on those jerseys look effing amazing. Anyway, let me go back to where we were. All right. Money in the Bank for the women, Jay. What do you say, sir?
Well, for starters, let me say thank you to Mikey for doing exactly what I was going to do, so I can just keep my breath a little bit. Get in the studio here recording all day, so I don't have to talk as much on this one.
Yeah, right.
Sorry.
For me, it comes down to this. Liv Morgan needs this match. She's been getting so pushed. She was thrown into the thing with Balor and AJ, the thing with Rhea, all was to try to get her noticed by the higher-ups.
Yep.
Styles and Balor have been seriously pushing for her to get the exposure, to get the TV time, to get the push, and it's been paying off for her.
Yes.
Liv is going to get... She's my primary pick. Because at this point in Liv's career, if she doesn't get it, then she may just be in the next round of WWE releases.
Yeah, for
There's
real.
no point in keeping her
Yeah.
if they're not going to at least give her the briefcase and giving her the opportunity. Yeah, Josh, 100%.
Without question.
My secondary pick, I went with Shotzi.
Oh, okay. Wow. Good for you, man.
I went with the dark horse for my secondary pick because, Mikey, do you know what Shotzi's last name is? Gimmick last name?
Blackheart.
Never bet on black. Or always bet on black. Excuse me. Always bet on black in Vegas, baby.
And the house always wins, which is why Ronda's going to retain because they are up in Ronda's house.
But I mean, Shotzi is one of those characters, and I'm surprised to hear you say that you don't know much about her. When we went to Pomona, Mikey, for that show with Billy Gunn and Crime Time, Shotzi wrestled. She was on that card.
That was one of her last shows, actually, before she went up to the E.
Before she got sent to developmental. We got to see her on the circuit before she got the call-up. I love me some Shotzi on multiple levels.
Yes.
Shoot, I went to Frankenson's the last time and I asked Bart Store how much the creature from the Black Lagoon Shotzi shirt is that they had, and there's a sticker on it that says "not for sale."
Wow.
Okay, because me and my love of Universal Monsters, I wanted that shirt. And I know she's in the chat room. Cece can confirm that story. Because while she was looking at anime stuff with Natalie, I was asking the price of that Shotzi from the Black Lagoon shirt.
Yeah, and that is a straight up. You're gonna have to kill Bart to get that shirt out of that store. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, that is one of my bucket list T-shirts.
Oh yeah,
if I can get me one of those, and I still want that X Styles shirt, circa 2002, 2003.
Oh, this the big giant. Oh yeah, I remember that.
The one that looks like the X Files, says the X.
Yes, but X style. I got you. I members.
Those are some bucket list shirts, but yeah. Everybody else, I pretty much agree everything Mike said. Raquel too new. Lacey, honestly, I don't care about Lacey. I've been reading reports online, both from Bossman Rift and other people. They don't know where to go with her.
They don't.
They brought her back. They gave her this whole sob story week after week about how crappy of a life she's had, making her seem like an obvious babyface, and then they work her heel.
Yeah. Oh, stupid. Excuse me.
Becky Gaga, I'm so over and done with. She needs to be benched from being in the title picture for a year.
Right?
If anything, put her in the women's tag division. Oh, wait. Never mind.
Oh, there it is. Waiting for that one.
But she needs to be completely removed from the title picture, much how we used to say about Mr. 20 years in the business.
Yes.
There's so much talent in this picture that deserves either better than what they've had in the past or a shot at greatness to begin with. That I don't care about Becky. Let Becky win the Women's Rumble. Get her shot at Ronda. Remove her completely from this. Alexa Bliss has been kind of laying in the weeds.
It'll be all right.
Oh, okay, Alexa, thank you.
You said the word out loud, so of course she's gonna mess with you.
Okay, I forgot that was in the room here. So we're going to take it back to OG Saved by the Bell. Good old Miss Bliss,
Damn.
has been lying in the weeds so much since she came back. She was doing the thing with The Fiend, and then Bray got released, and then she left TV, and then they didn't have anything for her. And now all of a sudden she's back, and she started the thing with Liv, and then that got retracted, much like when they turned Rhea heel.
Yeah.
She's another one I feel kind of like a dark horse in this, but I feel like she's had the opportunity to shine. I will say this match needs to be less about Becky, Asuka, and Miss Bliss, and more about Liv, Shotzi, and Lacey than anything, which is why I went with Liv and Shotzi for my 2 picks.
There you go.
And it may end up costing me. I may end up losing horribly during the predictions for this in the league, but going with my gut and my heart.
That's what we encourage everybody to do on these things, is go with your initial gut reaction instinct to anything, because that tends to pay off more often than the odds maker people that do this for a living will care to be allowed to be admitted out there. It's honestly, sometimes the gut is just the way to go. It really is. And I find it funny that that's not more of a thing that I think it should be. So anyway, Well, just give me 1 second. I have a little bit of issues here, so bear with me, guys. Just give me 1 second here.
Don't worry.
I will.
I'm gonna have to try and be mindful of that as I try to call the match with Noah and not
Right.
say her name.
Right? Seriously, that's crazy. It's funny though. So, just for the S's and giggles, because you said what you said, I think I found it.
Standing on the edge, there's no way of knowing what lies ahead or where the road is going. So if our heart is hot, it won't wait for life to start. When I'm in there somehow, I know tomorrow's here and now.
That was the original Good Morning Miss Bliss theme, believe it or not.
Wow.
Before they retconned that into the Saved by the Bell continuity.
I'm glad they did. But anyways.
Oh, I like that. That was a cute little theme. It's actually a real song, believe it or not. It's what the hell? It's,
it had me thinking of Nothing's Gonna Stop Us Now by Starship.
Yes, something like that. I'll have to see if I can find the song later. But anyway. So yeah. All right. Let's get back to what the hell we're supposed to be doing here.
Work.
Well, you call her Miss Bliss, like I have to find it now because I knew it existed. I just never heard it myself before. So, all right. Anyway, men's Money in the Bank. First of all, I am not even going to hide my smile for a second at the humiliation of Corbin last night. That was great. I enjoyed the shit out of that. I really did. And I love Pat McAfee just over him, like just razzing him.
I didn't get to see it. I didn't get to
made my
see it.
friggin'
I tried
day.
to go on Hulu this morning to watch SmackDown before predictions, before everything, and last night's SmackDown hadn't been uploaded to Hulu yet. So,
oh geez, that sucks. Yeah, I had been taking the DVR in it since I've been at Studio B for the week, so I watched it when I came home and tried to sober up, and I still wasn't after the show was over. That's how bad I got drunk last night. Anyway, so a second last chance that matchup was dumb. Yes, I would agree without a doubt. But seeing Corbin lose that match was all right with me, Josh. So Brendan says his first pick is Seth, second pick is Omos. I think Omos is the least likely for me. And not so much because he hasn't come quite a bit away in the year or the 2 years he's been up on the main roster. I'm not going to deny him that. I just don't see the company having briefcase faith in him, unfortunately.
Yeah. And I honestly would say the same thing with Moss.
At this point, yes.
He just broke away from Corbin. Maybe in a year I could see it, but not yet. No disrespect to him as a worker or a gimmick, because I think he's getting over like gangbusters, as it were.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, this match is going to come to the other 5 gentlemen.
It really is. And not that that's a bad thing, because you've got one,
no,
two.
But it also makes it a little bit predictable, because the 2 dark horses have no chance in hell.
Yeah, they are completely that. They are dark horses to the point where they're at the tail end of that race already, and they're not out of the starting gate yet.
Yeah. The women's match, there were 4 dark horses. You know, you had Raquel, you've got Shotzi, you've got Liv, and you had Lacey. But at least 2 of those 4 have a legitimate shot, being Lacey and Liv.
Yes.
Here you have 2 dark horses, and neither one has a shot in hell.
Right.
You know, it would be like having freaking Gilbert in this match.
I prefer that over the original. I'm sorry, was that out loud? That's funny. Anyway, but you already knew this. Yes, we digress. I picked Riddle as my primary pick, which I never thought those words would come out of my damn mouth on my own damn network. I'm not even gonna lie. But like I said, I say it every week. Riddle's growing on me, man. I have faith in this dude. and I didn't for a long time. He was one of the few I didn't mind Goldberg. Didn't mind if Goldberg obliterated him because he was such a cocky shit. But you know what? He's earned my fandom. And I went with my secondary as Seth frickin' Rollins. Just because it's been built where both members of that particular marriage, if they don't win the Money in the Bank briefcase, they're going to lose their effing ass tonight. So I just think it'd be a cool thing if he did, but if they don't, it's even going to be better. And yes, I did say it. Feel free to timestamp it and put it up on, put it like the freaking Sean Ross Sapp, Greg Cherry for WrestleMania moment every so often. Just throw it in my face. Or, JJ reminded me I didn't say Marty Be Good on the top 10 musical moments on the musical movie feature on Dads, because I will never, ever hear the end of that again. It's accurate.
It's going to be on his tombstone. Here lies Jeff Meacham. He forgot Johnny Be Good as the top musical moment in a non-musical movie, yet he loves Back to the Future.
Jay, y'all need to go in on that too. That's a big headstone to all that words. Y'all have to help out, chip in on that, my folks. Just throwing that out there. Anyway, only 3 out of 7 have a legit shot in this men's match. But if you take that 3 out of 7 and his 33%, and it's never mind, forget it.
Now we're going to start doing some Steiner match.
I was going to say, JJ, what say you, my friend?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I would say that the other 5 have a serious shot. You could maybe move Sami Zayn out of there, but the other 4 are viable contenders. We're talking so much about Drew for Clash at the Castle. What about Sheamus?
Right.
Just throwing that out there.
Absolutely.
Everyone is so hyped about, the Scottish sociopath going over there to challenge Roman. What about the Celtic Warrior?
Yep.
What if Sheamus has the briefcase and cashes in after that match? It's just something to kick around in the head. At the end of the day, pretty sure that the Drew versus Roman match is set for September, so he doesn't need the briefcase. So we can eliminate him. So that then leaves Riddle, Sammy, Seth, and Sheamus. Like I said, Sheamus having it for that type of situation would be interesting, but I don't think that the odds are too much in that favor right now. I think Sheamus needs some serious work to get back to the main event. Especially he's got the stuff going with Butch and that little faction right now. So we can probably remove Sheamus from this as well.
Okay.
Sami Zayn, I've been hearing, and I forget who said it, but somebody said about let Sami have it as a way to protect the tribal chief.
Ooh.
Let him win it, and then whenever somebody is looking like they're about to defeat Roman for the title, have him come in, cash the briefcase in, and then maybe have Sami take the pinfall for Roman, allowing him to keep the strap, and then the briefcase is out of circulation. You don't have to worry about it. Just as kind of a way to keep him in good standing with the bloodline.
I like that. That's good.
I do too.
The type of comical yet conniving thing that Sami Zayn would do. But if that's not going to happen, that just leaves you with Seth and Riddle. And I picked Seth for my primary, Riddle for my backup, because I honestly feel that come SummerSlam, we need to get one of the belts off of Roman. And I think Roman Goldberg, whether he cashes in mid-match whether he waits for the match to be decided and cashes in afterwards. I think that's where Seth is going to have his moment. He's going to cash in the briefcase at SummerSlam, become champion. Drew will then dethrone Roman at the Clash. Both belts will finally be off Roman. And it's all good.
I dig it. Let's see what we got here. Some comments coming up throughout the during that. I was trying to freaking fix this stupid computer, so I apologize. No, I will live it down. Fair enough. Knowing how the last few years went, including Big E, I can see Omos winning. Brendan says, wouldn't it be funny if Sammy wins, let the year run out, and first to have it run out? Oh my God, that'd be the worst thing I think they ever did, and that's saying something. That would be horrible. It would be smarter for Zayn to backstab the bloodline for his own gain and become a world champion. Well, I can see both sides of that, honestly.
And Richard, just for the record, that wasn't my angle. That was something that I overheard somebody else say, and I just was relaying it.
Right. We don't need any more failed men's cash-ins, period. Looking at you, Corbin. God. If Seth
Corbin's
wins,
not the only failed cash-in, right? The man we just honored for 20 years failed as well, didn't he?
To be fair, and I will defend our guy on that. That was not a failed cash-in. That was a DQ at the hands of the Big Show. Yes, the cash-in did not technically succeed, but it wasn't a cash-in, get distracted, and punked in 4 seconds, Corbin. He had Punk locked in to that STFU. And the Big Show came down with all his lack of minus 400 pounds because he lost so much damn weight on the hiatus. Yeah. That would have been number 17. Tell you that right now. Anyway, if Seth wins, he cashes in during the SummerSlam match. If Riddle wins, he cashes in after the SummerSlam match. Either way, it'll only be for one title. There you go. Also, can we celebrate that Heyman's reportedly back on creative? I will lead a parade if that's the case. If they show me that's actually true, I will lead the freaking parade down the street. Like, for real, I will.
See, what did he do?
That's it. So that is it for the predictions. This card is so.
I didn't give my predictions.
You did not. I apologize. I just realized that. I'm sorry, Mikey. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry, dude. I'm exhausted. I apologize.
It's okay. My primary was Riddle, and my secondary was Sami Zayn.
Okay.
I want to see if this happened. I think Drew had the same stipulation where he competed in a Money in the Bank match after losing a title match with, I believe it was Roman. I'm not certain. But he went to compete in the match, and we all said, well, why is he even competing in this match if he can't go for the title with Money in the Bank? So if that's the same case, I want to see how, if Riddle wins this match, how are they going to write that? Right. Is there some kind of, do we have to have good old Scrap Iron Adam Pearce come back and say, well, you said he couldn't compete for the title if he lost, but he's got the briefcase now, which means he can have it whenever he wants. Therefore, Mr. Heyman, your stipulation is voided, and Riddle can use the briefcase whenever he wants. Or is Heyman going to say, it's my stipulation, Big D, he can have the briefcase, he just can't use it as long as my tribal chief has the belt. So I want to see where that plays out. I picked Sami Zayn as a secondary because in the entire history of the Money in the Bank ladder match, there have always been one or two people where you're like, what in the hell is this person doing here? And why are they in this match?
Right.
One name that comes to example, Santino Marella in, I believe, 2012 or 2011. What the heck was he doing in there? Was he really going to win it? No. But
to be fair, we used to say the same thing about Kofi and Shelton.
Mm-hmm.
They made that match their own, though, because they were doing all the innovative stuff with ladders that we couldn't think of doing. Both those gentlemen had excellent careers in the Money in the Bank ladder match because of what they can do, i.e. the stilts, the running up the ladder like a ramp and clotheslining and T-bone suplexing off the, all that stuff made that match for them. So we would look to them for that to see what they were going to do next. Should they have won one of those matches eventually? Yes. Shelton absolutely should have won one by year 5 or year 6 even. But WWE never gave him the chance to.
Very
and
true.
when you were saying all those things about, you know, Sammy holding on to the briefcase, that's genius. Pure genius. This is going, whichever ladder match comes up, it's going to be the 30th match and the 30th winner. That's going to be another milestone for that person.
Right.
So, and also, there have been 17 heel champions, or 17 heel title holders, briefcase holders, and only 12 face briefcase holders. So I went with one or the other. You know, I didn't think we've had it's mostly been heel, and an occasional face. The last two have been face, being Nikki and Biggie. So why not have another face come in and give it to Riddle? He's one of the top faces in the WWE right now. He's funny as all hell too. I'm sorry. He like you said, he grows on you. He's kind of grown on me too. He makes me laugh. He's RVD version 2.0 minus the 420. Oh, come on.
Get Jeff mad.
It's true, bro.
No, it's
bro. Love you, bro.
Dude. Sweet. Whatever. Rob Van Dam.
He just has never once said I get by.
Bro.
I had to. I'm sorry.
That's why I can't have nice things.
Riddle just didn't own a failed comic store.
Oh, it didn't fail. It wasn't a
Is it
failure.
still in business? Did it have to leave the Lakewood Mall because it wasn't able to make rent? Did it have to leave Lakewood Mall because it wasn't able to make rent? The
No.
Lakewood Mall moved to was cheaper?
No, that wasn't it at all, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually closer to where he lives. It's the only reason he moved, honestly. Seriously, that's why he left Lakewood Mall, because it was closer to his place. You know, Robin Travel go get like freaking oil and water. And he's like, yeah, no, I'm going to go move closer if I can. Oh, Lordy. Anyway. All right. So are we good on predictions now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Okay,
Just
cool.
waiting on the simple man to.
That's right. He will be here, no doubt about it. I do want to really quick before we get into the meat and taters of the night and thank my buddy Catherine and the folks over at 8th and Rail last night. So I have not been to this establishment since it was called the VU. It was called the Rendezvous back when I was younger in my 20s. And we had not been in there since the old Rue days. JJ remembers Rue to a certain extent. I'm not sure if Mikey will remember that back in the day. But we walked in there having completely expectations of, oh, God, it's going to be different. We're going to hate life. Everything's going to suck. And we had the greatest time. We were sitting back there completely having a freaking muscle memory moment all throughout the ingestion of the alcohol. It was so much fun. So, Catherine, thank you for driving in from, ironically, where they are tonight, Sin City, and hanging out last night. Frankie, our bartender, we love you. I'm so glad we got to see you last night. We'll definitely be back in August when everybody's out here for Catherine's son's birthday, and we're doing our thing together. We're definitely going to take over that place, at least for one night. We'll talk to the owner, and we'll get it done. It was so much fun. So thank you, everybody at 8th and Rail, for the amazing time last night. And now that we know it's okay, we'll definitely be back again. So anyway, that was just a cool little thing I wanted to throw in there. Anyway, so yeah, that's again the top of the hour. We're gonna go live to Sin City. It looks, I don't know if they're gonna start with the Money in the Bank match. They're talking about it right now on the women's side, so they may do just that, which is what we talked about earlier, as far as the
Damn,
starting with the Money in the Bank match.
You,
But
I'm either ahead of you or behind you because I'm seeing the Uso Street Profits undisputed tag titles.
okay, well then maybe they're showing the match graphics, which is fine. Yeah, they are, because now they're showing Bianca and Carmella, which is fine. Okay, so yeah, I'm definitely behind you then. Okay, like I said, as long as you and Noah are in sync, and to be fair, we're watching on the same account. So, are you on the T-Rex or Roman?
I'm on the T-Rex.
Okay, let me just make sure where I'm at here. I don't think I can check being where I am.
No one else is watching on your account because I am kind of choppy on it, like I have been the last couple times. So
Dylan won't be. Jay definitely won't be. My mom won't be. No, we should be good.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go back into it now. I'm on the Roman icon, so we should be okay. Yeah, the thing with WrestleMania is that my dad actually watched WrestleMania. It's the only one he watches consistently every year, so it was just a cluster.
Well, but even going back to the NXT one and Red Crate of Hate last month, I was having some glitching, and I kept.
Oh, were you?
Oh. I would either be ahead of Noah or I'd be behind Noah.
Right. Well, worst case scenario, I can always, go off and, use the Fire Stick and just watch it on a completely different platform too. I don't really care. You know me.
It also could just be the internet here. I'm not sure who all is online right now. It could be too many people bogging down the servers.
Yes, sir. Mikey?
Question on this. How about having Money in the Bank for NXT?
NXT is developmental again. They're not gonna give that kind of status again.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the short answer. That is what it is.
And honestly, I mean, they've done ladder matches for championships there, but I don't know if doing a briefcase match would be something worthwhile.
Yeah, a guaranteed contract. I mean, they did do a contract thing with the women's breakout tournament. They've done stuff like that as far as a contract for a guaranteed opportunity, but having a anytime anywhere thing for a developmental championship is kind of like, okay, is that necessary? However, what is necessary? Go ahead.
I was going to say what I would maybe like, though, since there's only 7 for each match, is have an 8th representative from NXT for each the men and the women's.
I would like that. But as this man's shirt says over at ProStees.com/Jeff Meacham Network, I digress. Ladies and gentlemen, the play-by-play man himself for the Jeff Meacham Network and every other thing he does for us because he is that awesome. He is spectacular in his simplicity. He is Noah Foster. Noah, welcome, my friend. Good to see you as always.
Good evening, professional wrestling fans and friends of sports entertainment enthusiasts. Good to see you, Jeff. Good to see you, Stat Boy. JJ, good to call another WWE Premium Live Event with you once again. This should be fun, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I was able to watch you and James on your other thing last night for the entire show. I do know that you've definitely got some skepticism going into this night. You guys did not speak too favorably of hushMONEY in the Bank.
No.
But I totally understand.
Keep it real.
Hey, I wouldn't expect anything less from you.
I
look at why you're more of a pro wrestling fan, as your T-shirt says.
Damn it!
But I mean, you have, for better or for worse, seemed to at least enjoy what they've been offering us on a monthly basis. So I was hoping to hear a little bit better from y'all, but it is what it is. Anyways, regardless, I'm looking forward to it. I'm so hyped. I had so much fun last month calling stuff with you. I feel so much more relaxed calling stuff with you guys now and stepping in. That, like Jeff was saying before you joined, we have him and Statboy have so much history with the Money in the Bank that it's just going to be fun to do this. Both me and Statboy were at Mania 21, the very first Money in the Bank ladder match.
Where it all began.
Me and Jeff and Mike were at the Raw in Vegas, where Punk dropped his pipe bomb. which led into the Money in the Bank match with him and Cena, the title match.
Right.
All three of us were at SummerSlam that same year when Alberto Del Rio cashed his briefcase in and dethroned Punk successfully for the belt. So we've all got like a lot of history with this title. Jeff was at Mania 24 that had a Money in the Bank briefcase match.
CM Punk's first briefcase win.
Yeah. So we've got some serious history with this match and this concept, and I'm looking forward to this. But what I'm most looking forward to is the end of the month where I finally get to call my first Big Four with you.
Hey, yes, that is coming up too. And stay tuned for more on that, folks. As well as before that, we got Death Before Dishonor for Ring of Honor as professional wrestling keeps going. Brandon, good to see you. Shout out to everybody out in the chat across all streaming platforms that we're bringing you this live fun coverage, of course. And JJ, I will say this. Like I said, your renewed energy into this company as a fan certainly helps me find a more positive spirit and really makes me enjoy calling these more. So again, I'm looking very forward to this. And like I said, Money in the Bank, they've had some fun moments. I just got done rewatching last year's, of course, where Big E, one of the biggest pops in recent memory for the men's Money in the Bank winner in recent WWE history. As guys, we're about to go live on the cock. Get ready. Here we go.
I this become a thing.
Time.
Yeah, I've got the warning.
Warning.
Cock WWE will be right back. Warning. There's the warning. Unauthorized interception or receipt prohibited. Buy a shirt. Buy the shirt. Buy all the shirts. This shirt is exclusively property of WWE Wrestling. Blah blah blah. Go ahead for his viewers. Authorized viewers be forewarned, and it goes off. The WWE then, now, forever, all together. And of course, James Hebert, he will, I'm sure, provide his insight after the
Oh, I forgot to run his damn video. Son of a bitch. It's all right. I'll do it later.
Oh, Lord. I'm sure you'll find a moment, Jeff. They'll be talking about like somebody from WWE for 3 minutes, and then you can put it on.
That's it.
And then James can invade with his content.
Yes.
Fight capital of the world, the jewel in the desert, where things are better off forgotten. Because what happens in Vegas usually stays in Vegas. Tonight very well may not be the case. I guess everyone's just going to ask themselves one question. Do they feel lucky?
Well, do
you? Do you, punk?
Seriously, I better get freaking Hollywood vignettes for this upcoming WrestleMania.
Oh, without a doubt.
If they don't redo the WrestleMania Goes Hollywood stuff, then I am going to be so pissed.
You and me both, JJ.
Yes.
Dude, the Booker T. Eddie Guerrero Pulp Fiction one is still one of my all-time favorites.
That's so good. So good. That one's great. The freaking Kurt Angle, Christy Hemme one is great.
Yeah, yes. guy named Harry.
Harry Met Sally. Yeah, that's so good. That one's good.
Basic Instinct with Chris and Christian and oh my Lord.
And Stacy. Yes. Yeah.
The legs, man. The legs is where it's at.
Yes.
I was like, okay, I kind of get what's going on here.
So it's like do we really know the reason to hate both George Clooney and David Flair in the same breath? Not really, but we do anyway.
What would be hilarious is if this time when they do it, they parody movies that WWE people have been in.
That needs to be a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Like seriously, you think about
the Marine, and then you go with Knucklehead.
You think about the way WWE has taken over Hollywood since that happened. You know, like you said, you got the Marine, you got Knucklehead, you've got The Rock's illustrious career, you've got Austin's movies,
right?
You've got Guardians of the Galaxy with Batista.
Yeah.
You know, anything that they can do to kind of parody that stuff, and then they're making fun of their own talent at the same time.
If they get The Rock for WrestleMania, every parody needs to be a Dwayne Johnson movie.
Agree, 110%.
Just for the gimmick of messing with Dwayne. That'd be tremendous.
How many of them freaking like mock Dwayne Johnson say, it doesn't matter?
That's right.
And the first one has to be Doom.
Yes. I agree.
We've seen it in the parody.
Bar low and just go up from there.
That's it.
But timeout going up from there. We're going to see who climbs the ladder tonight. As JJ, we're in the arena. We are live, man. This is Hush Money in the Bank. Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Hello, everybody who's watching this. Currently live, we are coming to you from the Jeff Meacham Network across other platforms here on YouTube. I'm the Semendo Foster. With me tonight is my color commentary analyst, the Renegade J.j Williams. We got Statboy with the stats. We got the producer, Jeff. And we are here tonight to bring you our coverage for Hush Money in the Bank, live from Las Vegas, Nevada. Gentlemen, are you ready to go tonight?
Oh, yeah.
I am. And we're seeing the briefcase in the ring, so we're probably going to start with one of the two ladder matches.
And that is the women's briefcase, Jay.
Okay, there we go. I was going to say, I'm guessing it's the women.
It looks like last year, the women are going to kick us off. Since the inception of this concept, brought to us by the brainchild, the champion, the influencer, the GOAT, the wizard, Chris Jericho, 2005. 26 matches, 17 years of history. The women still having very little history, but 100% succession. And we will see if that trend continues tonight.
Yes, I am definitely looking forward to this one. I almost say that I'm looking forward to this one more than the men because there's so many dark horses in this match. You've got Raquel Rodriguez, you've got Lacey Evans, you've got Shotzi Blackheart, you've got everyone's favorite, but still a dark horse in Liv Morgan. And then you've got the regulars. You've got Asuka, you've got Miss Bliss, and you've got Becky Lynch. And just for the record, Noah, I'm going to have to say Miss Bliss for this match because I have one of those units in the room. So if I address her by her other name, it turns on.
Fair
we
enough.
Found out during the predictions portion.
Yeah, I had that problem too. That's why I do not have that device here in this room.
And here comes Big Time Bex.
Well, welcome everybody once again to the Big Time. Wow, good Lord, the gear though. I don't understand. Are you trying to be Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, David Bowie? What's going on here?
Telling you, she's Becky Gaga. Like, you cannot tell me that is not her spirit animal for these outfits. That's
a hybrid of a Super Saiyan and a Green Power Ranger.
Right.
Just saying.
That is an insult to Tommy Oliver.
That's right.
I'm sorry. But I'm sorry, and I know that. And shout out to Dacia, one of the biggest Power Ranger fans I know, my Morphin for life. And also, of course, Impact correspondent for the Daily Slam. Becky Lynch, of course, this is her 4th appearance now in the women's Money in the Bank. And, of course, as we know, she has found her way by any means necessary to get into this match on her road to hopefully once again being a champion.
And shout out, by the way, to our boy Jason David Frank, too, just for the Tommy Oliver reference. Let's go ahead and give Jason a hello there, too.
I hear you.
The Empress of Tomorrow, Asuka. And Jeff made an interesting point during the predictions panel, Noah. He brought up the fact that with this match happening prior to the women's title matches, could we potentially see a cash-in here tonight?
It's entirely possible. We all know how Asuka, of course, won Money in the Bank back in 2020, but it was not necessarily for regular circumstances, as she literally won the title inside the briefcase and became the Raw Women's Champion that following night. So it's interesting to see both Asuka and Becky Lynch coming out first, back to back.
Great point there. It's a great touch on their history there. WWE actually showing some long-term booking by doing that. Heaven forbid they do that on a normal basis.
Yep. Well, funny they're showing the briefcase moment, but not the moment with Becky handing the belt over. I wonder if they'll show that since they're both out there to start.
It's entirely possible. Of course, this is Asuka's 3rd appearance. And here comes
the woman to watch. Watch me, Liv Morgan.
Everybody's hopeful, sentimental favorite, the underdog of the entire WWE women's division, Liv Morgan. And this is her first ever Money in the Bank ladder match. And let's not count out first ever appearances. As we know, Bayley only has been involved in one Money in the Bank ladder match. And not only did she win it, she cashed in that same night and became champion.
Yes, you did. This is true. I'm going to go ahead and bow out, guys, and let you do your thing. Have fun. Enjoy the match. I'll be back after.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. And here comes Raquel Rodriguez. And, You know, if there was ever a dark horse in the match, it's definitely this young lady right here. I mean, she's only been on the main roster for what, like a month and a half, 2 months tops, and she's already integrated herself into this big money match with these big time caliber of opponents.
You also got to consider this, JJ. She's already been endorsed by Ronda Rousey, challenging her for the SmackDown Women's Championship in what I think was her in-ring real debut outside of squash matches. Raquel Rodriguez is no stranger to the big time as well, a former NXT Women's Champion.
And won't take anything away from her. And here comes Lacey Evans, an individual who WWE doesn't really seem to know what it is they want to do with her. You know, they spent all these months building her up with the sob story, and then I've been reading reports that she's working heels, she works face. It's like they don't really know where they want to go with her.
It's one of those things where you wonder if she's drill sergeant or inspirational mother and former, of course, military server. Thank you, of course, for her service. She definitely will bring a lot of that military background into play here. And honestly, being an aggressor could play to your advantage here.
Most definitely. And obviously a nod to her military background with her fatigue-inspired outfit tonight. And Shotzi Blackheart, I mean, always bet on black. Could this be her night in Las Vegas, Nevada?
You want to talk about wild cards? This woman right here is the definition of a wild card. This renegade, TBH, Shotzi Blackheart, by the way, she does have a last name, is definitely somebody to watch out for. Of course, inspired by the likes of Lita to pursue the dream of being a WWE superstar. With an inspiration like that, I could definitely see Shotzi Blackheart. If she doesn't claim the briefcase, she could claim a moment here tonight.
Oh, most definitely. And her being a wild card is why she was my secondary pick. I totally have faith in her to overcome the odds and be one of the top contenders here in the division. She just needs that opportunity.
And last but not least, we
Good
have
old Miss Bliss.
Yep, former Money in the Bank winner herself, winning it back in 2018, and this marks her third appearance now in the Money in the Bank ladder match.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what she brings. Oh, and here's a little throwback to some history here. Her knocking Becky off the ladder to claim the briefcase back in 2018.
And of course, that same night, she cashed in on a match between Nia Jax and Ronda Rousey and claimed the Raw Women's Championship. With both the Raw Women's Championship and the SmackDown Women's Championship on the line tonight, we very well could be looking at a future WWE Women's Champion before Money in the Bank goes off the air.
And it would be awesome to see. The question is which one of them do they go after?
Well, we'll have to see who claims the briefcase first. All that stands between you is a few rungs and anything possible mentality. Here, you have to have no fear. You got to be willing to bet it all in order to secure the ultimate opportunity towards defining what could be your future. Bell rings, we are underway, and it looks like right now we're seeing a number of people go outside. And look who remains in the ring for the time being.
That's right. Asuka and Becky Lynch going to renew their rivalry and just start things off woman to woman, so to speak.
You know, I like this because right now you have Asuka and Becky Lynch, two that are highly experienced in this match, of course. You have a former Money in the Bank ladder match winner. And I'd like to figure at the end of the day, these two have tremendous respect for each other. But since Asuka made her return and Becky Lynch, oh my goodness, these spinning back fists and this high-octane, furious offense by Asuka. The hip attack drops Raquel off the apron. It feels like to me right now that Asuka needs this to find some renewed momentum. For Becky, though, I feel like she feels desperate here. If she doesn't win this match tonight, I'm not sure where she goes from here.
Yeah, I definitely think Becky's looking to exercise some demons here. Failure to win this match could send her deeper into this supposed tailspin she's been in. But Asuka's looking to make a statement, like you said. I mean, ever since she came back, she's been trying to assert herself back into the main picture, and Becky has just been stifling her at every turn.
Nearly trying to drop a ladder on top of Asuka, who just gets out of the way. And meanwhile, Bulldog drops Becky on top of a ladder. And then Asuka, takes Liv out. And right now, Asuka is trying to eliminate the whole field, but you still have to grab a ladder, set it up, and ascend. And it looks like Raquel might be. What on earth is she doing here? Oh, no way. No way. The power of Raquel. Oh, my gosh. A little bit too much there. I'm about to say she was not going to get that ladder over her head and between her legs. Just saying. But innovative offense taking out Liv and Becky for the time being, driving the ladder now into Bliss and Lacey. Raquel demonstrating her power that brought her to the dance in the first place. But again, you either go after the briefcase or you go after the moment. And right now, Raquel, I think, is getting caught up in the moment. Of course, Raquel, this being her first ever Money in the Bank ladder match. And right now, we got impromptu tag team work by Becky and Liv. Might be looking for suplex here. Oh, no way. Oh, can they pull it off? Oh, my gosh! Double suplex by Raquel to Liv and Becky on the ladder. And right now, JJ, is definitely the power of Raquel that is owning this match for the time being.
Oh, without question. We knew that was going to come into play here. It was just a matter of how long it was going to take for her to start demonstrating it.
Lacey Evans, Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, and Sachi Black are all in their first ever Money in the Bank ladder match. Meanwhile, Sachi, oh! And again, we've seen that wild, reckless, high-risk nature of Sachi Blackheart as she uses a bridge over troubled water for a nice springing platform to take Miss Bliss out of the ring. And right now, Raquel and Sachi finding over the ladder, but here comes Asuka, and here comes Lacey. And right now, it doesn't look like nobody right now has any control over this ladder. Oh! And right now, trying to eliminate the biggest threat here, which apparently is Raquel. Shotzi with the step. Oh, there's a bit of a misstep there. That could have been disastrous. Raquel pinned up in the corner, though. What on earth is Shotzi looking for here? Oh! A bit of an innovative low variation DDT. Everyone using the ladder as a stepping. Oh! Step up bridge. Ooh! Bicycle kick by Lacey Evans. But right now, someone needs to grab a ladder and try and set it up. Oh! And right now, we're seeing the other aspect of a Money in the Bank ladder match. How innovative is your imagination when it comes to utilizing the ladder as a weapon to your advantage? Meanwhile, we have literally a stack. Oh! Second rope leg drop by Becky on top of a stacked up Asuka, Liv, and Lacey on a ladder, pinning Raquel in the corner. And Alexa Bliss coming in from the back. Trying maybe for Twisted Bliss. Oh! Cannonball Senton wiping out the field. Asuka, Becky, and Liv down. Everybody right now is down for the moment.
Yeah, it looks like a car crash.
And again, you see that briefcase high above the ring as Alexa Bliss right now grasping her lower back. Nice cannonball senton, though, by Miss Bliss. Crowd, but this is awesome chance. It looks like finally, JJ, somebody is finally trying to put a ladder in place and ascend to the ultimate opportunity.
Looks like Miss Bliss is the one to try and take the first few steps here. How far up will she get?
Not very far, as Raquel got her up on the shoulder, and Bliss finding out that little 5-foot firecracker. And again, I hope everybody has a great 4th of July weekend. Fireworks are sure to be going off tonight. They're already going off at this match with these shots. Good grief. And right now, Alexa Bliss, tilt to world. Oh! Hurricane Rana sends Raquel shin face first into a ladder.
Yeah, it looked a little botchy, but then with all that hardware in the ring, you've got to be a little botchy to make sure that you don't seriously hurt yourself or someone else.
Well, again, you got to think about the inexperience also in this match. Oh! There was no inexperience there with Asuka, but that suplex to Bliss. The inexperience of how many participants we have in this match for the first time ever. You got to consider how familiar several of these women aren't to this environment.
Yeah, no doubt there, Noah. And Raymond, yes, this is the first match for the evening. This is how we're starting off the night. Welcome to the room.
Meanwhile, Sachi Blackheart, oh, hip tossed into the ladder. And right now, Asuka is in the driver's seat. Can the Empress of Tomorrow become Money in the Bank of today for the second time in her illustrious career?
She definitely
Lacey
looks
Evans.
like she's feeling it.
And Lacey Evans playing spoiler now, much to the crowd's chagrin. We currently have Asuka and Lacey ascending the ladder. Who's going to take advantage here? Oh, wait a minute. Becky in the side tipper. Ooh, and both ladies saved themselves from disaster.
That was a close call there.
Oh, that's the spinning back fist. Goes, tries to sweep the leg out. Both ladies try to sweep the leg out, and Asuka and Lacey. Oh! That uppercut took out Asuka, though. My goodness. Drop toe hold to Becky into the ladder. Got her hands in place, though, so not nearly as impactful, but still rocked her to a degree. And right now, Lacey Evans, this might be her moment. Hashtag Money in the Bank, MITB, trending #1 in the United States. So thank you for all that are watching. Yeah, and Moonlight Mirage, shout out to Moonlight Mirage, by the way. Butchered the moves there. And right now, Sachi, sense of urgency right now feels like being coming into play
definitely.
here.
Got her hands on the briefcase, but Lacey up on the other side.
Emotions running high. We all know, again, it's the women's Money in the Bank that has 100% success rate. Every time somebody has cashed in, we've had a new champion. It looks like Lacey and Shotzi right now are fighting at the top of the ladder. Oh, woman's rights. And Lacey up on the ladder by herself. Is this her moment? Lacey Evans has a grip on the briefcase. Oh, wait a minute. Look at Raquel coming in from underneath.
Ooh.
And right now, Lacey up on the back of Raquel, and Liv Morgan come up on the other side.
Yes,
This is going to
come
be Liv
on,
Morgan's
Liv.
moment. Liv Morgan over the top of both. All she has to do is unlatch it. This could be a moment. Fingertips. Oh, Raquel with the body shots, though.
Oh.
Oh, wait. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. Sunset flip power bomb. Lacey Evans planted by Liv Morgan, putting it all on the line by Raquel somehow, still finds herself on top of the ladder. Take a look at the replay here. Nasty, but oh man, got her off, but at what cost? And right now, Raquel is being tied up inside the ladder by Shotzi. Oh, that is a really messed up tree of woe right there. And that could just cause so much damage. You would know this, Jay, to be a former wrestler, how much this causes damage to the legs, to the knees.
And just one more that could be added to the summer of injuries, Noah.
Well, again, the risk that everyone will take here is nothing to josh about. Again, you have to consider what you're getting yourself into when you go into this type of match. Again, there's a reason that Booker T was only in this match, one time, WrestleMania 23? Oh, my! Oh. The ladder collapsed, and Bliss' head went into it. That was not well executed. Shotzi Blackheart right here is definitely in a world outside her element. But I'll give her kudos for trying. Here, though, that was just messy. Yeah. Could not maintain her balance, and Bliss paid for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to get those people that look like they're completely out of place in these type of matches, and Shotzi totally fits in with that in this aspect. The question is she going to be able to try and capitalize on this?
Well, right now, Shotzi Blackheart looking to capitalize. Meanwhile, Becky Lynch coming in the back door. Honestly, Becky Lynch right now might not be trying to be a Power Ranger. She might be trying to cast herself in the next Aquaman movie with this type of attire. Oh, and Shotzi taking off the ladder.
Hey, I heard they need to replace Amber Heard, but that's another story altogether.
Oh, Lord, let's not go there. I've heard enough about that from Max Caster's freaking rap on AEW. Meanwhile, Becky, this ladder is not the most stable. And Shotzi Blackheart bringing Becky down the hard way, face first to the canvas. That ladder is warped right now. It is not on all four. And right now, Shotzi planning Becky Lynch on another ladder. Well, again, we're in Las Vegas. So, again, what risks are you willing to take when it comes to how you use your body? Shotzi Blackheart to the top rope. JJ, I don't think this is a wise move.
No, this is not going to end well.
Oh, no! On the ladder, Becky Lynch moved at the last second.
Yeah, last possible moment. Becky got out of the way. Good ring awareness by the former champ.
And meanwhile, Asuka trying to make a run, hyperspeed, but unable to. Raquel now sitting the ladder. Again, this precarious ladder not sitting properly. Doesn't matter. All these women are trying to utilize it. Raquel and Asuka now going after each other, and there goes the ladder. Good grief. Asuka sent out to the outside. All right. And right now, we do not have a ladder set up properly in the middle of the ring, and Raquel and Asuka taking out each other on the outside. Oh! Short arm clothesline. The thing about this match we got to consider too, with the fact this is the opener, it does allow the winner time maybe to recover and maybe to plan. Keep in mind, the shortest women's Money in the Bank cash in is Bayley. She only held it for 85 minutes and cashed in again the same night on who is the curse of the women's Money in the Bank, Charlotte Flair, being cashed in successfully on it 3 times.
I got to admit, I popped hard when she did that because I have never been a fan of Charlotte. She's not that she's a bad worker or anything. I just feel like she's gotten way too much off of her father's name. So to see Bayley cash in on her was a huge moment for me.
Well, you might be seeing a huge moment here, JJ. We got a bridge over troubled water between the apron and the table. Raquel with Asuka up. Oh, my Lord. And right now, Asuka, spinning soba. Catches it. No, wait a minute. Raquel catches Asuka. Oh, no. Whoa, man. Saving herself from disaster there. And again, look at that. Armbar transition on the floor. That's not going to do much here, but maybe it might help render one of your adversaries. Oh, my gosh. The power of Raquel. One arm deadlift. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you just cannot go wrong with Raquel's power.
Well, wait a minute. Look at Asuka. I don't know what she's going for here. And right now, Becky Lynch. Playing spoiler to those two. Asuka being pushed into the ladder, now laying on that troubled bridge. And Raquel sent face first. And what the hell is Becky thinking here? Oh, no.
This is not going to end well, Noah.
I said that this match is about 2 things, right? The win or the moment. Which one do you go after? There's a reason Becky Lynch calls herself Big Time Bex. Ascending the heavens to the top of a ladder. Might be looking for a big time moment here to take on Asuka. Oh, man.
Yeah. Holy hell. That was some Jeff Hardy type shit right there with that maneuver.
Both women bounced off that maneuver. The ladder with no give. Becky Lynch off the ladder with a ridiculous connection on Asuka's midsection. I think she was going for maybe a leg drop, double leg drop there. And both women suffering for it. Jeez.
Yeah, Asuka looks like she's in a really bad way. She is still clutching her midsection. That could be some internal damage right there, Noah.
Yeah, she's definitely got the wind knocked out of her. And meanwhile, Saucy Blackheart ain't looking too well either. Nobody right now is in the ring. As we go back to the replay here earlier, look at Saucy Blackheart and her back. Oh, man. Upper back, lower neck colliding with the ladder off the attempted senton to Becky. Like you said, Becky moved at the last possible second. And right now, we might be literally looking at a match of attrition. It might be the last one with a pulse that might be able to ascend a ladder and grab that briefcase.
Yeah, seeing a lot of the women in the ring here starting to make moves. The one I'm not seeing yet is Liv Morgan, though.
Well, after that sunset flip powerbomb, I'm kind of not surprised. I think she got the worst of it. Meanwhile, Raquel, Shotzi, Lacey, and Bliss all in the ladder. And we got 3 various ladders of various heights in the middle of the ring underneath that briefcase as all 4 seems to be ascending. And how the hell is Becky still in this thing? Coming in the back door. Oh, no. Oh! And Raquel and Shotzi hang out to dry. And there goes Lacey and Bliss. And Becky right now is the only one in the ring climbing the ladder. This might be it. Wait a minute. There's Liv. Liv Morgan. Sense of urgency. And right now we got Becky Lynch and Liv Morgan. The only 2 in the ring. But Becky's up on the taller ladder. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wow. Look at that. Liv saved herself. And she knocked Becky off. Liv, climb.
This is your moment.
This could be it. This could be it. She's there. She's got the briefcase. That's it.
Yes.
Liv Morgan is money in the bank.
So happy for Liv. So happy
Watch
for
me,
Liv.
indeed.
You can
Watch
see
her.
the emotion on her face. She is in tears.
And those are genuine tears, and she absolutely deserves it. Liv Morgan finally capitalizes on the moment and is the 2022 Women's Money in the Bank winner. Congratulations.
Yeah, that is
Too
so
friggin'
cool.
Oh, too friggin' cool. Sorry, I'm not on camera yet, but too friggin' cool, man.
It's the way she saved herself there. As we take a look at some of the replays, I'm way ahead of you, Noah. That's why I'm not being as chatty for some of the call, because every time I try to pause it so that it can get caught up with you, it ends
you're
up
good.
getting like really botchy on my end. So
Yeah,
I'm just gonna have to stay ahead of you, and then when you catch up to me, throw some commentary in there as you're talking about it.
As I just saw the replay there, that was the moment right there when Liv saved herself, bouncing back the ladder from attempted fall and kicking Becky off the main ladder, transitioning to that ladder and finally claiming the Money in the Bank briefcase. Liv Morgan has done it.
And Becky's melting down.
I'm gonna go a little outside of wrestling here for a moment, Noah. So forgive me, Jeff. Liv's reaction right now reminds me of Alec Martinez 2014.
Oh yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
After that game-winning goal in what was it, double overtime?
Yeah.
The jazz hands and everything, celebrating the way Liv is running around the ring. She has just got that same energy about her.
I dig it.
Good for her. Well deserved. Once again, congratulations to Liv by God Morgan. Hopefully everybody will now start watching her.
It's good to see the deserving champion in Las Vegas, you know.
You very well might be looking at your future Raw or SmackDown Women's Championship before the end of the night. Liv Morgan, Money in the Bank. Whew. Meanwhile, we go to commercial now as we talk about the biggest party of the summer, emanating from a city that's all about partying, music capital of the world, Nashville, Tennessee. From
Music City, baby.
I could definitely attest to that. I tell you one thing: if you could hang out at a live music venue just for a little bit, you would not want to leave it.
Seriously, I've heard so many good things about that city. I want to be there so bad with everything going on that weekend. The only thing at this point is just transportation. It's just getting there and a place to, safely house. Otherwise, I'd already be making plans.
Well, again, Jeff, you've already been to a SummerSlam. I've been to a SummerSlam, and this SummerSlam is 28 days away.
I love it. Mikey, what'd you think of the opening match?
I loved it. Big kudos to Liv Morgan. Congratulations. Well done. Stepboard 9000 already has got the updated there. I wanted to throw out, Jeff, you know the tradition about the Stanley Cup. You never touch the cup before you win it, correct? Jeff.
Well, sorry, I haven't taken issues. That's been kind of debunked in recent years as far as touching the prize before you get it, because people have been touching it off and on here for the last little while and still won. So anyway, where are you going with that is my question.
The reason I brought that up was because in the first 15 Money in the Bank briefcase matches, the participant who went up to get the briefcase first and touch it did not win it, except for one, and that one was CM Punk.
This is true.
He touched it first in his matchup, and he won it first. I don't know about the rest of the matches. I haven't gotten that far in deep. I want to find out if that's true. This, of course, happened again today. Shotzi was the first one to touch the briefcase. She didn't win it. I want to see if that comes true with the remaining matches. But good job, Liv. Now, will we have a cash-in? That's the next question.
That is the next question. No doubt about it.
It's all going to depend on how the rest of the night goes, but we all know somebody who won't be here tonight, and that is Cody Rhodes, as he talks about the men's Money in the Bank ladder match.
That's very true.
There's no doubt in my mind, though, that if Cody Rhodes did not tear his pectoral off, literally the bone and the muscle, he very well tonight not only would have been in this match, he probably would have won it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. The way he was going, there was just like no way that he wasn't going to get that rub.
Yeah. It is definitely a slight mark on the night that we're not going to see Cody do this tonight. But very slight. Very, very slight for the record.
I'll say, the very slight thing.
But it gives Seth a
You know he
chance to
would be
bounce
there.
back and rebound after this whole feud with Cody and going 0-3. Seth needs the opportunity to kind of bounce back and reclaim some of his sanity before
Right.
Cody makes his return. And it looks like the United States Championship is going to be on the line next, gentlemen.
I dig it.
As Theory defends against the almighty Bobby Lashley.
So
As I'm looking right now at some beautiful pictures over the jewel of the desert that is Las Vegas.
no, I was pointing out before you came into the room tonight. This is the first time in the history of this championship that it is the only single one-on-one male match on a card, that being a United States Championship defense.
That's a rare stat.
Yeah, I know Josh posted it. A couple people posted it throughout the day on Twitter, but yeah, this is the first time that the only one-on-one men's match on a super card is a defense of the United States Championship since its inception in 1975.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy?
But I'm just going to ask the question. What happened to the Intercontinental Championship? Does it still exist?
I said the same friggin' thing. Josh pointed out he was happy about the U.S. title being on pay-per-view. I'm like, that's great. How about the effing Intercontinental title?
Clash at the Castle. Give him his title shot, his title
All right.
match.
Well, I can only hope that Walter will actually get it. As far as getting it, tonight we'll see who deserves to be the United States champion, and it's going to take more than a special pose to do it. Anyway, as I look at the chat, do you think we'll see Liv versus Rhea again at some point? I highly likely, yes. But it all comes down to when Rhea Ripley comes back, if she comes back, based on the injury. But Rhea Ripley, Liv Morgan, that is a program definitely I see coming.
Mm-hmm.
But again, all comes down to when Rhea returns. Again, Rhea, get well soon. I wish you were here tonight versus what we got, but it is what it is. Take care of your health. Take care of your mentality, too.
And Daniel, as far as will Liv cash in tonight or tomorrow night, I think it just really depends on how brutally the champions get beaten down tonight, whether they retain or they lose.
And
You know,
for once,
what-
it will not be on Charlotte Flair.
Yeah, I'm sure
Who?
she's saying thank God right now. But how badly do Bianca or Ronda get beaten down, whether they retain or not, to the point where it would behoove Liv to cash in?
Exactly. It's all about you create the opportunity and taking advantage of the opportunity at the most opportune time. It's as simple as that.
And honestly, I think if she cashes in tonight on either one of the champions, Liv becomes heel.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I can see that.
That's the problem I foresee. If Carmella defeats Bianca,
Oh, God.
then cash in on her, you can still remain babyface.
Yes.
But Liv is such a babyface right now that if she beats Bianca or she beats Ronda, despite the fact that she will have had the Cinderella evening, both of those women are baby faces.
Yeah.
You want to wait to cash it in until it's a heel you're cashing in on.
Yep.
Exactly.
I agree.
The whole dynamic of heel versus face and the turn in the appropriate time and the appropriate, result. And again, right now, Liv has been that underdog babyface of Monday Night Raw. But looking at the state of the current Raw Women's division, change of pace might be good for her. Again, it's that newfound attitude that sometimes you need to make it to that next level to be a champion. And tonight,
the other
neither of
thing
these two men are no stranger to that.
The other thing to consider is with Rhea being out of action for a while, could her cashing in, turning heel, put her into the Judgment Day?
It depends if she can breathe new life.
If you can't beat him, join him, and then she brings gold into the faction.
There you go.
Yeah, but again, it depends if they could breathe new life into that original idea and actually make it, something worthwhile as a mainstay of Monday Night Raw. A lot of what is, but at the end of the day, it comes down to one thing, gentlemen: booking. And as far as this booking goes, Austin Theory defended the United States Championship against Bobby Lashley, trying to take advantage of the Almighty with the help of Alpha Academy, and still getting caught in a cradle pinfall win. Is that a sign of things to come? Of course, Austin Theory right now, he's been the latest endorsement to maybe the next big thing to a degree by Vincent Kenny McMahon, selfies aside. And of course, we all know that Austin Theory has successfully defended this title already against Mustafa Ali back at the Red Creative Hate in Chicago.
Buy the shirt.
But I digress.
That one too.
Buy that one too.
Buy all the shirts. Buy all the shirts.
Every shirt. Buy all the shirts. That's right.
Do it.
Oh, Jesus.
Give into your wallet. Do it.
Time to go A-Town down, baby. Will the almighty Lashley be the thorn in the side of Theory? Or will Theory be able to overcome the insurmountable odds that
Oh, shit.
It's highly possible, JJ. I feel like Austin Theory right now is definitely coming in here probably not the favorite in a couple of ways. Meanwhile, this masterpiece of a juggernaut, the former WWE champion, a former United States champion, a former Marine, a former Impact World champion, former ECW champion. He's done it all, and he truly is what his title says he is. The almighty Bobby Lashley. And the only reason he's contending for this title is because Roman Reigns was too cowardly to show up to face him. That being said, we'll see if Bobby Lashley can once again claim the United States Championship. Technical difficulties. He would be a 3-time champion, right, Paul?
So we lost JJ. He thinks the computer overheated, so he'll be back momentarily. I will do what I can.
Yeah, good. Again, what's a thing without technical difficulties, right? Thankfully, my PC is held up. Thankfully, my PC is held up. As a guy that works in IT and still does for 10 years strong, trust me, I know all about the blues that come with technology.
Yeah, it's always a thing around here, no doubt about it.
And yes, Moonlight, very good point. Liv does have a year to cash in that contract. Of course, Camilla was the only one to hold it for the longest amount of time, 287 days, cashing, of course, on Charlotte Flair.
Yes.
We will see if Liv Morgan surpasses that, or will we get a similar repeat for the last couple of years between tonight and tomorrow night. But for now, we're focusing on the United States Championship, a title held by the likes of Cesaro, John Cena, and, of course, most recently, before Austin Theory and Bobby Lashley, Finn Balor.
Yes.
And we will see that Bobby Lashley becomes a 3-time United States champion.
We all collectively kind of crapped on that belt when it first debuted, but it actually has grown on me. I actually like the look of it.
Yeah, I to a degree, I agree. It definitely stands out a bit more than some of the other titles in the WWE, and that says a lot.
I definitely prefer this version over the non-spinner version of the title they used at first. I don't like that belt at all. I thought the belt looked like a toy from Jump and looked ridiculous.
Agree, but then again, that was kind of John Cena's gimmick.
Well, no, the spinner I liked. It was the one that wasn't his spinner.
It was the plain, simple, flat one.
Yeah, it was so. It was so. Let's have the toy makers make our belt. Okay, that works.
You might have just had a sticker on a plate.
Right. JJ, how's your audio? You good to go, brother?
Yeah, I'm good. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we're good, JJ. And just to tell you right now, Theory right now is learning what the almighty Bobby Lashley brings to the table the power game as Fury right now judging the crowd on the apron. Finally gets back in the ring. And here we go. And immediately Bobby Lashley picks up Fury, brings him down hard to the mat. Of course, JJ, as you know, Bobby Lashley, of course, coming off a feud where he beat Omos and MVP. And meanwhile, looking for a spear, and Fury gets out of the way.
And, you know, it just seems to be one of those things that they're using Lashley for right now. He's one of those clutch utility players. He was used to help elevate Omos, and now he's in here to help elevate Theory.
There's a Bobby will lose sign in the crowd to go along with your point here. Look at this power, though. Lifts him up and planted down hard. And right now, Fury. And of course, we know the title cannot change hands via countout or disqualification. Austin Fury with champion's advantage. Meanwhile, Bobby Lashley's got Fury up on the shoulders, and Fury fights out of it, grabbing the barricade. Oh, just preventing disaster, going in head first into the steel ring post, and drives Lashley instead.
Oh, yeah.
And now Fury, big shoulder tackle, drives Bobby Lashley to the barricade, might be looking to take advantage of the ref's 10 count. The ref's up to 5. As the crowd, again, not huge fans. We're up to 6, 7. It's going to take more than that to keep Bobby Lashley down, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Bobby Lashley is a beast.
In his own right, a beast of his own name. And right now, Fury. Again, Fury suck chance bringing out. Reverse Irish whip. Oh, wow, nice escape out going into the steps. And Fury up on the apron. Catches Lashley with a boot. Again, the agility of Fury coming to play here, but the strength of oh, that was messy.
Yeah, that really could have been dangerous there. Could have been a serious injury to Theory.
But
thankfully,
meanwhile,
Lashley was able to.
This might be bad.
Him.
Oh, my! Well, I don't know how much of an injury we avoided there, JJ, as you just saw Fury's head bounce off side first the steel ring LED ring post. Jeez.
Yeah, those ring posts already aren't forgiving, and then you factor in the LED nature of them, that's just not a good look.
Short-term electrocution if you're not careful, probably. Meanwhile, Bobby Lashley looks again for maybe a spear, and Fury falls down. Look at Fury like a cowardly child. I know that the TikTok and the meme community is going to have fun with that tonight.
Oh, yeah, without question.
Oh!
Theory
And
playing
right
his role of a cowardly heel perfectly here, trying to get Lashley to back off.
It's going to take more than those type of mind games, though, to really rattle the almighty. Bobby Lashley firmly in control. Might be looking to give the crowd a good dose of 10 beating. Oh, Fury escapes out the back door. Oh, drops Lashley onto the turnbuckle. Meanwhile, picks up speed. Takes Bobby Lashley down with a clothesline. That's impressive, taking Bobby Lashley off his feet.
Yeah.
Again, you figure about what Fury has put Lashley through as it goes for a cover and doesn't even get a 2. 1 count, JJ.
That's pure insanity at this point in the game. I mean, Lashley's got that resilience going for him regardless, but these two men are just beating the snot out of each other.
You check out the replay here, the collision that took Bobby Lashley down, that gave Fury the 1 count. And you got to wonder that 1 count right now. Usually when you go for a pin this early in a match, you look for some sort of maybe self-assurance. I think Fury right now probably has some doubts because he wasn't even able to get a 2 count.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Theory should know, though, that it's going to take a lot more than that to put Bobby Lashley down.
Ooh. Well, look at Fury, though, again, trying to use the agility, maybe looking for a STO. Oh, catches a kick instead. Glancing blow that takes Lashley off the turnbuckle and goes for a cover. Still only a 1 count with the hook of the leg. And right now, Fury, this might be what he needs to do. Just go with the ground and pound mentality. Stay on top of Bobby Lashley.
Go with what works, man. Mounting those punches. You can see him starting to get cocky, though.
Well, you know what they say, pride before the fall.
Yeah, no doubt. And we've seen that in in recent weeks with McMahon as well. You know, a little bit of that pride before the fall with his appearances on Raw and SmackDown.
Yeah, in more ways than one. And meanwhile, Fury looking to wear down the Almighty. Right now, locking him in a sleeper. And it's one of those things right now. The thing about Bobby Lashley that I wonder when he's going to bring the headband back, because boy, does the man sweat. And I always wonder sometimes if that perspiration affects his vision. I remember all the time he used to wear that headband. And I agree at time, Marshall. We are all extremely glad that Liv won. And Ken saying, sweet if Liv saves until WrestleMania. It could happen. We'll have to wait and see. The bottom line, Liv Morgan, don't fuck this up.
There we go.
Anyway, back to this match. As Austin Theory definitely feels more friendly in the driver's seat. We all know Bobby Lashley has cardio for days. This wears down the Almighty, but it's still going to take more than that because I don't think that Austin Theory has enough strength to hold down Bobby Lashley.
No, not at all. Despite how jacked Theory is, despite the muscles, there's no way he's going to keep Lashley down right now.
Oh, nice shot to the midsection with your knee helps a little bit as he did bring him down again. Fury seems a bit more composed right now at this point, but I also feel like he's trying to hype himself up. You hear him talking to himself, more so talking to the crowd. And right now, Lashley still trying to break the grip. Really trying to wear Bobby Lashley down.
I think he's trying to send a message to all those in the crowd that are chanting that Theory sucks, trying to show him that he does not suck.
You think about when Vince McMahon chose Drew McIntyre as his chosen one and where that went. Now Austin Theory is Vince McMahon's chosen one for the year 2000. Oh, my! Almost got him up there. And meanwhile, standing switch. A hurt lock! Oh, and Fury slips up from underneath. Nice up kick. And right now, Lashley, clubbing overhead blow. Takes Fury down. And it feels like right here, this is trial by fire for Austin Fury! Set hard with the belly to belly across the ring. And again, Bobby Lashley in the driver's seat, following up, falls up in the corner, running clothesline. And meanwhile, Bobby Lashley falls again. Oh, big shot to the midsection with the shoulder. For me, I feel like that Austin Theory is basically on a Drew McIntyre initiation run. You sink or swim, impress or fail Vince McMahon. And pretty much this title, I feel, is that deciding factor. And Fury, again, escaping the clutches of Bobby Lashley for now. Finding a bit of reprieve on the apron.
I totally agree with you there. For Drew, it was the Intercontinental title. For Theory, it's the United States title. But the parallels that you draw there are uncanny. Just hopefully WWE doesn't put Theory into a boy band and make him want to leave when his contract's over, go to Impact Wrestling.
And as you say that, Bobby Lashley with a huge demonstration of strength, catching Austin Theory off the rope through pop-up cutter over his shoulders for a bench press, and then hitting him with a power slam in the middle of the ring, getting it too. Theory nearly lost the title.
Yeah,
that was insane demonstration by Bobby Lashley.
Very much so. Very much so. That's what happens, though, when Theory tries to take Lashley for granted.
But you could also say the same thing about Fury at times, because Fury, again, he could be very sneaky. And that could play into his advantage here. Got to hold of Bobby Lashley in the second turnbuckle. And he might be trying to exploit Bobby Lashley's emotions. And meanwhile, Fury looks again, goes between the ropes, roll through. Oh, drop kick. Cover that might do it too. And Bobby Lashley says no. But you see, Bobby Lashley is not kicking out as emphatically as before. He's finally wearing him down enough. We got to a 2 count. That goes to show that Fury's game plan is working.
Yeah. It's just a matter of how long he has to execute it to get the big victory.
And it also comes down to who makes the first mistake. Because right now, neither of these two men have necessarily made a mistake. They just found an opening, looking for the A-Town down. And Bobby Lashley escapes on the back door. Oh, look at this. This is how I got him under that roll. It's the leg too. Oh. Nearly got him out that time. Meanwhile, Bobby Lashley hooks Fury again up on the shoulder and rakes the eyes. Fury again, sense of desperation. Follows up now, up the ropes. Spear by Austin Fury. Are you kidding me? And right now, the
Playing a
Almighty
game
is
of-
down.
Playing a
Using
game of
Lashley's
hitting
own
finishers.
finishing maneuver.
One of
This
the
could be
things
it,
that
JJ.
always
Nope. Third lock. Third lock. The master lock. The full Nelson, middle of the ring. It is locked in. That is it. I don't believe it. Bobby Lashley wins.
wow.
Bobby Lashley, just like that,
I cannot. Wow.
is the new United States champion.
I did not see that coming.
Yeah, I don't think any of
Unbelievable.
us did.
A-Town done went down.
Wow.
That's crazy.
And Bobby Lashley now is a 3-time United States champion, guys.
Yes, he is. That's wow.
Showing the wounds of battle, JJ. He's got a busted jaw, looks like, a couple of busted teeth there. But Bobby Lashley, once again, an almighty champion of the WWE. So ends the first run for Austin Theory. Lashley capitalizes and hits the jackpot tonight in Las Vegas.
That's crazy, yo. That's
Let's take a look
wow.
at the replay here and how it happened. You see him break the eye,
Bless you.
getting out of the power of Bobby Lashley. And it
Bless
looks
you.
like Austin Theory was going to fall up here. We thought he had it with the spear, looking for his finisher, the A-Town down. And then out of nowhere, just escapes and locks in the hurt lock immediately. Middle of the ring, Theory with no choice but to tap. And the crowd couldn't believe it.
I still can't believe it.
Right?
I can't believe it.
This S is bananas.
I thought Theory was the guaranteed bet for the whole night.
Right?
Well, I guess
Well,
Money in the
all
Bank
bets are
goes-
off now.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck answering the Vince McMahon after that. Fury loses the United States Championship tonight to the almighty Bobby Lashley.
Josh could have a very good point here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, that could be the entire logic behind it right there, Josh.
That's yeah.
75-day reign of Theory is over.
That it
And
is.
Ken, I agree with you.
Crazy.
Theory is gonna be a world champion. He is the next Miz.
And Corey Graves scoring points to JJ with his Riddler-like suit tonight. Suit game.
Yeah, but no one
Meanwhile,
can
we go
touch my Riddler
backstage.
suit.
No, definitely not. And then you got Byron Saxon, who still sucks no matter what he wears, so it's okay.
And
Hey,
meanwhile,
look,
we got Trish
I
Stratus
wanna hear
with the
this.
women's Money in the Bank ladder match winner, Liv Morgan. Oh, you would not. There's right. Anytime, anywhere for the next year. That's right. That's right. Don't mess it up. You do not want to be the first. That's me. Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's well deserved. Go out and celebrate tonight, Liv.
well, celebrate.
Congratulations.
You're in the right city there, kid.
As long as she doesn't put that up, you know, like a gamble. That's all I gotta
Right.
say.
Oh, goody. Another feature on Goldberg. Oh, and the Bellas. This is just, I don't want to watch A&E anymore. Awesome. Okay. Jesus.
Okay, well, this is random. It must be another series coming to the Peacock.
No, it's A&E
Oh,
Biography,
biography.
season 2 or whatever.
Yeah, there's too many of those in my opinion. Ugh. There's too
I
much
will say
race.
this. I will say this. I'm looking forward to the next table for 3, which is actually going to be like table for 5 because they're bringing the BSK on there.
Well, we got
here
time
we
to
go.
kill right now as they talk about the Miz for the next 3 minutes because they don't have
Right.
anything else to fill time. So, woof, yeah, wow, Austin Theory, it is all over, just like that. Immediate tap out. He barely resisted.
Right?
That was crazy.
That was crazy.
Well, congratulations to Bobby Lashley, the new United States champion, right before the Great American Bash.
There you go.
Well,
Can't argue with it.
I mean, again, at the end of the day, Bobby Lashley, he called his shot. We thought, okay, why you don't go after Roman Reigns? Well, that may be a whole political thing. But as far as, being a
Right.
champion, he got it. Easily.
He
Very
definitely did.
Very honestly was out of his element against the almighty Bobby Lashley. He tried to be a bit resourceful, a bit sneaky, and he ended up paying for it. Got caught in the hurt lock, and there was no escape. There was nothing he could do. He didn't try rolling through against the ropes. He didn't try to get up. He was just done.
That he was.
Well, anyway.
That he was.
Yeah, I do believe Austin Theory, though, still has a very bright future and definitely could be a world champion if they come up with some sort of championship for Monday Night Raw. But
of course.
Because theoretically right now, when you look at Bobby Lashley and this championship, he is the champion on Monday Night Raw now.
As far as the top guy, not the world champion, which is what the US and IC championships should be.
Anyway.
They should be the perennial number one contenders at all times.
Oh, I completely agree.
They haven't used that logic very much in recent years. Let's not kid ourselves, but
Well, I mean, yeah, and we'll see how this all leads into SummerSlam as far as,
Yes.
Austin Theory getting his contractual rematch, Vince McMahon influence, someone else steps up to the plate.
There's always shenanigans afoot in the WWE.
Guy.
Jeff, it looks like there's a spammer in the chat room.
Is there? All right, I'm on it. Sorry, I'm over here trying to.
That's funny. Not a botch, but a bot.
I keep getting this. I feel like I'm getting like somebody's trying to contact it, like getting in the chat room, and I'm trying to figure out why it's not going through. So I'm tech issues.
Technical difficulties.
I'm on.
Well, anyway, we're back inside the arena now with Jimmy Smith, Byron Saxton, and Corey Graves. Well, at least Byron and Corey wore something green. I'll give them credit for that.
Yeah, I know.
Well, meanwhile, guys, we keep moving forward, and it looks like still it is Raw time. It is time for the Raw Women's Championship. Bianca Belair defends the gold against Carmella.
And we talked about it earlier. Could this be an opportunity for Liv Morgan to cash in her briefcase, or will it be better suited down the road tonight against either Ronda or Natalya?
Well, let's also put this in perspective, JJ. The original match, unfortunately, for us that we're not getting tonight, it was going to be Bianca Belair versus Rhea Ripley. Yes. But unfortunately, she was not medically cleared to compete. So, of course, we had all sorts of shenanigans to try and find a new number one contender. And we saw how that played out with the likes of Bliss, Morgan, and Carmella, and Lynch. And somehow, after all of that madness, it was Carmella that capitalized in the moment and earned her way into the match tonight after just returning to Monday Night Raw out of nowhere.
That's because Noah Mella is money.
I gotta say,
is hush money in the bank.
I gotta say, this has been very, and I'm probably getting Jason now saying it like this, but this has very much felt like a pace of an AEW pay-per-view. They're just going boom, 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 like they're going through it here.
Well, maybe they're actually applying.
I'm okay with that.
Maybe they're actually applying a smart strategy, considering we actually want to watch some sort of form of wrestling.
Right? Damn it.
But again, the thing about Carmella, she knows how to seize the moment. She knows how to make the show about her. Tonight, we're going to see if Mella is worth the money.
Oh, yeah.
Or if she is like inflation and just continues to lose value and go bankrupt.
Now, I'll tell you, the outfit she wore out there Monday night for that promo is worth all the money in the bank you can throw at her in gold. I mean, I was like, somebody contacted Natty's gear maker and went, can we do one of these for Mella? And whoever it was delivered. God damn.
Former SmackDown Women's Champion, former Money in the Bank winner, the first Money in the Bank winner, former Women's Tag Team Champion. The only title she hasn't held is the Raw Women's Championship.
Yep. Like I said, on that outfit. Damn. They definitely know they've got something with her because people constantly face shame her, and I think it's disgusting they do that. But she goes out there and battles it anyway, and she takes very good care of her body in the gym and the way she eats. Like it's it's definitely paying off for her. She's definitely got a great look to her. I mean, a former cheerleader for the Patriots, former Laker girl. She definitely knows what to do to make sure she stays looking the way she needs to look. And I am looking forward to this more than I thought I would because I enjoy both of these women. I really do. Have fun, y'all.
Well, that's respectable, Jeff. But
also, Mikey, was your hand up? But your mic's muted. Did you have something to say, or?
Yeah, his mic's muted.
Okay. I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Yeah, he's muted. Yeah.
I know Sprock can see the lingo.
Mella looking like
Corey Graves right now is on his
mascot for the cock.
Right.
And I'll let you guys do with that what you will.
Yeah, it definitely sucks that Rhea wasn't cleared, and of course we got Mike in the chat room saying let's go Mella, and I agree. I like Bianca as champion, but I love me some Carmella. Anyway, I'm about to let you guys do your thing. Have fun.
See you post match.
Carmella, of course. Pause on as well. That's good. Well, JJ, here we are. Carmella versus Bianca Belair. Again, everyone's got their feelings about this match. Honestly, it's one of those things for also Carmella. She has that identity to her, being a diva in a woman's era. Again, I feel like that line that Charlotte Flair literally said about her sticks to her to this day, and she's kind of run with it.
And I completely agree with her, and that may be why I'm kind of put off by Mella. Ken comments about how she's very similar to Kelly, and I agree with that assessment. I don't want to see this in this modern age of wrestling. You can still be beautiful and be a badass in the ring. Case in point, look at her competition tonight. Bianca Belair is a gorgeous woman, and she can get in there. She can wrestle. She can fight. Look at the champion of the other brand. Look at Ronda Rousey. Look at Natalya. Look at women like Beth Phoenix. I don't need to see these blonde Barbie dolls that coming in here and all they have going for them are their looks.
I think it also comes down to how much silicone they use in certain areas, but I digress. Meanwhile, here comes Bianca Belair, the Raw Women's Champion, the strongest, the fastest, the smartest, and the EST of WWE, winning this title back at WrestleMania against big-time Becky Lynch, and successfully defending it so far in a triple threat affair against both Asuka and Becky Lynch, who at this point are probably going to continue to rival each other. And right now, Bianca Belair coming in with all the confidence possible. I would say definitely the odds favor Bianca Belair here. But again, Bobby Lashley out of nowhere beating Austin Theory. It kind of took us for a surprise. Carmella beating Bianca Belair, that would be a bigger upset than anything else tonight.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that would be one of the biggest upsets of recent memory. There's got to be some what stat boy, what are the odds of Carmella taking the title here tonight? Work on that while you're watching the match.
Eat your heart out, Shaw Samuels. All right, we go to Mike Rome now with the introductions. And we go to Corey Graves, who will continue to definitely not be unbiased.
Right?
Good Lord Almighty.
It's like Statboy wanted to talk about how Carmella was the right place, right time. Hello, wedding present much?
That's a fair point. Shoot, not even Sammy Guevara gifted Ty Conti a freaking AEW Women's Championship match. And Ty Conti can wrestle 10 times better than Carmella. Meanwhile, that's a different brand. It's the Raw Women's Championship on the line tonight from Las Vegas. Bianca Belair and Carmella. Carmella looking for, honestly, the Grand Slam, I would say, at this era. Of course, Rhea Ripley not clear to compete. We wish her all the best in recovery. The bell rings, and JJ, we're underway with, let's put it out there, dude, one of your favorites.
Oh, yes. Let's go.
Oh!
Let's freaking go.
And keep in mind, folks, JJ is definitely not biased, unlike Corey Graves. And meanwhile, Carmella, trapped right now in the power of Bianca Belair with the waist lock, bringing her down to the mat twice. Nice bad elbow strike by Carmella. But again here, The strength for Carmella is going to be her sneakiness because she knows how to use the ring to her advantage.
Yeah.
And she also
Carmella
knows
trying
how
to
to
get
use
back
the
to her
crowd
feet.
heat. Oh, again, Carmella right now on the ropes. Oh, kick to the midsection right now to Bianca. And you also got to consider if she's going to use that braid at all, too. We've seen how many times someone has tried to use the braid to their advantage and then ending up getting cracked by it. Oh, the knee in the midsection right there. And meanwhile, Carmella jaw-jacking like anybody out of New Jersey. Bianca Belair out of the corner. I'm not wrong. That's a loud city, by the way. Oh, look at the sass of Bianca Belair. Kiss that. Whoa, great agility by the champion with a beautiful drop kick follow-up and kip up. Again, Bianca Belair is not going to be rattled by Carmella and what she brings to the table. And the shoulder blocks right now in the corner. Again, the power. Oh.
Most definitely not, but you've also got to figure, does Bianca feel like Carmella brings something to the table that she doesn't? You know, last month going into Red Crate of Hate, Bianca was on the bump talking about how there was already some space being rented in her head, coming back to Vegas, defending her title, the same city where she lost it at SummerSlam last year. Does she still have some of that space rented in her head with this match?
That's a good point. She did come into SummerSlam last year as SmackDown Women's Champion, but here's the difference. Last year, she did not know who her opponent was, nor could prepare for it. She's had at least a couple of weeks to prepare for this opponent tonight.
That's valid, but there's also that briefcase floating around with Liv Morgan.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder that is also on the mind of either champion competing tonight. So there is a lot more pressure, I feel like, on both women's champions here at Money in the Bank.
As well as their contenders, because if one of their contenders can dethrone the champion, they've got to worry about being so fatigued that that briefcase gets cashed in on them as well.
I wonder if that's a forgotten point, though, when it comes to Carmella, because I feel like when it comes to Carmella, she focuses on herself. Cover, hooks the leg, kicks out one. And I feel, again, when it comes to Carmella, that's one of her advantages because she literally just puts the focus on herself. Oh,
very
look
much
at Carmella.
so. It's another one of the things that turns me off about her.
Right now, Carmella channeling some frustrations, trying to take advantage of Bianca Belair, who, like you said, could not be maybe in the right mindset. Could be a game of psychological warfare that comes into play here in this match. Oh, my. Carmella being the aggressor with the elbow strikes in the corner. And I'm just looking here. Kelly absolutely put a spell on High School Me back in the day. That's for dang sure. For me, it was Candice Michelle, but that's a different story. Go Daddy. Meanwhile, Carmella, nice attack in the corner. Hooks the leg. Near rope. Gets 2 count, but quick kick out by Bianca.
Considering I wasn't into wrestling back in high school, back in the day, it was Lita that put a spell on me.
Well, there you go.
Funny thing about Carmella, she was the first WWE female personality my son ever met. Out here at Venice Beach.
You mean Candice, not Carmella.
I said Candice.
1, 2. No.
Well, he said Candice, so I'm sorry. I'm watching Carmella and her freaking money gear like all over my screen. I'm a little distracted. I apologize. Yes, Candice Michelle and actually Lena Yada, you remember her, were at Summerfest in 2008. And
nice.
Those are the first two that Dylan met.
Oh!
Anyway.
That's pretty cool. Again, Candice Michelle was always one of my favorites for many reasons.
Yes.
I do agree with Key Mike's comment there that Mella is underrated on the mic, and that's where she is definitely stronger, per se. But we'll see what she brings to the ring tonight. I mean, hell, she's held up to like, oh, man. Well, she wasn't strong enough to overcome that clothesline. I was going to say that Carmella, I mean, she's been there with the likes of like Sasha Banks. We know she's friends with Bayley. People want to see Bayley show tonight. And now Bianca being the aggressor here, clubbing shots to the back, lifting her up, vertical suplex. Oh, wow. Look at this. How long can she hold her up tonight? Oh! Long suplex, bringing Carmella down the hard way.
But not long enough for my liking.
Well, no one's going to top Jonathan Gresham and Bandito. 60 seconds. Just saying.
But if any woman on the roster could do it, it would be Bianca Belair.
Now that I agree with. And meanwhile, Bianca might be looking for 10 shots out of the corner. Carmella trying to cover up. And Corey Graves having a fit. Go figure. Oh, nice flip out of the corner. Oh, clubbing shot. Oh, that's a shame, Corey. I know a good doctor, but she's not in WWE. Meanwhile, Irish whip in the corner right now. And Bianca. Oh, no. Shoulder first into the ring post. The veteran IQ of Carmella, who has been more involved in these championships. Oh, wait, look at this. It's a cradle. Hooks the leg, too. Oh, my gosh. Could have tried stealing it there. Looking for a roll-up. Feet on the rope. Oh, tried for some extra leverage. Man, thrust kick follow-up by the challenger. Cover again. Could be it, too. No. 3 quick cover executions by Carmella. And she can't believe it. Oh, man, that kick got all of it. But again, that goes to show the will of Bianca. Yeah, 3 chaos in 10 seconds. Whew, indeed, Moonlight.
And we appreciate that stat and somebody timing that for us.
Yeah, because I don't have a stopwatch here. Oh, and once again, oh, wait a minute. Up on the shoulders. Could be looking for the KOD. Got her hooked. KOD! The cover. 1, 2. Bianca retains. Trash talk all you want about you are money tonight. You are nothing. Bianca Belair still the Raw Women's Champion. And Corey Graves, you might be looking for the return on those alcoholic beverages. You don't have much to celebrate tonight. And again, JJ, just like that, flirts it. KOD for the 1, 2, 3. Victory to the EST.
So happy with that one. Oh, but what is this?
That was very good, by the way.
Looks like we've got a little bit of a post-match beatdown here.
Oh, wait a minute. Yep. Oh, you sore prissy loser. Come on. Uncalled for. Unnecessary. You lost fair and square. And Corey Graves right now is having a moment, probably in a suit, talking about how Carmella is once again making it all about herself, falling short. It doesn't matter. You lost. Get over it. Go on the Las Vegas Strip and get your money that way. You weren't good enough tonight. Deal with it.
Bianca Belair laid out on the mat.
Yeah, that's true. And Carmella right now, bit PO'd. Yeah. Good grief almighty. That was just unnecessary. And again, yanked her by the braid, JJ. Clubbing shots to the back.
See, there are 2 things I have learned in my life. Number 1, you never mess with somebody's radio. And number 2, you never mess with a black woman's hair. Just 2 things you don't mess with.
I'm just going to put it out there. You don't mess with a black bitch. That being said, Bianca Belair and Carmella, it looks like it's going to continue at this point. As Carmella once again tries to make it about herself, but gone in line, she does not have the prize tonight.
No. And I was waiting to see if Liv was going to come out. You know, I didn't want her to cash in on Bianca, obviously, but that post-match beatdown by Carmella definitely was giving the opportunity there for her to come out and dethrone in the same city that she lost the title last year.
Jeff?
I think I mentioned in the description for the show that I might have the special. I think I've got him on the horn here. Just give me a second, just to make sure I'm not talking out of my rear, because it does happen every once in a while with me, as you all know.
Wait, what the hell's happening here? What's going on here? What?
It's not working. Why isn't it working?
What?
Oh no!
What? What's happening? What? Anyway.
Nope. I lost the call. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Carry on. Carry on, wayward sons.
September 16th in Anaheim.
Woohoo!
You guys going out there all over California, looks like.
I don't know if I'm going to Anaheim on purpose for any.
Well,
yeah.
Mostly the parts of
All
California
right,
that nobody
all
wants
right.
to go to.
As long as it's not Monday Night Raw.
Accurate.
Because I cannot endure 3 hours of sports entertainment where I only can care maybe about 30 minutes, if that.
Right.
Anyway.
Even Anaheim is places that people don't want to go to.
That's right. But we digress.
Disneyland.
For those that are wondering, Palm Beach is off to the side. We're talking about October 21st. We're going.
Ah, okay.
Anyway.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Ooh, pinball.
Maybe.
What is this?
What in the heck is Santa doing in the
Santa
middle of
Claus?
Christmas in July?
It can't.
I can see him, but I can't hear him.
Yeah. He's freaking John Cena. Wow, God, that's so botchy. You can't even hear what he's saying.
Botch.
Santa, can you hear us?
Hello, Jeff and everybody. Can you all hear me up here?
We can hear you
It's
now.
a bad signal. It's a
Go
weird
ahead, we can
time.
hear you now.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you now. Go ahead, Santa.
Good.
How you doing up there?
Well, I figure, it's Christmas in July. I figured I would stop by really quick here during your show and say hello to all the boys and girls out there. Hope you're all behaving yourselves here as we get to the second half of the year. And just remember, I'm always watching you, and I'm watching this Premium Live event like the rest of you. I am a WWE fan, as you know, despite the controversies of late, but I am still a fan first and foremost of professional wrestling, darn it. And I am very happy to just pop in real quick and say hello. And Jeff, I appreciate you getting the connection through. I know it's been difficult to reach me up here at the poll. So again, if you want to book me for a virtual visit, as I'm doing with Jeff Meacham Network right now, or in person, if you're in proximity to good old JM, make sure you hit him up on social media, and I'll be back for sure the day after Thanksgiving, which is November 24th. So November 25th, I am ready to go to make appearances with your families, with your friends, with your family's friends, with your friends' families, whatever you need from Santa. I will be there. I just wanted to pop real quick and say hello.
Well, we appreciate Santa. I know it's got to be crazy busy up there right now, right?
Oh, we're always busy up here, without a doubt. It's a constantly constant busy, but we're actually having a little bit of a break right now. It's Christmas in July, so I'm getting the chance to enjoy, much like the people do at home on the regular every year, get to enjoy the various Christmas specials, the TV shows, the movies, and the music of the season throughout this month. I listen to it, of course, the entire year. I watch everything the entire year because I am Santa Claus. Of course, but
right.
I appreciate that so many people celebrate Christmas in July, and I'm glad to help celebrate that mark every year by being here with you guys on the Jeff Meacham Network. And thank you again for welcoming me in.
I appreciate you coming in tonight, Sam. We'll see you in November, bud.
It was my pleasure. Ho, 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 Merry Christmas, and enjoy the rest of the show. Bye-bye.
Bye, Santa. Thank you again. Well, there you go.
Wow.
Santa.
Bring
in Santa Claus in July. Christmas in July. You got to love that, right?
That was unexpected.
That was kind of botched, and I apologize for that. I tried hard, y'all. Anyway, so back to the show.
Joey Perez, have you never seen Rankin Bass's Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July? I'm just throwing that out there.
We don't watch Rankin Bass Santa because.
And King Mike X, it's better for a Santa promo than a porno bot. But
accurate.
I digress.
Accurate. 100% accurate. I will say this, though. We shouldn't not talk about the Rankin Bass Santa on our show, Jake. And why is that, Jake? Because in Rudolph, Santa's a what?
He's a dick.
He's a dick! Yeah, oh, man, terrible.
And that'll definitely be the subject for an open mic night when we get to December.
I actually did watch Rudolph today as part of my binge that Santa was talking about. He and I are both on a Christmas in July binge right now, and I watched Rudolph today. I'm like, damn, Santa's a dick. So, anyway. Okay. However, some people may think these guys are dicks, but they are also the ones.
Great segue, Jeff. As we now go back to in-ring action, it's time to
the
WWE Undisputed Tag Team Championships on the line as the Usos defend the red and blue straps against the Street Profits.
It should be red and green for Christmas in July, damn it. Anyway.
You need to just merge them into one purple title.
No.
There you go.
Well, yeah, I guess you could.
Oh, come on.
JJ,
Look
by
at
the-
that.
Are we really getting the freaking Oh, wow.
Man, they really are going all out.
They are going all in on the Usos with the Roman style graphics and everything. It's
It
tremendous.
didn't even look like them.
No.
Yeah,
You
no,
know
they
why,
didn't.
Mikey? You know why? Because you need to acknowledge them.
That's right.
Well, we
And,
got Corey Graves and Pat McAfee on commentary with Michael Cole, so this should be interesting.
McAfee and Corey on the comment. Yeah, I'm enough about to listen to you guys call this and listen to them call it too. I'm gonna have me a good time right now.
Oh, good Lord. I'm
No
not sure
pressure
how
or nothing,
Pat and
right?
Corey tolerate one another.
That's it.
Look at the acknowledgement the Usos are getting in
I love
sunny
that.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Vegas definitely loves them some Usos, man. I'll tell you what, as they should.
Well, they may not acknowledge them as strong as the head of the table, but there's no doubt that the Usos truly are the ones that stand above and beyond anything tag team wrestling in the WWE.
Yeah,
Of course, winning these straps off RK Bro on SmackDown.
I think back to 10, 12 years ago when the Usos were coming out in their traditional Samoan garb with the tribal dancing and everything.
The
You
Haka.
know, as much as I love what the Usos have morphed into over the years, I'm not going to lie, there's a small part of me that misses that presentation of them.
Same. As the Usos right now are
Same
talking
here,
about.
Moonlight Mirage. I like both the Usos and the Street Profits. I definitely think the Profits are well overdue for a title run, but it's just not going to come at the hands of the Usos.
There's just not a team right now on the Usos level.
No, there's not.
The Profits, the Street Profits, they want the smoke, but tonight I think they're going to get smoked. It's double or nothing for the challengers tonight in Sin City.
It's almost gotten to the point where you would need a super team to dethrone the Usos. You would need a rated RKO. You
Yeah.
would need a Rock and Sock.
Yep.
You would need a Hunter and Sean DX. You
Yep.
know, you can't just do it with your standard run-of-the-mill teams. They have just gotten to be that level. You know, Roman Shirt talks about God mode. The Usos are damn near there themselves.
Yeah, but I will say this. The Street Profits have certainly gathered enough momentum to earn this opportunity tonight. And I feel right now they probably are still more favored by the WWE Universe as they right now are engaging with them with red solo cups galore. Seriously, those red solo cups, who's going to clean up that mess? A lot of energy right now. Street Profits feeling very, very hyped for this affair ahead.
Red Solo Cups provided by Toby Keith's I Love This Bar, I'm sure.
We'll probably get a Toby Keith cameo at freaking SummerSlam in Nashville. Just saying.
Well, if memory serves me correctly, there's also a Toby Keith I Love This Bar in Vegas, which is why I made the joke in the
I'm gonna
first
say
place.
either that or down the street in Margaritaville, one or the other.
Where's Jimmy Buffett? Just saying, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Damn right.
It's not in Las Vegas, I'll tell you that much.
Nope,
Not right
it's
now, anyway.
6:27 in Las Vegas because it's 6:27 in sunny Southern California also.
There you go. All right, well, here we go. The Usos, the Street Profits, both the Raw and SmackDown, now known as the Undisputed Unified Tag Team Championships, are on the line. And at this point, if the Street Profits lose here tonight, the Usos, they need a customized title at this point because you might as well retire the two straps because there's nobody else left.
Pretty much.
Oh, good grief. This is going to be interesting. This should be a very game bout. Definitely pick up the energy from what we just saw a moment ago.
These matches have all been pretty good tonight, Noah. It's going to be interesting to see where we go from here because we've still got Ronda and Natalya as well as the men's Money in the Bank match.
If that men's Money in the Bank match doesn't close tonight, I'll be shocked. Bell rings are underway. Then again, we are in fight capital world, and Ronda Rousey, she is a fighter.
There's that too. Either way would be perfect.
We got Angela Dawkins, and I believe that is Jay starting us off. Con elbow tie up in the middle of the ring. Side headlock. Jimmy Uso, excuse me, I forgot Jay's the one with the beard. Jimmy, Jay. It's almost as confusing as Ezekiel and Elias. Nice shoulder block. As once again, they are out to be acknowledged, for they are the ones above the rest. Usos has been in every tag team match you could think of in the WWE, from the New Day to the Bludgeon Brothers to freaking Tyson Kidd and Cesaro at one point. They faced them all in the WWE and pretty much beaten them all. Have held tag team wrestling on lockdown.
I'm sure they've even faced off against their cousin when the Shield was in action.
You're probably right. Shoulder block. And right now, Montez Ford. Angelo Dawkins looking to, well, I can't say stir it up. That's gimmick infringement. Red Velvet get well soon. And right now, getting pick up speed. Nice agility there. Big drop kick. And meanwhile, pop up. Oh! Spinebuster. Tana Montez Ford. Montez Ford immediately goes to the top. That's coming in immediately. Uso rolls to the outside of the ring, avoiding the splash. That might play in the Street Profits flavor. Try to end feints quickly. But again, the Usos, how aware are they? And look at Montez Ford, a subtle 2 words.
It looks like he heard my comment about it, what it would take to defeat the Usos at this point, telling them to suck it.
Yeah. But again, gimmick infringement. And right now we got Montez Ford, the guy with the highest amount of energy currently in this ring. And probably with higher hops than any basketball player you can name in the league.
Yeah, I'd like to see Montez go against Carmelo from NXT.
I definitely agree.
I think that would be such good action right now, but I digress. Montez has impressed the hell out of me since I started to get back into WWE. Angelo as well, but Montez is definitely the Shawn Michaels, if you will, of the tag team, where I have a bad feeling Angelo Dawkins would become the Marty Jannetty.
Ouch, but accurate. Meanwhile, Jay and Montez, and ironically, this is a battle of Raw versus SmackDown. You hear Pat McAfee, of course, cheering the Usos on because, well, they're SmackDown. Corey Graves being the Raw commentary. A bit maybe of a Survivor Series type vibe here.
Yeah, most definitely. That would be good to see down the road, to see maybe Cousin Roman, the Usos, and 2 people to be determined versus the Street Profits and whomever else alongside them.
You can definitely see how the Usos prepare for this match and how well the Street Profits are prepared too. Much more toned down, beautiful drop kick out roll through, and another suck it to Jimmy.
The height that he got on that drop kick was so impressive.
Tag. Angelo Dawkins right now, isolating Jay in their corner, looking for a bit of double team offense. Montez drops down, nice shoulder block by Angelo Dawkins. And meanwhile, Angelo, whoop! Oh! Takes Montez Ford up and over the cover, 2 and no. Gets the kick out. Doing right now, staying in this. I can only imagine. We talk about Austin Theory being in hot water with Vince McMahon. If the Usos were to lose both, keyword, both these straps to the Street Profits, Roman Reigns might literally exile them from the Island of Relevancy. Tag to, what was that? Jimmy? Yeah, Jimmy. And meanwhile, Usos double team. Oh, man! Bringing Angelo Dawkins down the hard way to the ring.
Without question, I'm sure he'd exile him, but it would also draw the tribal chief back to television, which could be a good thing as we roll into SummerSlam here in the coming weeks.
Oh, and the Tope Suicida takes Angelo Dawkins out on the outside. And again, the thing about the Usos, they have to hold themselves to a standard of Roman Reigns. That is the constant pressure now the Usos have to carry with them as literally part of the head of the table.
Yeah, Roman has definitely set the bar very high for the Usos to try to come along and run with him, if you will. If they don't...
Double team about that, JJ. Sorry about that. Double team as they lift Angelo Dawkins up into the ring post.
That was nasty. I'm sorry. I got that on delay, but yeah, that was insane.
grief. Anyway, back to what you were previously saying. Right now, as the Usos are firmly in control, Dawkins, in worse for wear, needs to make a tag.
Yeah, he definitely needs to get over there to Montez. But I was saying that, that Roman has set the bar so high for the Usos that if they just cannot keep it up to the same level, at what point does Roman just say, screw family, you're dead weight to me?
Honestly, you can say the same thing about Roman. If Roman loses his titles first, what does that mean when it comes to the Usos and where they stand? They still have their championships. It really comes down to who in the bloodline falls short first. And tonight, I would not count out the Street Profits, considering, again, who fought Bobby Lashley was going to beat Austin Fury. Meanwhile, Angelo Dawkins rocked. And that cold-hearted stare by the Usos right now. Looking to finish things. Big shoulder block in the corner. And currently, big follow-up right strike. It's just these little things. You see the subtle mannerisms that both teams are exhibiting to each other. The Usos, once again, reinforcing they are the ones. Street Profits, particularly Montez Ford, saying, you ain't all that. And right now, literally just egging on Angelo Dawkins. He's right there. Go ahead. Make a tag. Preventing it, stomping the hand. So this match is definitely taking more of a psychological turn than a physical turn. And meanwhile, the Usos right now hanging Angelo Dawkins out on the ropes, using the ref's fire card. Ah, cheap shot behind the ref's back. That's just the great awareness of the Usos. Everything around them. And right now, Angelo Dawkins covering up. Some work of art. Get real, Corey. And meanwhile, good grief, I got my neighborhood blowing up outside my window. And the crowd right now.
That'll be over here in the next couple days.
The crowd right now is quiet as sparklers on the outside. Again, you look at Jimmy right now mocking the Street Profits. Could be looking for that running hip attack. Shades over Rikishi, says Umaga. Oh, what a strike. Well, so much for that. You see what happens when you showboat too much, and this is the moment that Angelo Dawkins needs to make a tag.
Yeah, no doubt. Both men down on the canvas. The question is, can Dawkins get to Montez?
Well, right now, it looks like Dawkins is more aware where his partner is. You saw it for a moment. And there's the tag, and here we go. Montez Ford, the legal man, with Jay off the top. Oh, caught out of mid-air. Kick to the midsection. That might be it. The cover, hooks to the leg, tail, and kick out by Montez Ford. Good grief.
That gave me flashbacks to Shawn Michaels and Shelton Benjamin circa 05.
Yeah, except Montez Ford didn't bend over backwards. He just literally had the wind knocked out of him. Take a look at the replay here. Oh! Right underneath the chin. And right now, Montez Ford just trying to get the wind back in his lungs. Angelo Dawkins is not even up on the apron at this point. This has become a 2-on-1 affair. The Usos at this point probably feel like they could put this away at any time.
Yeah, and they definitely could with the way this match is going. Montez really needs to get some momentum built here.
Hard Ash whip it to the corner. And right now, Jimmy and Jay, they know how vulnerable Montez Ford is. Meanwhile, Angelo Dawkins finally back up on the apron. Once again, wearing out Montez on the ropes. Solid plan by the Usos. Another cheap shot with a drive-by by Jimmy. Little bit of a nod. Roman Reigns. Las Vegas acknowledges you. This is for you, man. And right now, Jay, again, talking about they are the ones. This is all for the bloodline, all for the family. Look at this drive-by again on the replay. Jeez. Tag. And meanwhile, there is a tag now. What in the heck? Uh-oh, got him over the knee. Jimmy and Jay
on that
following
top
that
turnbuckle.
playbook. Oh! That might be it. Cover, 2, and somehow Montez gets the shoulder up.
And Dawkins back on his feet. He's ready for a tag there in the corner.
And the Usos nearly put away Montez Ford. Look at the height. Bringing it down hard over the knee with that axe hammer combination. And he literally perched up with his legs for extra, elevation. This match is taking a slower, much more methodical turn. Not your typical Uso style since being a part of the bloodline. We've seen how much Roman Reigns' influence has changed the Usos in the WWE to even something more dangerous and effective.
Looking at the time, you almost wonder if they've been told to stall a little bit and stretch things out, considering they've still got 2 matches to go, and they've still got about an hour and a half.
Now, was that a Paul Heyman move, a Vince McMahon move, or a Roman Reigns move? Who's truly in control here? I'm just saying. It's one of those things where also they're taking the audience out of the match. They're isolating and dominating Montez Ford, and you can almost hear a pin drop right now in this arena. This has become a one-sided beatdown.
Yeah, no doubt.
And right now, Jay and Jimmy, they both take a leg, make a wish!
Ooh.
That was nasty.
I have had that done many a time, and let me just say, it does not feel good.
I can only imagine. Literally. I mean, if you're Melina, it probably, is a normal day at the gym. Montez Ford, not so much. And right now, clubbing crossface shots. And once again, locking him underneath the chin in the sleeper.
Dawkins trying to hype his partner up. Let him know that he's there ready and willing to get that hot tag.
I would say at this point, Montez Ford needs that audience energy right now. That support from the crowd. Needs to hear their voices if he wants to try and bring anything back into this match for the Street Profits. And meanwhile, Montez Ford trying to reach out for a tag. But look again, locking the head. Just whips him back. Closer to the Usos corner. And kicks Dawkins off the apron.
Dawkins is no longer ready for that tag.
The slow, methodical, dominating approach of the Usos. That is their game plan. That is their playbook nowadays. It's no longer bright, flashy, colorful for the fans. It's to prove absolute dominance in the name of the bloodline, in the name of Roman Reigns. And right now, Montez Ford, 2-on-1 assault, trying to fire on the corner, get to the midsection, trying to get over there, literally punching his way through the Usos. But again, there is no one there to tag. And meanwhile, Irish whip, Montez Ford sent onto the apron. Shoulder block. Montez Ford, another soul sucker, gets caught out of midair. What a right.
And the expression on, I believe that's Jay's face, just really, really happy with what he just did there.
Yeah, no kidding. Take a look at the replay here. And yes, it is Jay. Look at this shot. He was going for some sort of slingshot move and got literally caught out of midair. You have to hear the fans now respect the Usos. We got Uso chants breaking out. Meanwhile, both men on the apron. This is dangerous territory. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. Shots in the midsection right now. Montez Ford fighting back. Oh, man! Big suplex on the apron to Jimmy. And right now, Montez Ford, I'm not sure if he got any less of that, honestly. Still on the apron, just trying to get back in this match. Needs to make a tag to his partner. Angelo Dawkins is ready and waiting. Is this the moment? There's the tag! Here comes Dawkins, former running back in the ring. Meanwhile, over the top! Top and cock low! He laid out both Usos! And right now, Street Profits looking to take advantage of the opportunity. Nice short arm clothesline. Run through in a second. Big pop-up stripe of the Usos once again. That's always a difference maker. And reverse Irish whip off the ropes. Look at that agility by Dawkins over the top. Nice! Back elbow strike. Jumping back elbow strike. Dawkins is feeling it. Street Profits are finally rolling. Corkscrew. Corkscrew splash. Step up instant Guri combination. Hooks the Uso up. Oh! Spinning corkscrew power slam, the cover, hooks on their leg, 2 new champions. No! Damn, that was close. Boy, did the match change on the fly, JJ.
Oh yeah, all it takes is that one moment, that 1 second to gain some momentum and get things going back in your favor.
And Dawkins right now playing the difference maker, scouting his prey on the outside, but I'm not sure if this is a false sense of security. Oh, got them both. He literally just tackling the Usos like bowling pins, picking up the 7-10 split.
Hey, whatever you got to do to get that momentum. They have been dominated so much during this match. If they can get a little bit of momentum going, then take advantage wherever you can.
And meanwhile, there's a tag to Montez Ford. Meanwhile, oh, wow, what a combination. And the suplex to cover Montez Ford. No champion, no. And the frustration being shown on Montez Ford. Take a look at this. Literally
yeah, I
pushes
thought for
him.
sure they had it.
That was
I thought for sure.
ridiculous. That was ridiculous tag team offense. The shoulder push into Montez Ford into an assist suplex release. There is near fall of the match. My gosh. And right now, we are definitely, if this is going to be put in sports terms, I say we're in the 4th quarter of a football game here.
Oh, yeah, without question.
Who's going to have the game-winning play? Meanwhile, Montez Ford. Oh, kick to the midsection. Nice up kick. Missed the Enziguri. Ducks underneath. There's a blind tag. There's another blind tag. Big Enziguri fall up that time, though. And meanwhile, oh! Caught with a right hand. Angelo Dawkins, the legal man. And right now, Montez Ford. Oh, what is this? My God. Avalanche blockbuster! The cover! 1, 2, no!
Man.
Are you kidding me?
They are coming so close, yet so far away with every passing moment, Noah.
What an insane electric chair blockbuster sunset takeover. I thought he had him. Perfect execution, middle of the ring cover, and still did not get the job done. Holy hell. Whew. That got the crowd up on their feet. Again, the MGM Grand Arena right now thought that the Street Prowess just hit the jackpot. Again, it's double or nothing. Here, somebody is going to leave with 2 tag team championships. Will they still be the ones? Or will the Street Prowess get it done? There's a shot right now. Oh!
You mentioned how the crowd at the Grand Garden Arena is on their feet. I don't think that's hard, Noah, since the last good wrestling match they had to watch was Eddie Guerrero versus Rey Mysterio, Mask versus Cruiserweight title back in WCW.
Yeah, this city is no stranger to classic professional wrestling. And meanwhile, step up, follow up. Oh, caught him on the rebound with the Enziguri. Man, this is getting downright crazy. And you can tell that both teams are definitely getting fatigued here. Angelo Dawkins right now taking on the Usos 2-on-1. There was a blind tag, though. And meanwhile, looks like they might be going for another electric chair tag team offense. They're going for that blockbuster again. Oh, wait a minute. Uso saving his brother, and Dawkins sent into the shoulder first into the ring post. Meanwhile, double super kick. Montez Ford stopped dead in his tracks. Cover for the win for the titles. No. Still, the Street Promise survived that double dose of super kicks. And the Usos can't believe it.
Usos having a super kick party over here, showing that that is not always the be-all, end-all for a match.
Oh, man. Right in the kisser, trying to take care of business was not enough tonight. And this goes to show how driven the Street Profits are to win both these tag team championships, to unify themselves as the ones on top of WWE's tag team division across both brands. And right now, the Usos are not trying to give him a second chance. The Usos got to feel a bit of urgency here. Meanwhile, going for the... No, wait a minute. Nice. Rana takeover Montez Ford. And meanwhile, I don't know if Ford knows about. Oh, man. Dropped hard on the outside. Ford in the Usos corner, but there's nobody there. He is in the ring by himself, and Duncan is nowhere to be found either. What the hell is Montez Ford figured here? Picking up speed, going off the ropes. Oh, my God! Are you kidding me? Holy tea! Montez Ford flying over the top of the ring post, wiping both Usos out. Can he capture the moment? Can he capitalize? Dawkins with the tag. Tag to Montez Ford once again. Pop up. Spy Buster. And Montez Ford for the froggy. The splash. The cover for the win. New champions. The titles on head. No. Somehow. Jimmy saves his brother.
Holy crap.
And the
Yeah,
crowd
I
can't
don't
believe
think I'm
it.
out of line, Noah, saying that this is definitely match of the night so far.
I wouldn't expect anything less from the likes of the Usos Street Profits. Look at this. Eat your heart out, Ricochet. Jesus.
And that frog splash, holy hell. You know, I just mentioned Eddie
Whoa.
Guerrero a moment ago.
Viva la raza.
That's got to make Eddie proud. That's got to make RVD proud. That's a 6-star frog splash right there.
Sorry, RVD, but yeah, I agree. Good Lord. And right now we got all 4 men down in the middle of the ring. And yes, I agree. Montez Ford himself is worthy of a world championship. But right now it's not about that. It's about the tag team championships. All 4 men, worse for wear. It's right now each one trying to help the others up. Good grief. What's going to happen here? We're about to kick it into second gear. Are we in the final 2 minutes of the final quarter? Here we go! What a match we got going on here right now. The Street Profits are going to take advantage. Ella Douglas on the outside. Oh, it's a super kick. Walked right into that and sent over into the timekeeper area. Meanwhile, Montez Ford on the shoulders of Jay. In the ropes, blind tag to Jimmy. Oh, wait, looking for super kick. No, I don't know what's going on here. Oh, gets the kick in right now. Double super kick by the Usos, though, once again to Montez Ford. Looking to hook him up for the 1D. Is that enough? The cover. 1, 2, 3. The Usos retain the titles.
Holy crap, man.
That was a hell of a game effort by the Street Profits. That was insane.
Wow.
Far gone are the days of Edge and Christian, the Hardys, and the Dudleys, but there is that part of me that wants to see the Usos help the Street Profits up and just shake their hands.
Right.
That was a hell of a match.
Yeah, I gotta give credit where credit's due. The Usos, they may be the ones, but the Street Profits prove they belong in the title picture too. But the 1D, once again, leads to victory for the Bloodline tonight at Money in the Bank. Perfectly executed after a hell of a fight. Oh, my gosh. 348 days and counting, the Usos remain on top of the WWE's tag team divisions. That was crazy as the Usos take their leave. There has to be a bit of respect there, though. I mean, again.
They won the SmackDown tag titles at Money in the Bank last year, am I right?
You are correct.
Jeez, it's crazy. Very rare to see that anymore. A team
Wait a second. Wait a second. Guys, the replay. I think Montez Ford right shoulder was up.
Uh-oh.
Pat McAfee, you can celebrate all you want for SmackDown, but I think the Street Profits have legitimate beef here. I don't think Montez Ford's shoulder was down for the entire 3 off the replay. Yep, his shoulder was up. The ref, take a look at the replay again. Look at the replay. Watch the ref. Watch the ref.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that.
His shoulder was up the entire 3 count. The ref didn't look at the shoulders. He only had to look at the left. Street Profits got screwed.
They have a legit gripe here. Wow.
Oh.
So is this going to be the Nick Patrick of the Bloodline? This referee going to join now?
I don't know, but you hear
I don't know
the
about
crowd.
that, but
The crowd is not happy, and neither are the
no.
Street Profits. Street Profits just got shafted. The right shoulder was up the entire count. As plain as day. Ref out of position. Oh, that's not good. A sour note to this great tag team classic. I gotta agree with Corey. The Street Profits have a legitimate gripe. They got screwed.
Again, Mikey, as we know in the Casa, people going to Vegas and getting screwed or not getting screwed is common. Usos screwing the Usos or the Street Profits got screwed big time.
Well, there's two ways to get screwed in Las Vegas, and this one just cost the Street Profits a lot.
Yeah, well, we meant the other one, but we can't talk about that in the air no more.
Yeah, that's true.
That's like
my
Bruno.
goodness.
We can't talk about it.
No. Always illegal, Joe.
Holy crap. That match was intense. Now here's the $1 million question here, and it should be an easy answer, but what comes next? The easy answer, the obvious answer, is to do the other women's title match next and leave the men's Money in the Bank match for the main event. Bookend the show with that. But it's International Fight Week. It's UFC's home. You've got Ronda Rousey defending the women's title.
Yes.
Do you save her to be the main event? And with the fact that WWE wasn't able to sell out the stadium like they had wanted to because of trying to compete with UFC, do you fuck Ronda over by having the cash in tonight?
Yeah.
Well, obviously, in Las Vegas, the fight capital of the world, something's got to happen, I would imagine, with Ronda Rousey. Because I don't know if there's like a UFC fight on tonight too also. So there is that suspension of disbelief too. And it also comes down to what's the bigger moment. The men's Money in the Bank winner or the potential cash in or some sort of surprise show up to challenge Ronda Rousey next. Remember, we got to figure out something heading into SummerSlam too. So there is that suspension of disbelief, JJ. You are right on both fronts. So I'm very curious what will be next.
I can't believe I forgot that Kevin Owens was U.S. champion as a result of a Chris Jericho feud. I've already forgotten about that till I just saw their highlight video here.
To be fair, WrestleMania 33 is one of the most forgettable WrestleManias for a number of reasons.
Well, I don't know. The freaking ending was pretty memorable still to this day.
Yeah.
Right or wrong, it still is memorable.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Ay. Oi. Whew. Vegas has
Joey Perez, that's why you hang around in my chat rooms, right? Shit like that. I love you, Joey. I miss you,
dude. But no Knights got cups.
I feel better.
Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Made Jeff very happy.
Yes, Mikey.
Off topic, I'm sorry to ask. What do you think of the little business acquisition for the Kings?
I love that for two reasons. One, because I love the player. He's going to do great things here. Number two, because our social media revealed a major acquisition, while the Ducks' social media revealed that the people in their office don't want to date Kings fans. So they were our freaking foul neighbors to the south were being petty douchebags about dating Kings fans while we were announcing major acquisitions. So that was a twofer win for me that day.
And don't forget, Jeff, the Fiendish Organization for World Larceny, or FOUL as you put it, also now has one player who has made it to the Stanley Cup Finals for 3 separate teams and failed to capture the cup. And who
in a row.
That would be Corey Perry.
That's right.
What the hell?
This is interesting.
This looks like some weird freaking. I don't know what the hell is going on here. What is happening? All right, then.
What was that?
I don't know. Hey, it's the Raiders. They left Oakland because Oakland didn't want them. Hey, it's the Knights. They haven't won a Stanley Cup.
I'm going to leave all that alone because I'm hashtag not involved in that world.
That's okay. Hey, look, it's Allegiant Stadium where the WWE couldn't sell out this event, but they sure as hell damn near did SummerSlam last year.
Well, there's your answer. Up next, it's Ronda Rousey versus Natalya for the SmackDown Women's Championship as we get back to in-ring action. That very well could be possible, Josh.
Don't know. We shall see.
And Raymond, no, I did not see your other message on the Obi-Wan series.
I didn't either, to be fair. I would have put it up. I didn't see it either.
We got time as they talk about the video package that led to this match here, which, again, you figure about the build to this. It's like, man, but you figure about who's involved in this. This should be an absolutely great match. We're talking about Rowdy Ronda Rousey, who came back to the WWE and finally became the SmackDown Women's Champion, taking Charlotte Flair's arm back at WrestleMania Backlash, already having a successful title defense against Raquel Rodriguez. And now she faces, well, pretty much one of the very people that got her here in the first place. Former friend, I guess, trainer. Some would say the boat. Some would say locker room leader for generations. I'm, of course, talking about Natalya.
And here comes the champ.
No, here comes Natalya playing as the champ on SmackDown, which is just cringe.
Oh, okay, my thing's acting up again. Sorry.
No, you're good. You know, Natalya, she does have a lot of records, though. I mean, she also is a person that's been involved in 5 Money in the Bank ladder matches with 0 wins.
Yeah, I would definitely say that the next time she gets involved in one, she needs to win it. Sort of like the proverbial lifetime achievement award. Like, here's the briefcase.
Well, there's 2 things Natalya has not done in her career. 1 a Royal Rumble, 1 Money in the Bank.
And time is coming for both of those. Could you imagine somebody that actually has the briefcase, cashes it in at the Rumble, fails, enters the Rumble that night, and then wins the Rumble?
Very possible.
Dude, Ken, with all due respect to Natty, because we all love Natty in this room, Ronda is very capable of handling her shit on her own. This will be a good, solid match.
The thing about Ronda Rousey that's weak, and if you could say Ronda and weak in the same sense, there's only one thing, and that is her mic game.
Oh, definitely.
Else, she is above and beyond practically anybody else, female-wise, now in the WWE, besides maybe Shayna Baszler, which should be the actual match in that, but I digress.
And by the way, they just showed the Hart legacy throughout the years. Today actually is Uncle Brett's birthday for Natty, so she actually dedicated her match to Brett today, for the record.
So expect a sharpshooter.
65.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Yes, Daniel, that is all that's left. This match and then the men's Money in the Bank. I definitely agree Natty has more experience in the ring, but Ronda has come into her own with Natty's training. Let's not forget that. So
Exactly. Yeah. Not only does Ronda have Natalya's training background to a degree, she has her MMA background of her own to a degree, and not just in judo.
Most definitely.
Here comes
this
Natalya.
is something I'm looking forward to.
Natalya, of course, a former SmackDown Women's Champion in her own right, no stranger to this type of situation. And of course, we talk about, like you said, her uncle, Bret the Hitman Hart, as she gives a pair of heart-shaped sunglasses to a very lucky fan at ringside.
Goodness gracious, Natty.
All right, JJ, seriously.
I don't want to out it. I don't want to out. I'm 99% sure that was her nieces and nephews. I'm almost positive it was family.
It would not surprise me one bit. Again,
I swear I recognize the kiddos, but again, I could be wrong. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Guiding the future, guiding generations. No, you're all good, brother. I'm not even going to talk about that nonsense. That being said, we all know Natalya's background. We all know her experience. We all know how much respect that she has, not just for, the WWE, but also how much she carries herself in women's wrestling. Again, she was involved in the very first ever women's match at Country Redacted, which is a milestone in itself.
Yes.
And she looks ready to go tonight. But again, she's only been playing with Ronda Rousey's emotion. Can she get the better of Ronda Rousey physically tonight? By the way, botch production, wrong graphics up here. And here comes Rowdy Ronda Rousey.
That's right. The woman who don't give a damn about her bad reputation.
Shout out to Joan Jett.
Yes, big shout out to Joan Jett.
Royal Rumble winner, SmackDown Women's Champion, former Raw Women's Champion, UFC Hall of Famer, and now a proud mother.
Yes. She's another one I'd like to see get a hold of the briefcase. She hasn't been in a Money in the Bank match either that I can think of. It would be
Look.
nice to see her in that type of environment.
We just want to see Ronda Rousey pull a Brock Lesnar and break somebody in half, like she did Charlotte Flair, WrestleMania Backlash, allegedly, or literally have a run in on the Money in the Bank. But that's something to come. Okay, let's go down to the introductions from Savannah Irvin. I like the gear tonight that Ronda Rousey's wearing. It makes me think about Atari. Of course, Ronda Rousey, a gamer at heart, which is another reason why I love Ronda Rousey. And Natalya not getting the fanfare, which is no surprise.
Yeah, no, the way she's been handling herself through the storyline, it's very easy to see why Natty isn't getting the traditional reaction from the crowd here.
No doubt.
Although I will say that that top that Natty has makes the rack out, as it were, look like watermelons, but I digress.
This is going to be wild. Oh, wait for the bell to ring. Gonna wait for the bell to ring. Hold on here. Game on. We're underway. Calling out top immediately. Natalya looks for a headlock, and right now both these ladies pushing each other into the ropes, trying to look for some sort of leverage. Again, we certainly talked about an open mic night and the approach that these two have had with the Twitter beef, and then talking about the whole, your mama thing and the third party thing. A bit underrated, in my opinion, when you consider what really should be the side for this match comes down to wrestling acumen.
Ooh. Yeah, you figure Natalya, Natty Neidhart, a product of the dungeon. She's definitely got the skill and the ability to carry this on her own merit. You talk about Ronda Rousey, UFC women's champion, judo trained. She's got the ability to carry this on her own acumen. You don't need to be bringing up things like YouTube shows and OnlyFans to draw attention to this match. That's the stuff that the women back in the 2000s, 2002s would have done. Your Deborah McMichaels, your Stacey the Cat Carters, your Sables, your Jacquelines. We don't need that in this era with these two women especially.
Yeah, talk about going backwards from evolution to friggin' degradation. Meanwhile, Natalya working the arm, that'll be a conversation for a different day because I know people like to be stuck in those days. Hi, Vince. Meanwhile, look at this stance. Again, Ronda Rousey, fighter. Fight. Right now, looking at some German domination. Meanwhile, Natalya doing some nice reversing here. Oh, look at this. Trying to get her up for some sort of suplex here. Meanwhile, Ronda Rousey roll over. Oh, one shoulder's down. Oh, wow, almost got her just like that. And again, in the crucifix. Got Natalya down for a 1 count. Meanwhile, Natalya looks to pick the ankle. Ankle lock, maybe? And look at that. Ankle lock by Natalya. I don't think she has the pressure fully in, though, because Ronda Rousey definitely able to keep her body off the mat. Maybe look at the roll through. Oh, nope, just picks the ankle, reverses herself. Reversing Natalya. About to show her how it's done. And Ronda Rousey with the ankle lock now in the middle of the ring, and she's wrenching in on it. Doesn't have a grapevine, though. But Natalya, great way to follow the rope for it as well. And we all know how well these two know each other because, of course, it was Natalya that helped Ronda Rousey train to be a part of the WWE. Ooh, what a step up. Goes for the drop kick. Ronda Rousey reverses. And once again goes back into the ankle lock. And Natalya makes it to the bottom rope immediately. Both of these women so far looking for the ankle. We all know Natalya loves to apply the sharpshooter, though. But it looks like Ronda Rousey might be looking to win her own way via submission. A nod to Kurt Angle as Natalya right now. Me, what did I say? I didn't say anything. Trying everybody to shut up right now. We all know Natalya can be a bit of a hothead. And meanwhile, Ronda Rousey comes around from the outside. Natalya running for her life. You better run, Natalya. Rousey, of course, the championship advantage, follows Natalya to the inside of the ring, and Natalya puts herself into the ropes to try and slow down Ronda Rousey's momentum. Oh! I don't know how wise that is, JJ.
Definitely.
Oh! Very resourceful, though, by Natalya, driving Ronda Rousey, I think, throat first into the ropes. Discus! Clothesline drops Ronda Rousey. Here's the cover, hooks the near leg, too, and Ronda Rousey gets the shoulder up. Yeah, right into the ribs, actually. Excuse me. Of course, we're going to hear a lot of the word bitch tonight from these two during this match, it seems. Try to add a bit more attitude to the match. What's the meanest word a woman can say to another woman in a wrestling match? At least in WWE, bitch. Oh,
I was gonna say, as far as one that could be televised and not censored, probably bitch.
yeah, that's fair.
But there's always, the see you next Tuesday word, and if you know, you know.
Oh, Lord, let's not get that tonight because then we are not going to be PG.
No, definitely not. But you want to talk about the worst that a female can say to another female? That's probably what it would be. Just that would get, heavy censors.
Men saying to females is much more troublesome.
That's
Trust and
fair.
believe.
That's fair. And right now, Natalya is working the champion, wearing her down with a sleeper. And again, Natalya says she wants to be the first one to tap out Ronda Rousey. That sort of goal here, I wonder if that's going to be too much of a focus for Natalya because Ronda Rousey's disciplined in both parts. She can pin her, she can submit her. When I think of Natalya, I look at her more as a technical wrestler, as a submissionist.
I agree with that. I completely agree with that. And you're absolutely right. If she focuses on that too much, it could possibly take her out of her game. I was doing a little bit research this afternoon, not necessarily to this match, but I was looking up some other stats. Do you remember, Noah, who the first person was to make CM Punk submit in WWE?
It wasn't John Cena, I think. I'm trying to think. He's been involved in WWE for a long time. I can't remember. That's a trivia question for Good Cherry. Off.
It was his lordship, William Regal.
Oh, yeah, that's right. William Regal.
The King of the Ring finals.
King of the Ring finals. Where Lord Regal reigned, one of the most prominent kings of the ring of all time, next to Owen Hart, but I digress.
Yes,
Meanwhile...
But it made me think, the way you mentioned, Natty could be the first one to make Ronda submit is what triggered that in my head. So I apologize for taking us away from the match slightly.
No, you're fine. I mean, that's what we do.
That's how
here.
I got there.
Well, you think about technical wrestling and the art of joint manipulation, body, oh my goodness, these body shots in the abdominal stretch by Ronda Rousey. You think about, the chess game that goes in technical wrestling, working your opponent's body over, exaggerating a limb for the win. You got Deonna Purrazzo that looks for the Fujiwara armbar submission. You got the likes of Zack Sabre Jr., who could trap your arms, your head, and your legs. You got Marina Shafir, whose latest submission hold is called Greedy. You got the likes of Bryan Danielson with the label lock, per se, or a triangle. And you even got Roman Reigns with the guillotine. And meanwhile, Ronda Rousey looks for the armbar, maybe.
And when it comes to Bryan Danielson, don't forget about cattle mutilation as well.
Yeah, that's very true. And that's a whole different form of submission right there. Natalya falls up with a clothesline, drops Ronda Rousey down. For me, I figure out this match to go in Natalya's favor, it needs to stay more technical. If it becomes more physical, Ronda Rousey can knock her out. But right now, Ronda Rousey being worked over by Natalya, sent into the corner. And Natalya falls up. Oh, elbow strike. Of course, Ronda Rousey does not wear elbow pads or knee pads. Everything with her is bare bone. There's a roll through clothesline by Ronda Rousey trying to get some sort of offense in. And Ronda Rousey, counting the discus, falls over, maybe looking for a crucifix, but couldn't hold it.
I love how she was rolling through with those clotheslines. That's so different to me.
I feel like it adds a bit more momentum to the shot, too. And then a rising knee strike and another body shot. And right now,
it keeps the body in motion. You figure a normal clothesline, you deliver it, but then your body stays still as you wait for the person to get up. If you keep your body in motion, then you're constantly got that adrenaline, and there's no opportunity for you to start to come down a little bit. You're go, go, go.
Roll through. Yeah, and you look at these counter roll-throughs right now by both women as Ronda Rousey looked for a Piper's Pit a moment ago, unable to execute it with the work done to the back. Meanwhile, Natalya going back to the technical game as Ronda Rousey tries to keep her arms locked as it looks like Natalya might be looking for a Fujiwara. But Ronda's got her fingers firmly locked in place here. This definitely is a different tone of a match versus what we just saw for sure. Oh, stop to the midsection. And Ronda Rousey, oh, this would be insult to injury. Looking for the sharpshooter. Can she actually apply it? And look at that with a flex. If Ronda Rousey gets Natalya to tap out to the sharpshooter, it will be the ultimate insult to Natalya's career and to the Hart family.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Happy birthday, Brett.
Trying to hold on to it, got sits in tight, unable to. Again, the work done earlier by Natalya to the lower back of Ronda Rousey definitely coming into play here. And, of course, the ropes for added safety. Ronda Rousey a bit weared out here, a bit worked over. And right now we're wondering who could take advantage here. Both these women, a bit worse for wear. Still a bit of jaw jacking I see here. Oh, that wasn't smart. A couple of slaps exchanged among the two. Ronda Rousey takes Natalya over and might be looking to take an arm tonight. Oh, man. Oh, wait a minute. A bit too much showboat. Seeing Natalya reverse it. Send Ronda Rousey to the outside. That was not a good landing.
And Natalya quick to get out there and start capitalizing, trying to take advantage of the situation, Noah.
And she's also going right after that knee, JJ. Again, Ronda Rousey does not wear any protective gear on her legs, so that knee is exposed. Working that knee could soften up for the sharpshooter as she sits around the apron. I wasn't sure if she was going for an apron bomb or something like that. And I agree, Josh. The fact that she did the Shawn Michaels pose of doing the sharpshooter, talk about Brett versus Shawn Michaels reincarnated, at least for that moment. We know the influences here by both parties. And a sharpshooter on the apron using the rest 5 count. And right now, again, Ronda Rousey. Oh, no, that was bad. Rolled through escape, sending Natalya into the ring post. Man, the ring post been using that or what?
So let's just give somebody else a severe concussion, have their head go smack into that LED post.
Oh, man, you're right on the replay. Natalya went in head first. Oh, man. Right now, we're at a count of 7. This could actually end on a count out. Count of 8. Ronda Rousey hobbled, but back up on her feet as Natalya breaks the ref's count before 10. But again, look at Ronda Rousey, how nimble she is on that right leg. She can't put any pressure on it. Damage done. And I wonder if she can hold the base. Oh, no. Trying to get her up maybe for Piper's Pit, but can she get the base? Or will she collapse from underneath? Oh, the pain. And again, Natalya finds a way out from underneath. So Ronda Rousey, oh, back to submissions game. Armbar, wait a minute. Oh, Natalya, roll through. Might be looking for the sharpshooter. Can Natalya get in? Can he turn her over? It's the middle of the ring. Oh, wait a minute. Ronda Rousey says emergency. Picks the ankle. Grabs the ankle lock. And Natalya once again in trouble. And Rousey got it firmly locked in this time. But again, Natalya keeping her body off the mat. Trying to force a break. And Ronda Rousey still not fully got her base in. Trying to bring Natalya down to the mat. Natalya reverses again. Both these women are looking for the submission. And meanwhile, counter. Oh, look at that. The arm is trapped between Ronda Rousey's legs. And Natalya could literally be fainting here. It looks like she's got part of a truck. And she tapped. Are you kidding me? Wow.
There we go, gentlemen. Ronda Rousey reigns supreme. But again, with that leg, is she prime pickings for the Money in the Bank?
Well, let's also put this in perspective, though, JJ. She beat Natalya via submission with a dribbling armbar to a degree and kind of a reverse triangle. Didn't have her head fully locked in, but apparently there was enough pressure applied to the arm to exaggerate it and that shoulder that allowed Ronda Rousey to get the win. She was constantly working over the ankle most of this match, so that kind of surprises me because she was never able to get the full Fujiwara armbar locked in earlier. But Natalia, sense of urgency, I guess she had to tap out, otherwise she probably was going to lose an arm. And what? Oh, wait a minute!
Ruh-roh.
Are you kidding me? Liv Morgan!
Oh, no.
Liv Morgan! She won Money in the Bank earlier! Are you kidding me? What?
Don't do it.
Whoa,
Don't
no
do it.
way!
Oh,
She's
no.
cashing in! Are you kidding me? Liv's gonna cash in on Ronda Rousey! We got another SmackDown Women's Championship match! Liv's gonna cash
Tori
in!
is cashing in.
The bell rings round the way! Liv
Come on,
immediately
Liv.
caught the ankle lock over Ronda Rousey! Ronda picked the ankle! Liv Morgan nowhere to go!
3.
Oh my no, she escaped! Ronda Rousey got in again, and Grant finds it! Oh no, she doesn't. This is the moment, Liv! You cannot let this lose you!
Do
Or go by,
not.
excuse me.
Oh, I got my microphone. I'm sorry.
Josh, be careful in the chat room,
wait a
brother,
minute.
okay? Remember, we're not in the same.
The man at the roll up too, got the shoulders down. Liv
Holy
Morgan
cow, she
wins!
did it!
Liv Morgan wins!
No way!
Holy
Liv
crap,
Morgan just
Liv.
pinned Ronda Rousey and became the new SmackDown Women's Champion! Oh my God!
And Ronda, with all the class that she has, handing the title to Liv Morgan.
Seize your
Giving
moment!
her a hug.
Seize your
Holy
moment!
crap.
Watch her! The ultimate underdog story of the WWE leads to cashing in on the ultimate opportunity. Liv Morgan pins Ronda Rousey and wins her first championship in WWE.
And
The
did you
SmackDown
see,
Women's Championship and the
did you see
embrace by the
Ronda?
former champ herself.
did you see Ronda's mouth? She told her, you deserve it.
And I don't think nobody will disagree with that.
Holy crap.
Ronda Rousey survives
Yeah.
Natalia and falls to Liv Morgan, endorsing the future. Liv Morgan, you finally have done it. You finally have become a women's champion.
This is so awesome. You know, you guys, you gotta think about this. She started this evening as one of the main underdogs in Money in the Bank. She's had chance after chance to become champion and has always fallen short. Not only did she get the briefcase, she cashes in against Ronda fucking Rousey,
Take it
the
in, Liv.
baddest woman on the planet, to successfully become champion. And then not only that, in a show of sportsmanship, is handed the title by Ronda, given a hug from Ronda, and endorsed, telling her that she deserves it.
And embraced by the crowd as a remaining babyface, Ken. So keep that in mind. Liv is still very much a babyface, at least right now.
Let's go back to the replay here at this moment as Liv Morgan, she
Oh.
made sure tonight we watched her as she cashes in on a very hard-fought Ronda Rousey. Definitely was not 100%. She took advantage of the opportunity and picked her moment, catching Ronda Rousey with a roll-up, knowing that she could not kick out high stack with her body, and Liv Morgan makes history. What a
And
payoff.
Ronda said something naughty. And when she saw Liv coming down there, you could see it. You could read lips.
Yeah. So,
Man.
forgive my ignorance because I was away during the introductions. Was Ronda's gear supposed to be part of Pride Celebration?
I
Yes.
think it was more video game based because Atari, because I didn't see full rainbow. It's like, the red, the orange, the purple. That's Atari, I think.
Well, I was asking because the purple was so dark, it didn't come off very well in the execution of the gear. I was just curious on that. So
I don't know if they mentioned it on commentary. My headphones are muted, so I don't hear the audio, so it doesn't get picked up in my microphone.
no, of course.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'll have to go back, and I'm sure they'll talk about it on social media later tonight. So
And
good for
Josh,
Liv,
you're absolutely right. At this point in the game, is there
Ooh,
any
Lordy.
better rub that you can get than that?
Nope.
You're hard pressed to show me one right there.
And then we're going from a moment like that to the Great American Bash, which could be Cameron Grimes' ultimate coronation as the guy in NXT coming up Tuesday night. So, again, Josh, when you're commenting in the chat room, make sure we're caught up with you. You're spoiling shit for producer boy here.
And
Thank
commentator boy, because
I know you're good.
I've been having glitchy feeds all day. I've mentioned that a couple times here live.
Why am I saying I get a message?
I always end up either ahead of Noah or behind Noah, so that's why my commentary sounds the way it does. Either I'm dead quiet because I'm waiting for Noah to catch up to what I've seen so I can mention something, or I'm so far behind Noah I can't commentate on what he's talking about.
We love you too, Josh. We're just trying to. We're not being dicks. We're just reminding you, hey, just you know, enthusiasm is wonderful. We don't discourage that at all in this room. Just you know, have the rah-rah till we catch up and we can all rah-rah together.
Right now we're just on.
Jeez, look at Drew, freaking baby Mac.
Oh my gosh. Well, what an incredible moment. Congratulations, Liv Morgan. You finally
freaking three-man band. Oh my God.
You know, for Clash of the Castle, I want him to come out to Broken Dreams one more time.
Seriously, I would do, like, if I knew for a fact that was going to be a thing, I would call in some favor somewhere and just go to watch that. That'd be awesome to be there live when they played that one more time.
Dude, go balls deep. Have Shaman's Harvest there to play him out.
Right. I would do it then for real. Jesus.
Oh my goodness. Whew.
No, I'm not seeing Dylan for a while if he's doing work for other people when I have to make that decision, right? You're good with that, right? Okay. Just want to make sure.
As fireworks go off outside my neighborhood.
Josh, go back to the writing step like that. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mikey. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I just want to say about the double bicep pose with the sharpshooter. Very smart. I just want to see the image reversed. I want to see it as if I'm looking at Ronda, not from the back. I want to see the 360 degree. I want to see what it looks like from that one. I put a tweet on that. I'm like, reverse it so you can see it from her angle.
Strike that. Reverse it.
So are you done updating your prop, Mikey?
Now there's one more match left, so I gotta update that.
I just want to make sure because I have my call ready when we throw to you for that. So I just want to make sure we're good. Okay.
Man, well, as we're getting back, let's just take a moment.
Take a breath. Yeah.
Congratulations, Liv Morgan winning her first ever women's championship in the WWE.
What I say in the description for the show today, this night is all about the WWE and Pat McAfee with the Kurt Hennig pencil toss because he has got that down. The ultimate opportunity. And that's what this has become in the last 17 years, the ultimate opportunity.
All thanks to Edge, the ultimate opportunist.
Yep.
And Chris Jericho, who brought this idea in the first place.
Yep. You figure Edge winning it, 2 years out of 3, and his 2 wins bookending our favorite Money in the Bank, at least my favorite Money in the Bank cash in. So, should have been there for it. Damn it. But anyway.
Gosh, I can breathe for a moment now because the rest of our life.
That's how, as great as these 6, the 5 matches have been so far, and the 1 will likely be, that's how, honestly, people are talking about this. This didn't look like it was going to be a really good card. I honestly have liked the way the show's been paced, and I don't mind them taking part of the time to shill the next show because they know for a fact that people are not wanting to see this match again. No. So they are making sure we know that it's different. They're doing a different way. Remember, we're getting cowboy shizzing out of Brock Lesnar against the dominant undisputed champions. And again, they're even talking about in the hype package. We've seen this before. We know we've seen this before, but it's different this time. So I don't mind them hyping this match as a filler of sorts to get us to 3 hours because I've loved the way the show's been paced up to now.
Agreed.
Yeah,
100% okay with it.
It's been a good pace, and overall, I have to say the tag team title match definitely has been my match of the night, but moment of the
Without
night,
a doubt.
so darn happy for Liv Morgan.
Yep.
Couldn't be happier.
Yeah, it's one of
agreed.
those, most of the experts, do match and moment. Freaking tag title match and Liv so far, no doubt about it.
Although the tag title match definitely left some controversy aside since Montez Ford was down
did.
for the entire 3 count.
It definitely did. We will definitely hear about that on the 4th of July.
Oh, no doubt. You kidding me? No doubt.
Like I said, this is one of those. This is the only match. Well, actually, they've kind of made McAfee and Corbin unofficial, official. But like, I would not mind not going to Nashville and not going over to the stadium to watch this show. But as inexpensive as the tickets were, I would do it anyway because it's SummerSlam and it's right there next to where StarCast is going to be. So if I was going to StarCast, I would find a way to go across the street or whatever it is. Because this should be one of those where we've seen it so much. I've never seen this particular match live. I know Aaron and the 2015 crew went up to Santa Paula to watch it at Levi Stadium at WrestleMania. I know many of us have been to the SummerSlam match or the other match they've had over the years, but I've never seen these two go one-on-one. So I would like to see it in person if it was financially feasible. Well, there we go.
Tell us how you really feel, Noah.
Don't worry,
Right.
bro. You'll get out here.
Can we just talk about the fact that the party shot there before they went to their match graphics is Charles Robinson, and he's still refereeing?
That's saying something.
God bless Charles, man. He definitely looks 20 years older. I'm not even going to try to sugarcoat it, but he is the freaking Energizer Bunny. That referee will keep on going. I swear, I love it. Here we go.
There is a Flair wrestling. He will have a job.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate right there,
Nice.
JJ. All right, guys.
There we go. Yep.
It is
Whether
now
they get him hired or
time
not,
for
he'll be
the
there.
Main event.
Samantha Irvin, of course, talking about what this is about as it's time for the men's Money in the Bank ladder match.
Have fun, boys.
And here comes Matt Riddle, who, might I add, this is his first ever Money in the Bank ladder match. We've seen people in their first Money in the Bank ladder match capitalize before, both men and women. We just saw Liv Morgan. Can Riddle capture the case tonight? As we've seen before with the likes of Brock Lesnar, Big E, Otis, John Cena, and Braun Strowman, who won the case in their first Money in the Bank ladder match. Of course, Matt Riddle coming off recently a match against the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns, for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship in a losing affair where he can never challenge again. However, winning that briefcase, JJ could very well be a big loophole.
Yeah, without question. As soon as I heard that stipulation get added to the title match he had against Roman, I immediately thought, okay, he should win Money in the Bank.
Yeah, my bad, by the way. He wasn't last year. I totally forgot about that. And he's got a shirt supporting Randy, so expect an RKO as he's in his second Money in the Bank ladder match. Speaking of Money in the Bank ladder matches, talk about probably the most infinite cash-in Money in the Bank history. That only goes to one man, and that is Seth freaking Rollins, now in his third Money in the Bank ladder match. Of course, winning it back in 2014 and holding it till WrestleMania, giving us the cash-in of the century over Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns.
And could he be fixing to do it again come SummerSlam?
Entirely possible. The only
Will
addition,
history repeat itself?
the only addition versus WrestleMania 31, this match coming up is a last man standing. Come WrestleMania 2015, there was only one man standing after a curb stomp to the back of the head of Roman Reigns, and that was Seth freaking Rollins capturing the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. The only man in history to cash in at WrestleMania. And right now, Seth Rollins, of course, coming off that crazy trilogy of matches with Cody Rhodes, going 0-3. when you figure about Cody Rhodes and talking about the men's Money in the Bank ladder match tonight, he had much more to say about Seth freaking Rollins versus anybody else.
Oh yeah, without question, because he just came off of that heated rivalry with him, so there's definitely Rollins on the brain, if you will, as here comes Omos.
Now, this is interesting, considering Omos has never been a Money in the Bank ladder match before, but we've seen the likes of Big Show, for example, involved in this, and we saw the strategy come into play. I also got to consider, can Omos actually climb a ladder without breaking a rung?
That would be interesting to see. I would almost kind of like to see him try and climb one and have a run break, just to add to the sheer awesomeness factor that they're trying to present him as.
You also got to consider the outside influence that definitely will come into play here, most likely, and that will be MVP. As he's hyping him up right now. Or is he going to let him go out by himself? Oh, wow. Okay.
MVP leaving Omos to handle things on his own like a man should.
If I may, I wonder if they'll prey on the audience's lack of memory or common sense and actually have the Big Show ladder ready with the reinforced one they used a couple times for Big Show later on in years.
Possibly.
And here comes the newest addition to the match, Madcap Moss, fresh off of his rivalry with Happy Corbin. And it just pains me to even say Happy Corbin. But anyways, Moss really looking to make a name for himself coming off of the heels of that feud.
Oh, end of days last night on SmackDown as Madcap Moss took the advantage of Happy Corbin's work and pinned Ezekiel, Elias, Elroy, whatever the hell you want to call him.
His boy Elroy?
Elroy, Emred, I don't know. How deep does the Elias family go?
I don't know. How deep does the Wyatt family
Jane, here's
Somebody
shout out to Head of Barbera. And here comes a guy that I feel everybody literally might count out, but could be the wild factor to win this match. In his third Money in the Bank ladder match, Sami Zayn wearing the Bloodline shirt. You know who he's in this match for, but it's for all the right reasons.
If there is one person I have learned to never count out, it is Sami Zayn, a.k.a. the generic luchador El Generico. Having seen this man on and off since 2005 when I first discovered him in Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, along with his best friend Kevin Owens, Kevin Steen, I have learned very quickly not to take Sami Zayn for granted as Sheamus enters the arena.
You want to talk about a guy not to take for granted? Talk about this guy who's always ready for a fight and a former Money in the Bank winner, appearing in his fourth, I believe, Money in the Bank ladder match after winning it back in 2015. Sheamus with the Brawling Brutes, as they're called, Pete Dunne and Ridge Holland. Of course, Pete Dunne being restrained. I guess Sheamus is going to go in this alone by himself too, with a big smile on his face. We all saw how Sheamus, by the way, when he won Money in the Bank ladder match, he also cashed in on Roman Reigns at Survivor Series the same year and won the championship.
Could history repeat itself again there, too? We talked about how everyone's making this big deal about Drew McIntyre at the Clash of the Castle. Sheamus has successfully cashed in on Roman before. Could he be the X Factor in all this?
Which
brings us to the former chosen one, Drew McIntyre.
You want to talk about an X Factor? How about this guy who literally has a date with the Tribal Chief, I feel pretty much set in stone at Clash of the Castle. And I'm not talking about the same stone he pulled that sword from in Helga. But Drew McIntyre, of course, appearing now in, I believe, his fifth Money in the Bank ladder match. And I believe his fourth since coming back to the WWE as no longer the chosen one, but the Scottish Warrior. Of course, Drew McIntyre, he has not won Money in the Bank, but a little bit of history for you. In a previous promotion he was with, Impact Wrestling, they had something called Feast or Fire that also involved a briefcase. And his briefcase led him to call his shot for an Impact World Championship match, which he successfully did back in 2016 against Matt Hardy. This is definitely an all-star field. You have wild factors, you have first times, and you got a giant. And you got people that have literally cashed in on Roman Reigns to win championships. The men's Money in the Bank ladder match cash-in success rate standing at 84.6% with 22 successful cash-ins. Kane and Dean Ambrose being two of the shortest cash in on the same night. And of course, Edge, who was the very first winner back in 2005, held it for 280 days. So we have seen what this briefcase can lead to, but not necessarily what it always guarantees you.
It's 100% accurate. The one thing it will not lead to tonight is a successful cash-in, as Roman Reigns is not in action, so there is no chance of a cash-in here this evening.
And you gotta wonder, is Roman Reigns actually sweating this? Is Sami Zayn, like, for example, the Plant, will he be in this match for himself to guard the briefcase from everybody else? Or will Sami Zayn play the game and claim the case himself and take advantage of the opportunity when it presents itself and become, finally, WWE Undisputed Universal Champion?
You know,
Sami Zayn right now is my dark horse.
It would be awesome to see him as the champion. I never
wait,
thought
hold
I
on.
would see it.
We got Adam Pearce. Hold on, JJ. What's that? Oh, shut up. What is adding? What? Eighth competitor? Who? What?
Holy crap, Noah.
You're kidding me, right? You're freaking
That's a
kidding.
game changer. He's winning. That's a game changer.
100%. I'm changing my pick to Theory.
Yep. Noah, get on the Google form.
That is bullshit. Come on now.
That's
This is Vince McMahon once again stroking his ego and literally trying to put things into his favor. This guy who literally has no reason of being in this match right now. Are you kidding me? All these other men, they found their way into this match by other means, and out of nowhere, you add Theory. Come on.
Yeah, this is going to be good. I mean, Seth Rollins doesn't need the briefcase. McIntyre doesn't need the briefcase. We talk about Money in the Bank. We talk about Money in the Bank being a way to build superstars. This is going to help build Theory to that next level. He absolutely deserves to be in this match. Do I like the way he's being inserted? No. But Theory 100% deserves this spot.
Well, I don't care what Adam Pearce says as far as official stuff. Those predictions are locked in before the show starts. So WWE, once again, changing the game, screwing everybody. Sorry, you can't change. Meanwhile, Omos Lance Riddle.
Okay, so no, are we doing this like we do on No DQ, where if there's a change, we just watch it out?
I'm gonna have to ask Sheriff Riff about that because at the end of the day, I manage it. He sets the rules.
Right. Well, man, that's not cool because I told people during the pre-show that I kind of fall in line with you and how you do the pricks. So
yeah, all I do is enforce the rules. I don't make them. Otherwise, I get what you're saying. Oh wow, and almost drives the two.
And I guess if Aaron makes rules on his channel, I guess I make the rules on mine. So
let's see. Oh wow, boy, Team No DQ. Tell me how you really feel, Josh. Beep this. Aaron said, "What a waste of time." LOL.
Okay, well, if he seems a waste of time, I don't want to mess with this right now. All right, y'all, have fun, Colin. I'll be back.
Good Lord Almighty. Meanwhile, Omos, oh my, literally throwing a ladder over the top rope as I'm trying to get a hold of Aaron. Oh, good grief. And meanwhile, Omos looks like he could literally grab the briefcase with a step ladder. I feel like
Do you
they put up the Money in the Bank briefcase higher than normal because of Omos, JJ.
Do you see the way Sami Zayn was hiding behind the LED post? Like
Yes,
he
I
just does
did.
not want to be seen by Omos. That was great.
That's hilarious. Okay, meanwhile,
And Omos just fending everybody off that tries to even come into the ring, but Riddle jumping in and clamping a nice sleeper hold onto Omos, trying to bring the big man down.
That's a smart move considering his background. Oh my! Just ripped off though. Again, Omos being literally showcased and definitely the biggest threat in this match. Dominating the field, but he hasn't climbed a ladder yet. So he thrown a ladder into the ring. And now we have Omos and Drew McIntyre. Might be setting him up for a Claymore! Claymore! And somehow Omos is still on his feet, but he's on the outside of the ring. And right now, Drew McIntyre, he has history with Roman Reigns. He has history with Brock Lesnar. Again, the Royal Rumble, JJ, it came down to Drew McIntyre and Brock Lesnar. And Roman Reigns faced Drew McIntyre back at WrestleMania 35. Oh, and right now, Sheamus, friends, former enemies, frenemies, whatever the hell you want to call them, fight buddies. And now Sheamus looks to take advantage, climbs the ladder at the top. Meanwhile, Drew McIntyre back into play. We actually saw these two recently in a tag team match on SmackDown. Oh! And we didn't even know at first these two were going to be in this match. And right now we got the two brawlers clubbing headshots. And Fury's thinking in the back door. Don't let him win. Don't let him win, guys. I don't give a damn, okay? He doesn't deserve to be in this match, okay? This is Vision Man stroking his ego. Whatever probably has left despite the $3 million. Never mind. Meanwhile, Fury, ripped off the ladder. Club by Sheamus. Big shot.
Sheamus and Drew taking turns just sawing off on Theory here.
What a better crash test dummy to work with, in my opinion.
Hey, if he's going to get interjected into this match, then they're going to make him earn his spot.
Or suffer for it. Meanwhile, 10 beats of the bound by Drew McIntyre. Not quite. Looks like Sheamus wanted to do that. Let me show you how it's done. As he rests the chest of Fury. Do it all night. There's no 10 count. No. Allow me to show you how it's done. What is this? Let's beat Fury's chest off worse than we can the other?
It's a game that it's called Anything You Can Do, I Can Do Better.
I can club harder than you. I get it. And right now, Seth Rollins coming in the back door. The ultimate opportunist in his own right. Shades of Edge, even though may have called him Edge Light. And meanwhile, Seth Rollins throws a ladder. Takes Sheamus and Drew McIntyre, on the outside of the ring with a ladder overhead. And Matt Riddle now coming into play. Seriously, his name's Matt Riddle, folks, not just Riddle. Meanwhile, we've seen the last couple of months, these two go at it a little bit. And Fury, Riddle, Fury's thrown me completely off guard. Riddle thrown headfirst into the ladder. And Seth Rollins right now looking to cause further damage before trying to make the ascent. And, of course, Riddle's in this on behalf of his longtime friend, Randy Orton, who is recovering. And meanwhile, pedigree. Oh, no, wait a minute. Back body drop to Seth Rollins on the ladder. And meanwhile, Riddle with a follow-up senton. Seth crushed between steel and a man's spine. Hey, wait, there's Sammy. There's Sammy. I was wondering where Sammy was, JJ. You talked about never count Sammy out, right?
Yeah, exactly. He is very, very, very good at picking his right moments.
Well, Madcap now coming into play.
And who would ever thought we'd see these two going at it? Madcap Moss and Sami Zayn, arguably two of the best comedic gimmicks they've had for a while, but they're both going toe-to-toe in serious competition here tonight because the stakes have never been higher for either one of them.
Yeah. And right now, again, imagine if Sami Zayn, the producer is upset. And meanwhile, Sami Zayn right now, the one guy you thought you would never see in this spot. I will say this after watching the sessions with Renee Paquette and Sami Zayn talking about the psychology when it comes to WWE and their booking philosophy. Sami Zayn has really figured out a way to make that work in his favor and become a mainstay on Friday Night SmackDown for years. And Madcap Moss unleashing aggression on Sami Zayn, looking to Irish him into the ladder. Oh my! Ouch!
Turning him upside down.
Yeah, they even put him over the top of that ladder. Sami Zayn is the definition of a human ragdoll, in my opinion, with the way that his body just contorts. And I'm not talking about just when he dances either. And I can only imagine what the internet will be like if Sami Zayn is dancing his way into SmackDown, holding the Money in the Bank briefcase.
You know, for someone out here in Southern California, like I said, who's seen Sami Zayn, El Generico come up through the ranks, it would just make me tickled pink to see him with that briefcase.
Oh,
The rest of the world, I'm not really sure how much they'd enjoy it. I'm sure maybe some die-hard Ring of Honor fans would enjoy it, but I digress.
Well,
We've got Riddle on top of the ladder with Moss, Omos pulling Moss down,
and
giving him
meanwhile,
some clubs to the chest.
yeah, and of course, Omos right now taking over again, got Fury. Oh, God, planted. That was like a 10-foot choke slam. Now we're going to see if Omos can finally climb the ladder. And that ladder, again, is not, I don't think, properly situated. I wonder if Omos is afraid of heights.
Don't know. Definitely a factor in these type of matches. We know it's well documented that Devon Dudley was, and yet they had him dangle from the little bracket there that held the title belts.
Exactly. And meanwhile, Drew McIntyre and Madcap Moss working together to take Omos off the ladder and over the top rope to the outside of the ring, but Omos still on his feet. Oh, and Sheamus. And it looks like everybody now is finally doing, I would say, the Big Show mentality, getting up on Omos with ladders, trying to take the big man down and out. Good grief.
That's
and
the way
Omos
you
still
gotta
on
do
his
it.
feet, by the way. Okay, now he's finally down. Crumbling
That's the
down.
way you got to do it.
Then we got 1 ladder, 2 ladder, 3 ladders, 4 ladders, 5, 6. Good Lord.
Piling the ladders on top of Omos.
That's a lot of weight to get off your body, too. So not only does Omos have to try and get back up on his feet, he has to get out from underneath that, let's just call it ladder burial, that the rest of the field is putting him through, too. I think I'm counting 8 ladders, and I guess that's enough as Sheamus now knocks Riddle, Drew, and Madcap Moss down to the ground. Meanwhile, Seth Rollins, back in the ring, all by himself. Like the snake that he is, coming in from the back, slitting his way in. And meanwhile comes Sami Zayn. This is interesting. Sami Zayn right now fighting on behalf of the Bloodline, so it seems. Seth freaking Rollins fighting to probably get back at Roman Reigns, who, must I add, has a victory over the Tribal Chief back in the Rumble via disqualification. And Rollins fingertips away, but here comes Sheamus now. And we got Sheamus, Sami, and Seth. Triple S. Good grief. Oh.
You're absolutely right there, Moonlight Mirage. Omos suffering from what my daughter would call bullyism.
Well, in this match, you don't want to be a bully. You want to be a star. The star to climb the ladder. Oh, Seth and Sami taking it down the hard way. Meanwhile, Theory and Sheamus fighting on another ladder. Sheamus driven head first. And again, and Sheamus off the ladder. You've got to be freaking kidding me. No way. No way. Fury is up there by himself. Here comes Madcap Moss. Up on the shoulders. Oh, what's this? And right now, Fury. Oh, faraway throw. That was not very well executed. Like a inside faraway throw. Probably could have threw him over the top of the ring if he wanted to. I wish he did. Meanwhile, Madcap Moss looking to climb. There will be no laughing tonight, but there will be one hell of a smile if Madcap Moss sees the briefcase. Madcap Moss, can he capitalize on this very first ever Money in the Bank ladder match? Meanwhile, Sami Zayn, I'm not sure what Sami Zayn was going for.
I don't think Sami Zayn knows what he was going for.
The sense of urgency by Madcap Moss, perching Sami Zayn on the corner, driving a ladder into his face. And meanwhile, Sami Zayn right now fighting back. Madcap Moss suspending a ladder on the bottom rope in the corner. And look at this! Stepping over Madcap and the ladder, climbing his way up. Will Sami do it? Will Sami do it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Got caught. Madcap Moss. He's got Sami up. Oh, no!
That did not feel good.
Powerbomb through the ladder. I don't care if it's on the ropes. There is no give when it comes to stealing your spine. Look at this. Steel always wins. Jeez. And meanwhile, Madcap Moss once again in the driver's seat in the ring by himself. Drew McIntyre coming up their side. Again, who's going to seize the briefcase? Oh, the intensity. Oh, the anticipation. Look at it, just dangling above these two, fighting each other. Oh, driven head first again. And a headbutt glass skull kiss.
Ooh.
And Madcap Moss is down. Drew McIntyre's got the briefcase. Nope. He's there. Wait a minute. Sheamus.
Just can't get his hands on it to get a solid grip.
Oh. And Sheamus drops the ladder. Drew McIntyre saving himself from disaster. Meanwhile, white noise by Sheamus to McIntyre. And we saw the wars that these two went through against each other during the Thunderdome era. No love lost there.
Yeah, none whatsoever.
And meanwhile, we got Riddle and Sheamus now coming into play. Of course, JJ, we saw Riddle and Sheamus. They got bad blow at each other. Of course, it was Sheamus that beat Riddle for the United States Championship back at WrestleMania last year. Irish Curse backbreaker now as the Great Delight Sheamus is in the control. Remember, one year, Sheamus drove somebody through a ladder, broken in half, and took him out of the match.
I do vaguely remember that. That was before I stopped watching.
Poor Sin Cara. Sheamus right now understands he's in control. I'm not sure what. I think I know what he's looking for here, JJ. Bro! Oh! Matt Riddle gets out of the way, and Sheamus drives his leg into the ladder. And meanwhile, Riddle hook check. Oh, are you kidding me? Hey, Randy! Oh! The delayed suspended DDT. Using the ladder for leverage instead of the ropes. And meanwhile, Drew McIntyre coming in behind Riddle. A standing switch. Ripcord. Knee strike. Big knee. Flash knee strike. And Madcap Moss. Riddle right again. Pele kick. And Riddle right now building some momentum and in the driver's seat. Oh! What a scoop slam. Literally getting all the Orton trademarks out tonight is Riddle. Meanwhile, Fury. Look at Riddle. As agile as a cat. But he is nowhere near that briefcase, JJ. What the hell can he think? Oh, no. Riddle. Come on, man. Seriously. What the hell? Oh, my God! The floating blow from the top of the ladder wipes out the entire field.
Going for that holy shit Jeff Hardy moment. And if you look, Noah, Omos is back.
Yeah, I see that. But watch the replay. The floating bro. Beautifully executed. Look at this. Oh, I like the Wile E. Coyote camera they're using. Look at the rotation, taking everybody down. And Omos is probably a very angry man.
Yeah, they cannot believe that he is back in this. They thought that they had taken care of the Giant for good.
And meanwhile, take Madcap Moss out. There's a headbutt now to Drew McIntyre. Seth Rollins clubbing clothesline. And Riddle trying to fight back and eats a knee. And a clubbing shot to the back. Again, you can't take Omos down. They can't, it seems. Madcap Moss sent to the outside. McIntyre trying his best. And Omos sends McIntyre hard to the outside over the top. Omos doing the Raquel by stalling. He's throwing. Yeah, that's true. But he's also in the ring now by himself. And that ladder is perched perfectly underneath that briefcase.
And like you pointed out earlier, he doesn't even have to climb the whole thing. He's only probably got to get up about 3 rungs.
If
he can probably reach the briefcase.
Well, this might help a little bit. Riddle trying to wear down the Nigerian Giant with a sleeper hold, but gets ripped off. Again, right now, Omos just trying to gather his bearings, it seems. Oh, wait, look at Fury. Look at this. Fury trying to climb up the ladder. Oh. And Omos saw Fury, and Fury's about to pay for it. Trapped in the clutches of the Nigerian Giant. Oh, my God, what a plunge. Well, Riddle just launched down hard to earth by Omos. Imagine that was from the top of a ladder. God. But then again, like you said, Omos don't even need to go to the top of the ladder. Let's count how many rounds he actually tries and climbs. Omos sees the contract. Oh, and Sheamus. I think that was a bro kick. Sami Zayn, Haluma kick. And meanwhile, Riddle, what the hell is he going for here? Off the ropes. Got him cooked. Riddle hanging on Omos. Triangle, armbar. Madcap Moss looking to take Omos over the top rope. Oh, boy. And Kenny, and Omos taking the outside again, but again on his freaking feet. Oh, Glasgow kiss. And again, they can't put this guy down, JJ. Wait, what's Seth Rollins doing here? Seth Rollins on the apron. Curb stop! Rocks Omos down to a knee. The whole field, a sense of urgency. What the hell are they going over here? Oh, my word. Well, I guess we haven't seen an announce table broken yet. There's no way. There is no freaking way. There's no way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What is this? 5 men lifting up Omos. Are you kidding me? Good God. This is like crowd surfing. Omos in serious trouble. Perched up high. Omos, goodbye. Oh,
Holy
man.
cow.
Holy tea. The giant driven through the announce table by all 5 men. Jeez.
Look at the crowd reaction. Look at the reaction from the participants in the match. And did you see McAfee as they were getting ready to throw him? He could not believe the feat of strength by all these individuals.
And McAfee got the hell out of the way. Jesus. That might took Omos out of this match. And meanwhile, all these men now fighting on the outside of the ring. You got everybody on the outside fighting right now.
Yep, it is a Pier 6 brawl.
And meanwhile, Sami Zayn in the ring. But Drew McIntyre is aware of the urgency. And right now, Sami looking to steal this. We all know how resourceful, how well Sami Zayn is in these opportunities. Remember, he was able to successfully defend the Intercontinental Championship. Oh, man. In a 3-way dance ladder match with AJ Styles and Jeff Hardy while handcuffed to one of the men. Oh, hello. Ladder driven into Drew McIntyre's face by Sheamus. That'll knock out the Scottish Warrior for a moment. And right now, Sheamus by himself. And I agree, Moonlight. That's why you don't stall. Omos learned the hard way. I'll be surprised to see Omos get back in this match. Whew. And again, no love lost with these two. Drew McIntyre, reversal, Irish whip, kick to the midsection. DDT, future sock DDT. Excuse me. And is the future bright for Drew McIntyre, grasping his lower back? Can he capitalize? And right now, Drew McIntyre. Oh, look at this. Trapping Sheamus underneath the ladder. This is smart. McIntyre climbing while Sheamus is helpless to watch as he tries to lift the ladder up. Is it Drew McIntyre's time? There's nobody else. Oh, wait a minute. Pete Dunne. Freaking Pete Dunne. The brute. The brawling brutes. What in the hell? Look at this. Done with a super hold on
coming out here to intervene on his buddy Sheamus's behalf.
But think about how dangerous this is. If Drew McIntyre falls, Pete Dunne falls with him. And right now, Dunne has that sleeper hold locked hard in place. Brings Drew McIntyre down the ladder. Literally wearing down Drew McIntyre. Look at his head. His head's turning purple. And meanwhile, brow kick! And Pete Dunne pays huge dividends right now for Sheamus. And meanwhile, Sheamus might be looking to do the same thing. Trapping Drew McIntyre underneath the ladder, JJ. Turnabout's fair play.
Yeah, definitely returning the favor. He's getting up there to the top. Can he get a hold of the briefcase?
There's no one else there. He's literally right there. He's literally right there. Wait a minute, wait a minute.
The strength of Drew McIntyre.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Sheamus, realize where you are. Oh, look what's behind him. Oh, man. The audience standing. Drew McIntyre fighting. Yeah, man. Not quite. Can he do it? Oh, wow. Sheamus avoiding disaster, but still falls hard from the ladder. And a claymore to Pete Dunne. And a pop-up by McIntyre.
Inside out for his pleasure there.
Yeah, good grief. And McIntyre feeling it. Meanwhile, Michael Cole's looking down at fallen Omos. They have no announce table. And Drew McIntyre back in the middle of the ring with the briefcase right above him. And Sheamus again to his feet. Oh, shot to the midsection. And right now, Sheamus looking to reposition the ladder and climb up himself. Keep in mind, we got a ladder bridge in the right-hand side on the top rope. Something bad is probably going to happen sooner rather than later. And Sami Zayn, as I say that, oh no, Chipper! Oh, man! And right now, Sami Zayn's got his opportunity, JJ. The master strategist coming into play after Sheamus and McIntyre driven off the ladder, face first into another ladder. Sami Zayn's there. Is this it? Is this the moment? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Madcap Moss.
Is everybody going to have their opportunity at the briefcase right now, Noah?
Oh! Well, Madcap Moss just did, but Seth Rollins just took him down. And meanwhile, curb stop! Good grief. And right now, everybody just looking for that moment. And right now, the maniacal messiah, Monday Night Rollins, looking to once again claim the moment. And Riddle right now, I think that's an even bigger ladder. Oh, my Lord. Oh, shot to the back of Seth. Look at the size of that ladder, JJ. Good God.
Yeah, that's the humongous ladder. That's the Jeff Hardy spot ladder.
That ladder nearly
happen
touches
with this?
the briefcase.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Seth Rollins trying to fight back. We got Seth and Riddle. And Riddle has his hand in the briefcase for a moment. Meanwhile, Seth Rollins clubbing blows to the head and takes Riddle off. Rollins on the ladder, looking to find steady ground. He's got a grip on the briefcase. Can he do it? Can he do it? Can he do it? And meanwhile, Seth Rollins. Oh, wait. Riddle. Oh, no. I saw this last year. RKO from the ladder.
Whoa. Holy
the
hell.
Ultimate, the ultimate
What an
plunge.
RKO.
Jesus.
What an
Good
RKO.
Good
Get
night,
another replay.
Seth. Yeah, look at the replay here. Nowhere to go but down. Damn.
Noah, everybody is down at this point. Who is going to be able to take this opportunity? Who is going to be able to get on their feet and scale the ladder and claim the briefcase for glory?
Well, as you say that, it looks like Riddle has some sort of awareness that he is slowly finding his way up the ladder, climbing to the heavens, winning this in the name of his best friend, Randy Orton, winning this to have another chance at the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship. Meanwhile, here comes Fury on the other side. Fury was literally gifted this opportunity by Vince McMahon, and we got Riddle and Fury at the top of the ladder, literally
Both
fighting
men
it out.
trading punches.
Yep, someone's going to take a hard fall. Seth Rollins literally dead. Oh, clubbing shot to the chest. And Riddle with the briefcase. Meanwhile, Fury, once again, rocking Riddle on the top rung. What the hell? And Riddle, oh no! Falls down. Not like this. Not like this. Fury with the brief. Fury wins! Austin Fury is fucking money in the bank!
Holy crap.
Bullshit!
That's fucking bullshit.
That is bullshit to the highest degree, worse than Brock Lesnar and highway robbery. Austin Fury gifted the money in the bank briefcase by Vincent Kennedy McMahon. Damn it!
And take those selfies, Theory. You deserve it.
That's right.
And the crowd is having none of it. They are walking out of the building in droves. I have not seen the crowd this angry since Samoa Joe and Roman Reigns wrestled Backlash.
Accurate.
Absolute travesty for everyone else that worked their way into this match. to be screwed. Let's take a look at the replay here. There was so much carnage involved with these ladders. That avalanche RKO, JJ, made sure Seth was down for the count. God.
Yeah, that. Holy crap.
And then you
What
came
a
down
night,
to
Noah.
Fury, who barely was involved in this match for most of it, came in the back door, dropped Riddle, and claimed the Money in the Bank briefcase.
You say he was barely involved for most of it. He just knew how to lie in wait and pick his moment.
Yep.
And that's really all you got to do in a Money in the Bank ladder match. Because at the end of the day, it comes down to, can you grab that briefcase? And Fury has done that as the crowd leaves in droves.
I don't
And
know,
we
James.
leave
I
you
don't know
tonight
if I
for
would
the first
say.
part of this Jeff Meacham Network production for JJ. I am the Semendo of Farsa saying thank you for tuning in to Hush Money in the Bank as I now turn it over to the producer.
JJ, go ahead. You were saying something.
I was going to say, I don't know, James. I don't know if that was another disappointing ending. I am perfectly satisfied. Would it have been nice to have seen Riddle take the briefcase for his friend Randy? Absolutely. But you can't have two good, heartfelt moments in the same show. We already had it with Liv. Theory, I've been saying for a long time, Theory is money. Theory is the future. Now he has the briefcase. Time to start building him as such.
Yep.
You didn't expect it to be like that. You expect maybe a swerve like they did with Edge
Well, of
and
course.
Mr. Kennedy after WrestleMania 23. Nope. Fury just gets officially added tonight at the time of the match, and he wins. Simple as that.
I did note that Adam introduced him and not Mr. McMahon.
We all know who Adam works for, though.
I understand that, but I did note that it was Mr. Pierce that made the introduction, because I think even Vince knew if he went out there and did that, they would eat Theory alive.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
That's accurate.
Yeah,
he was the mouthpiece. He was the messenger.
Yeah, he as much as Vince has definitely apparently been showing and stroking his own ego by appearing on television still, you know, he did Theory a solid by not going out there. I'm trying to find the graphics so we can throw it a break and I can have a clean little thing, but I'll go ahead and throw the things up for now. Let me go ahead and get those into the system, and we will go ahead and throw it a break. We're going to give everybody a chance to go potty, go get a snack, do the thing, whatever.
Well, Jeff, are you good without me on the show tonight?
Yes, because we talked about the part of topic one that I need to talk about with JJ, so that was fine.
Oh, well, there you go.
Okay.
He's
right,
open to on me if you go night.
Yeah, so I'll say my good nights. Overall, minus the end of the show or the last minute swerve, I was okay with the show. It was a good show. I'm looking forward to the next one. Hopefully that'll be SummerSlam when we'll all be together again. Renegade, another great commentary job. Keep up the good work. Noah Foster, you're the man. You know, what can I say? You guys are doing commentary left and right. I want to see you guys do more. How about that?
All the commentaries.
I appreciate you.
I'm just about ready here, kids. So stand by. Let me just make sure I.
JJ, again, wild night to say the least. A couple of moments were like, holy bleep. But it was like a World Rumble type dealie. Brock Lesnar lost his title. Brock Lesnar won the main event. Austin Fury lost his title. Austin Fury wins the main event.
As they do. As they do.
You know, you've got Stat Boy down here talking about, you know, the ending and the last minute swerve. It's like, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't a lot of wrestling fans, WWE fans in particular, talk about how it's become so predictable?
Yes.
That's what I heard.
And here was a last minute swerve, and now people are shitting on the swerve too.
Imagine that. Wrestling
Fickle!
fans, imagine wrestling fans not ever being 100% together and happy about the same thing. What a novel idea that happens all the time, you jaded shits, you. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
That's how you really feel, Jeff.
No. I will actually keep the monetization, but thank you.
No. We're gonna steal the catchphrase from the back of your shirt, but we digress.
But we digress.
But we digress. You know.
That's right. Buy the shirts, all the shirts.
Buy the shirts.
Buy every shirt
I just
ever
did one.
in bulk.
Uh,
Yes, I need a.
I want to see everyone with this shirt by August 9th.
That's right.
well, what are you gonna do?
Yes.
If nothing else, it was certainly somewhat entertaining to say the least. And if nothing else, we can at least say we had the best of times, the worst of times, as that old saying goes from what's that book? Tale of Two Cities? I don't remember.
Two Cities, yes, sir. Yes,
thank
sir.
you for
Good
the
call.
accurate.
Good call. Good call.
I try. Liv Morgan finally wins her first ever
Yes.
WWE Championship. Long overdue.
Most,
And Fury
most,
steals the Money in the Bank Man's ladder match.
most definitely. I have been thoroughly impressed by what WWE has been putting out, at least on pay-per-view, over the last few months.
Premium
Their
Live
weekly
Event.
Raws and SmackDowns,
Yeah.
they still leave a little something to be desired on a regular basis. Some weeks are hits, some weeks are misses. But the pay-per-views, or excuse me, let's use the proper terminology, the PLEs,
There you
as
go.
it were,
Arrow.
have
Botch.
been delivering on all cylinders. Not necessarily. I kind of look at PLE as the slave name, kind of like how you look at Butch instead of Pete Dunne, etc. I'm
True.
from the days where PPVs were still the thing. PLEs have only become a thing since my absence and now coming back into it.
Fair enough. I give you that.
This
You're
is
right.
accurate.
Fair
This
enough.
is accurate.
I respect that. Fair enough.
All right. Let me just.
Ooh, good Lord Almighty.
I heard the blip go off, so somebody's here. Oh, it's James. Okay. James, we'll bring you in after the credits for open mic night, brother. Don't worry. Just making sure this is actually ready to go.
I'm sure he's gonna have a very eloquent way to sum up Hush Money in the Bank.
Oh,
Very
I'm
likely.
sure. I'm sure we're going to hear James fire off on all cylinders about a lot of these topics.
Yes, highly likely in all likelihood, as the boss would
And
say.
Jeff, since Statboy is not going to be sticking around for this one, we don't have to start with that one if you don't want to.
No, we're not going to. That's fine. I just want to make sure I get everything
Yeah.
ready to go here, so I don't have to worry about it. Because I do want to have this ready. Okay, so that's ready. Ready, as they say in the Olympics, if you're in a foreign country.
Fair enough.
Just do one more. Come on, God, this is it. The thing is, like, I wasn't ready for it to be over. I was like, oh shit, I wasn't ready for everything to be over yet. So I wasn't ready for it.
This actually ended like a little bit past 11, so the show was only about 3
Yeah.
hours and some odd minutes long.
We
All right.
have 6 topics, Mansfield.
Yeah, we
Buckle
have 6, and they are doozies. I'm gonna play them over the screen as we're on break for potty snacks and whatnot. So be
And
ready.
I have zero knowledge of them, so you all know what I'm going to be doing.
That's right.
Because that's
So
what
have
I do on
fun.
Open Mic Night.
So again, y'all go take your leak skis, take your poop skis, grab your snack skis, and we'll be back here. What time is it?
About
We'll be back
11.
here.
11,
We'll give you
16.
till
For me.
11:30. Take a 15.
Yeah, there you go.
Sounds good. See you
We'll give you
later,
11:30,
Statboy.
guys.
Have a good
See you
night.
all
Sleep well.
soon.
We will be back. Dun,
Good
dun,
night,
dun.
everybody.
And I did not do that right the way I wanted to do it. There we go. Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of WWE Premium Live Event Night. It is time for our post-show open mic night. As we do every week, I'm just going to make sure everybody's back in the room before I go ahead and do the intros, because I see one screen on, I see one screen dark, and there we go. Okay, there's two people back. There. Okay, so everybody is there. Very good. Okay. So we have a lot to talk about. It's like every time I think we don't have near enough to fill an open mic night, our freaking executive producer in charge of open mic night throws me freaking 6 topics. I'm like, okay, that works. We'll do that. So that's what we're doing tonight. We have 6 topics. You saw them during the lead-in to the trailers. And again, we look forward to everything from FEW Productions as well as the Constantine Studios coming up in July. I don't have a video ready all fancy schmancy because I've changed my freaking mind so many times the last 2 days that I didn't want to fuck with it. So I didn't. So there's that. Now, let me bring in the team once they are all back on camera, and I will go ahead and hit the group button, if you will, and we will bring everybody back in. Maybe if they go back on camera. Yeah, there we go. Hi. Welcome back in, everybody. James is not in there. For some reason, got messed up. Hello, everybody. Of course, Noah Foster and the Renegade J.j Williams both in their post-Premium Live Event throes of dinner, which we appreciate, and joining us for Open Mic Night, as he does when he can, James Hebert. James, I have a feeling you are here, and you're going to feel compelled to speak like I feel compelled to drink with these topics tonight. So cheers, bro.
I saw them and I'm like, oh, okay, it's one of these nights. Gotcha.
It's gonna be one of those nights. Yes. And it's all his fault. These are his topics. It's all Jay's fault. 100%. You're still muted, Jay. Hang on.
You're still muted. And so is Noah. And
there we go.
Good Lord. Good Lord Almighty.
I will shoulder full blame for this. I take full responsibility because you know what? I have made it my goal to search out topics for open mic night.
Absolutely.
I look forward to doing this whenever we do it, whether it's weekly, bi-monthly, only on the PLEs, pay-per-views, whatever.
Yes.
I look forward to this. So I'm always trying to find topics for us to really sink our teeth into. And then you figure every Thursday there's the No DQ review.
Right.
So I'm always trying to find stuff that they're not always touching too. Yes,
definitely.
You know, I want to try and not have our 3 or 4 topics be the same stuff they're talking about.
Well, yeah, that's just redundant.
It's one thing if we have a little bit of bleed over, especially if none of us are on the panel that week.
Exactly.
It's one thing if there's one, maybe 2 things that bleed over, but to have the entire show be the same thing, that feels kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And
absolutely agreed.
Honestly, social media, both Instagram, Facebook, and some of the groups I'm in, are pretty much responsible for every single topic that there is tonight.
Yes. And I do see the questions in the chat room. I'm assuming people are either new to the open mic night portion of our premium presentations or just don't remember. We do invite other topics to come into the room. Yeah. However, there is a little caveat, a little quid pro quo, if you will, talking about JJ's movie on Monday. We'll get to that momentarily, or toward the end of the show,
actually. You're referring to Raymond's comments. Those were there before we went to break, so we should go ahead and address that really quick.
No, I am. It's just, it's a question that's not on the topic list, so I'm not going to exclude him in this case. However, for those of you joining us after the fact, and there's not many of you left, you all kind of went to bed, which is fine. If you wish to have your chat Roman Reigns on screen, donate up to $4.98 because we're on the Apple kick here. We go by Apple prices because Apple sucks. $4.99, $9.98. You can add your topic to the queue. But like I said, Raymond will get yours in a second. And if you donate more than $9.99, you can join us on screen and talk about the calamity that you yourself bring onto the show or one of our topics you saw in the interlude. Now, Raymond, last man standing, it's my understanding that the fall, the 10 count can happen anywhere inside the confines of fill in the confines here. They could say it's within not Raymond James Stadium, Allegiant Stadium. Within there it is. There's one. It can happen within the city of Las Vegas, within Clark County, which would mean there'd be another multiple time championship loser in Vegas.
Damn.
I said what I said.
And
And
that's another botch because SummerSlam is going to be in Tennessee, not Vegas.
I understand that, but we're talking about Vegas tonight, so I didn't botch. Don't botch me when I don't botch on purpose, dude.
That's why I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything.
Yeah. Noah's the botch man. If I get a botch, he's gonna know it. So anyway, he is on me like flies on shit with these botches, and I know this. So he is just ready for that B word, just gonna like pounce on me like a freaking piece of meat, and I understand that. Look at me as a piece of meat. I'm eating a bean. Okay. Anyway, so it's my understanding that they dictate wherever the confines of the last man standing parameters are. So it's pretty much Vince will walk out there and go, "Stadium's pretty big, pal. Falls can anywhere in the stadium," and then that'll be the end of it. I honestly,
damn it.
There's a long way to say I have no freaking idea what the right answer is. Anyway.
Big G, what's up? Thank you for
Big G's here. Yes, good to see you. Yes, Big G's staying up late because it's almost midnight for him too, and we love him for that.
Happy to be here in the chat room.
Yes, he is, and he's more welcome to join if he wants to. He knows that.
Yes, he's always happy to be.
He's on that non-tier necessary list. Scott is also here, who is a frequent contributor to both the network and the studio. So good to see you, Scott. Let's see. All right, so JJ, since we're not going to talk about the topic I had on the docket when Mikey was still going to be with us, what would you like to talk about first?
You know, you can kind of go through them whatever order you want to, producer man. We were going to do one topic in particular first if Mikey had stayed on because it had somewhat of a connection to him.
Yes, it did.
Why don't we just go with the first one I came to you with this week and talk to you about the fan one?
Oh, okay. All right. So this one
Let's trying to start off hot and heavy because this was the first topic that was brought to my attention this week. And it was
I'll tell you what.
Attention via Bianca Belair's Instagram story.
Yeah, it was something. I'll tell you what. It was not a happy thing.
This is all brand new news to me because you already know how I handle social media. So let's
Yes, exactly. So as I said in the graph that I made up, it was basically Bianca Belair spoke out recently after a interaction with fans gone 100% sideways. And what I mean by that is what was posted in her Instagram stories. Mr. Williams?
Which you have.
It's zoomed way the hell in. Give me a second here.
Zoom it back out. This was posted to her Instagram stories. I saw this Monday morning, so it took place Sunday night.
After a live event out wherever they were. Yeah.
Yeah. So she says, and I quote, "I love my fans, but do not follow me from the venue. We drove 20 minutes from the venue, sitting at a red light, and a fan just ran up to the window, tapped on the window trying to take a picture. Scared the shit out of us. Do not run up to my car window while I'm sitting at a red light at 11 p.m. tapping on the window. It's not safe for me. It's not safe for you. I try my best to stay around and sign as many autographs and take as many photos as I can. It may seem harmless and all in fun to you, but that wasn't right or fair. I was legit scared. Boundaries." And I use the term funny here. I'll go ahead and go first since I sent this to Jeff. The funny thing about all this is if you had seen her story on Monday morning, coming off the heels of that show on Sunday, when she arrived at the venue, she sees little girls, and I say little, we're talking, maybe 13 and under, but young girls dressed like her and Becky Lynch. You see on her stories, her walking up, seeing these girls, acknowledging these girls, asking these girls if she can take a picture with them.
Right.
Whereas usually it's us fans trying to summon the talent over to get pictures with them. No. Bianca wanted to take a picture with these young girls because of the fact that they're out there dressing like her and her biggest rival competitor. Bianca definitely acknowledges us, the fans, and realizes that we are essentially her bread and butter. She would not be where she is without us. Like I discussed in the pre-show predictions, Bianca Belair is exactly where they wanted Sasha Banks to be, and she's doing it exponentially better.
Yep.
No disrespect to Mercedes Varnado.
No.
But Bianca kind of took that ball that Sasha started rolling, picked it up, and, pun intended, ran it in for the touchdown. And this is the way she's getting treated. And it's sad because wrestling fandom in general, on a whole, has been escalating to this for quite some time. I have seen firsthand people do this type of stuff.
Jay, you and I were in Vegas when
I have seen firsthand people rush up to talent and try to get acknowledged by them, hunt them down at airports. You know, like CM Punk talked about in that infamous pipe bomb, waiting for them in the airports just to shove the program under their face and get a signature on that you're then going to turn around and sell. I went to the Ontario Arena earlier this past year. Jeff was there. He met me there, or it must have been late last year, because they were doing tribute to the troops the same night.
Right.
So it was late last year. Jeff met me there afterwards. He had a ticket to go and I didn't.
Right.
And there had been superstars pulling up that got bombarded, fans rushing them for autographs and pictures and stuff. And then when we, the ones that were back there minding the boundaries, doing things the right way, we got told no by them.
Yep. Even with their buddies on the roster trying to say it's okay, security got so shell-shocked, they're like, nope.
So to a certain degree, the superstars are almost welcoming this behavior by rewarding the bad behavior and telling the ones doing good, no. But we as a community need to recognize and give these people their space.
Mm-hmm.
They are only the character they portray from bell time to bell time.
Exactly.
The minute they leave that arena and go to the hotel, the airport, the restaurant, the rental car, wherever, they are not on. No. And they need to be treated just like any other normal individual.
Yep.
They need to be given their space, especially, and yeah, I know things have kind of gotten better in the last 2 years, but we are still in a pandemic era. There is still coronavirus. There are still other issues going around.
Oh, yeah.
They don't know what we may have. We don't know what they may have.
No.
Just because they passed a test and didn't get, dinged for having it that night doesn't mean that they won't test for it the next time they test.
Yep.
All these things need to be thought about and taken into consideration, and especially for the women. Especially for the women. For the men, it's a little less of a deal because push comes to shove, they can handle their shit. It may not look good media-wise, but they can handle their shit.
Right.
I'm not saying that these women can't, and especially a woman like Bianca Belair.
Yeah.
But they shouldn't be put into that predicament in the first place.
No. The other thing, and I'll go ahead and tag in real quick before I pass on to Noah and James and G when he comes in. G, the link's in your Facebook inbox, by the way.
And if I go off camera, it's just because I'm snacking. I haven't really had anything to eat all day. So if you
I feel you do. Yeah,
you crazy.
No. He's been in the studio freaking canning stuff all day, so he wouldn't have to worry about it Monday when he's having family time for 4th of July.
Yeah.
So, dude, he's been a workhorse all day, dude. I swear.
God bless you.
Seriously.
I'm trying to update the league. I'm just looking at these talks. What the fuck, Men's Money in the Bank?
But I'm still on mic. I'll chime in even if you don't see me.
I got you, brother. So we've got Big G coming in. Big G, I'll throw it to you in just a minute here. Yeah, it's just one of those deals where, I've seen this as recently as the Dynamite show at the Forum, where the people were driving in and getting completely bum rushed by fans who don't understand the word boundary. It's ridiculous. And not to sound profiling or whatever, Bianca's having the problem of also driving while black, which is, in some places still a federal offense because people suck. So if she's sitting there in the passenger driver's seat and somebody comes bum rush her, she don't know what's coming at her. That's terrible. So I was mortified when JJ sent me this topic to talk about. I can't believe it's still happening. And I don't know if I said this on open mic night last week or just talking with the general public or talking with you guys in private. I felt such a disconnect from current wrestling fans being at Dynamite because I watched a couple different things. I watched the bum rushing of the cars as they were pulling in the parking lot, which was just astounding to me to this day.
Yeah.
And then walking around the perimeter of the building, just kind of waiting to go in and getting myself obscenely sunburned, which I was still mad at myself about for days after that. Listening to conversations and just like, I don't have anything in common with these people except the fact that we're here to see AEW. Like their brain patterns are not like, I don't understand how this person thinks or these people think. And it was very sobering, I guess is the best way to put it. But on this particular front with the bum rushing of cars, I've seen it so many times over the years, be it in the indies when I was working, be it at WWE or AEW or, other indies, other big shows or whatever. It astounds me. And Noah, you've been a fan for a long time. I know you've attended shows. You're also the most polite, respectful dude I've ever met in my life. So I know you're not one of those guys. So what does this say to you as a fan? And I'm asking you in particular, just because I know you have such a passion for the wrestling industry, but I can't see you as a car rusher. It astounds me.
It just goes to show how far society has degraded when it comes to making themselves be the center of attention, nor making themselves feel the most important thing towards maybe the wrestling industry too. It just sickens me to the point now you got people bum rushing vehicles just to try and take some selfie or get an autograph or get acknowledged by, at the end of the day, just another human being is absolutely ridiculous. You're not only putting yourself at risk, you're putting others at risk too, not just physically, but mentally as well. Now, anytime Bianca Belair, for all we know, thinks she might hear something or see something like thud on the window behind her, she might be looking over her shoulder. People don't think how much their actions can affect stuff in the long haul. This jeopardizes, again, we already talked about how the wrestling industry is not only heavy physically, it is also extremely heavily mentally. It could screw everything up. So at the end of the day, it just sickens me. And it's the reason why I keep to myself. I'm just a quiet, simple introvert that doesn't even put themselves out there on social media besides talking live wrestling or my true inner circle of friends like you guys and ATW. So hearing this type of stuff, all I could say is you people need to either get a life or you people are part of the reason that the world is the way it is and why the wrestling industry has such a bad publicity. You don't hear nearly as much of this stuff when it comes to other forms of the entertainment industry per se, like somebody approaching Madonna or Lady Gaga or Katy Perry, and they have their own cult followings. So this, again, just makes me really question where the fuck did we go wrong, humanity? Get your shit together. And
James,
Bianca Belair, I hope you're okay.
Right. James, let me present you a pair of scenarios. Yep. So back in the old XMV days, I'm talking a SmackDown house show at the Staples Center. I want to say it was late 2003. Don't quote me, Aaron. I forget my brain's been scrambled eggs for a year now. Leave me be, boss. We went to a house show. Myself, Aaron. I want to say Aaron's dad was with us that trip, and my old former co-host, which we don't say on the air here.
Yeah,
Aaron, the entire time Brock was out there for his match, I think it was with Kurt. They were chanting, "You tapped out," because he had tapped out to Kurt. I think it was at SummerSlam, I want to say. And Aaron, us being, 20-something-year-old knuckleheads, so did Hogan, because Hogan had tapped out to Brock or Kerr, whoever, the year before. But we're 20-something. We're supposed to be dipshits at 20-something. 20-year-olds are fucking idiots. They are. So if anybody else in the room is 20, sorry in advance, but we're all stupid at 20. We're dumb. So fast forward now, 2022, I'm at AEW at the Forum, and I'm sitting with people that I knew back in the XMV days. And during the entirety of a promo, be it Punk, be it Max, be it whoever, same type of rhetoric chant at person giving promo.
Yeah.
And it's like, I've known you for 20 years, and your approach to the fandom has not evolved. It is stagnated. And it drove me bananas enough where I moved and did a SRO for the rest of the show just to be away from the static in my ear. Couldn't get over it. It was driving me batty. That's the type of fan we're dealing with, people bum rushing cars. And remember, this is at night. It wasn't like pre-AEW where we were out there in the Forum parking lot and it was sunshine. They were still bum rushing the cars, but, you bum rush Miro and his freaking big thing in the middle of the day, he's going to give you a glare or he's going to say happy birthday to the person involved or whatever, and then he's going to keep going. You do that shit at night, you may get yourself in some serious shit because you're bum rushing somebody at night, number one. It's so... And again, I've never been to a show with anybody in the room except for JJ, so I can't speak. I assume about Noah because of how I've observed him being. I don't know how your fandom is, James, but for me, reading stuff like for me, reading stuff like Bianca's story just makes me want to hurl.
Right. Yeah. There's really no other way to say it. It's unacceptable. I've seen people do that too. I've gone to a few different wrestling shows in my life. I've never thought of once trying to bum rush somebody's car. It's just, you don't even think about that unless you're just, I'm sorry, unless you're mentally tapped. That's it. Yeah. I'm sorry. You're not going to get me sugarcoating it. I mean, you need
I wouldn't expect anything less.
You need psychological help if you're doing shit like that.
Yeah. Or you need to stay your ass home, watch your shows at home, and not, put your crap out there with other people.
Exactly. Like, the whole idea of people going to wrestling shows is like any other form of entertainment. They're going there to have a good time, not going there to be a public nuisance and drive people away from the industry. That's not what you're there to do.
Nope.
You could have your likes, your dislikes, but don't be fucking obnoxious about it.
No,
and that's really where the issue comes down. Is like, the people can get so outrageous sometimes that they'll do shit like chasing somebody's car all the way until 11 o'clock at night. And honestly, shame on the freaking parents as well. By the way.
Oh yeah.
Like this is what you encourage. You encourage this type of behavior.
Yeah.
Because the 13-year-old girls didn't just drive themselves.
Okay. Well, you're mixing the stories. The girls were out in front of the arena the next day, and Becky and Bianca approached them because she was so touched by the fact that they were actually dressed like her and Becky. The people at night were adults running down the street 20 minutes away from the venue.
Okay.
At nighttime. Okay. World of difference, which is why Bianca was so what the F about it, because it's like, that's bullshit. The show's been over for an hour. We're 20 minutes down from the venue, and you're still what the hell? That's a seriously. When I was working the indies out here in Southern California, once the show was over, unless I was coming back here because the show was over in Newhall, I got into my car. The car I was riding in, and I crawled in the back until it was time for because I didn't have much shit with. I didn't bring in the gear because I didn't wrestle. I crawled in the back of the car and hid until it was time to go. I don't want to deal with those people because they're crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy shit. That's all.
It's awful.
Yep. It's not a good look for our industry, and you guys are exactly what's wrong with it. That's not only just with wrestling. That's across all forms of entertainment. You guys
that's what Scott was saying. It's when you have a guy who you don't ever talk like that, like Tom Hanks, talking to the fans like that for bum rushing Rita on the way to the car out in Hollywood, if you get Tom Hanks to swear at you, you're the one that messed up, okay? Because Tom Hanks is the most easygoing dude in the history of Hollywood. And because you made the dumb shit decision to bum rush his wife, trying to have a conversation, whatever the hell you were thinking, and Tom had to literally push you off and give you a stern talking to, like,
Yeah,
it's crazy. And G, I'll go to you. I've always been an enemy and a hater of the dueling chant thing.
Right.
The fandom mindset has devolved so much since that became a thing, and it's frightening. It really is.
Yeah, because I saw that. I think I saw that post like the next day on Tuesday.
Yeah,
and I was just like, I mean, James nailed it like perfectly. It's like all over everywhere. I was listening to the radio the other day about this stalker that's been stalking Ariana Grande for like the longest time.
right.
And how he has she has a oh my god, I'm drawing a blank here. What am I thinking of?
Restraining order.
Yes, thank you. Restraining order. And he broke that, and so they got another restraining order and stuff like that. It's ridiculous. But anyways, back to Bianca Belair and this, the crazy fans. People. Shill out the money. Go to meet and greets.
Right.
WWE has the cricket meet and greets every once in a while. If you want to meet somebody else, besides Bianca Belair, go to the meet and greets that are all over the U.S. or if you're in the U.K. or whatever, do that. Now, we went to Atlantic City, New Jersey a couple months ago at the AEW show.
Oh, okay.
And the hotel we stayed at, there was a bunch of AEW wrestlers that were there that were staying there. Because, literally, the arena was like a 4 or 5 minute walk from on the boardwalk.
Exactly.
I know where it is. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
So, my buddy Daniel, my best man in his family, his son is a big Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus fan. I don't know if he's a Luchasaurus fan anymore.
I was he's got to be having a mucker flow of a week.
So he happened to bring his Luchasaurus toy and Jungle Boy toy action figures, and it was funny. They got into the hotel, and they were on the same elevator as Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus.
Nice.
So they took the time out of their time to take a picture with him and sign their autograph, sign the toys, and take pictures with the toys as well. That's the right way to do it.
Yep.
And don't go bombarding.
No.
Like I said, if you have the money, go to a meet and greet. WWE hasn't done it in forever, but I know AEW has meet and greets before the show.
Yep.
Spill out the money. If you're that
Impact does, AEW does. Yeah,
if you're that desperate.
Yeah.
Do it the right way. Do not ruin it for everybody else.
Yep.
So,
and don't ruin that person's mentality.
Right. JJ, forgive my memory because it's shit, as you know. You were not at the 2018 Survivor Series with Team No DQ for the 20th anniversary special thing, right?
Nope.
Okay. So I'm not going to
gotten back into things by that point.
That's right. So I'm going to say a scenario. If the person is watching, they will know who they are. So I'm sorry in advance. I will not say the name out loud because I'm not going to be that much of a prick. But they will know who they are. So toward the end of Survivor Series night, you know what? It may have been toward the end of War Games night. So Saturday night. Somebody in the group with us, like they're actually part of our no DQ group thing, the activity. We were across at the Marriott, and Road Dogg, Brian James, was walking through. Hand to God, somebody in, I'll even say my age bracket. How about that? Dashed. And I mean, he could have done the 40 and 2.5 in high school and got a freaking state medal to try to catch Brian at the elevator.
Oh, Jesus.
And I watched this happen, and I've known this person for a while at this point, and I'm like, why in the? And then so after the interaction was what it was, we were walking through the Marriott to go out the other side to go to the side patio, and Brian and I exchanged looks, and because I've known Brian long enough where he knows my face at this point, and I'm just like, and he goes, like, kind of is what it is, shrug. That kind of stuff bugs me enough seeing on social media. Seeing people in my group, I just go, oh, God.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
especially
it's
with
embarrassing.
as many people know that a group of my close family friends were in Vegas listening to Punk cut that scathing promo on people that do that shit.
Yeah. Oh.
And I watched it happen in front of me. And I'm like, we have learned nothing in 7 years. Not a goddamn thing.
All right.
The best
If anything,
part is
it's gotten worse.
The best part is when Punk cut that promo in Vegas, the four of us that were, or the three of us that were sitting together, because Mikey didn't have a ticket for that one.
No.
He was there, but he didn't have a ticket.
Right.
The three of us that were sitting together turned and looked in the general vicinity where we knew somebody was there that does that stuff.
Oh my God. And
because it was like, are you hearing this? He is talking to you.
We were shouting across the top like he could actually hear us across the freaking Thomas and Mack with 17,000 people. We're like, this is the man, because it was so like right at the guy.
Before we move on for this topic, I want to just touch on one thing that you mentioned. You talked about the disconnect going to AEW between you and the other fans. And I don't know. I don't know how often, Noah, James G, I don't know how often you guys go to shows. Me having stepped away from it as long as I did, it used to have like a fraternity vibe.
Yeah.
Like you had your family, your friends, the people you saw on a day-to-day basis. Then you saw your wrestling family whenever you would go to a show or to like City Walk or to Access or whatever. You'd always see the same people at whatever Indie Federation or WWE.
Yeah.
AEW wasn't a thing at the time, but whatever show you'd go to, you'd see that same little family. And it was like, oh, hey, man, how have you been? What you been doing since I saw you last?
Yeah, how's the kiddos?
Basically get like caught back up in the month, 2 months, 3 months since you had seen him last.
Yep.
And I just don't feel that. When I went to that show in Ontario, granted, I'd been out of wrestling for almost a decade at that point.
Right.
But I didn't recognize anybody there.
No.
I didn't get that vibe from people at the show, kick it back. Hey, let's chit chat. Who do you like? Who you don't like? Blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
It was very kind of off-putting to me.
Yeah. Going to the Ontario arena, I talked more with a fellow Kings fan, Christian, than I did with any other wrestling fan because of our Kings bond. Because the Kings minor league team plays there. Like I saw Christian at most of the shows. I've seen you at the shows now. I went to one show with our buddy Webmaster Wade and his family. But the AEW show was a revelation, dude. It was so weird. I hope to God the sheer amount of people at WrestleMania will not make me feel like that. Because that sucked. It really sucked.
See the difference between the two markets that the fans attract?
Maybe.
But I don't think so. I feel like
no
things have just kind of degenerated.
Yeah.
This is the same era. Isn't it Alexa Bliss had a stalker also?
Alexa's had one. Sonya's had one recently. Paige actually put on Twitter that her stalker is back on Twitter, adding her on Twitter, but because it's Twitter, they can't really do anything except try to get the guy blocked. It's like,
yeah.
It's not as simple as BG talked about, getting a restraining order on somebody anymore because online restraining orders don't work. Yeah. They should, but they don't.
They don't
really, right?
It comes down to social media sucks. I don't think it has anything. It's not to do with because this is the problem in all forms of entertainment. It's not just wrestling. We're just in this bubble, but in reality, it's like this happens to all forms of entertainment because of social media. Social media has caused people to be degenerates, not only online, but in real life.
I was going to say,
that's the problem.
We have not learned a damn thing, James, from 25 years when the paparazzi craziness caused the death of Princess Diana.
Yep.
Not a damn thing.
Not a
damn thing in a
so.
quarter century. And that's
Yep.
and that's a global what the fuck, because that was to her.
Yep.
It was crazy. It was just awful.
Yep.
All right. Next topic. JJ, what would you like me to throw up there? I'm down for whatever.
I don't even remember what all the topics were, Jeff, so just go ahead and pick something.
All right. We'll go with this. All right. So this week, I don't really get Don Callis voice, but I'll try anyway. Kenny, by God, Omega, came out in the press talking to some gaming thing or another. And I think I'm not a gamer. I have no idea what the hell he was talking about, so forgive me on the source. I do apologize. The quote actually comes from Wrestle Talk's recap of the CEO Gaming channel, Twitch channel's chat with Kenny, basically saying, Kenny said, and I quote, "That is why I was Kenny Omega says wrestling has evolved to become less about stories." And Kenny said, "That is why I was confident in doing everything throughout the Hangman story. That was a story about human lives. I feel as wrestling has progressed, it's become less about those a lot. If we just become physical vessels that are supposed to throw each other at the wall until everyone goes kersplat and don't get up again, that's the kind of wrestling I can't do anymore. And when I have to know it's time to pack it in. We're going there already, and there are people trying to convince you that those are the best matches and 5-star matches. We have to be careful." So,
wow.
Yeah, there's a big giant onion to peel here. All right. Like, Christ almighty, Kenny. I love you, boy, but damn. All right. Kenny, not on purpose, I'm sure, is coming off like a hypocrite. Okay, because he is a victim of what the hell he just said. Because he became about collecting the belts. That became about making Meltzer pop his goddamn wad every time he stepped into the ring. Mm-hmm. All right, that is what Kenny Omega became. The minute he kind of got that first more than 5 stars, Kenny went cuckoo in the groin and in the brain. But now he's out till who knows when because of wrestling that style.
He even said himself, probably forever.
Yeah.
Like he's thinking if he literally, you forgot one other quote in that. He said,
well, I just went with what I had. So.
If I suffer one more second, this is from Kenny's own lips, by the way. If I suffer one more setback, I don't think I could do this anymore. I might be done permanently.
No, and is that not just
what he said?
Right. And for me, that is one of those. I have yet to see Kenny Omega wrestle in person since he became Kenny, by God Omega. I watched him win the 2009 PWG Battle of Los Angeles for the vacant PWG championship. And I saw it in him then, and that was 13 years ago. No, yeah, almost 13 years ago now, because it was toward the end of 2009. And for somebody that had that unbelievable potential, go through the WWE developmental hell, escape from it like a freaking refugee out of the cesspool, and become who he's become, but become a victim of what he felt he had to become, is tragic.
Yeah.
Noah, we heard from James actually say the quote, but I want to ask you, where do you stand on Kenny Omega? And I mean, it's pretty much a good sense that he's right in what he says, but, is there not accountability on his end for him proliferating and popularizing that style amongst the boys and amongst the fans watching it?
It's one of those things where, you figure about you probably were the one that brought this type of style to the dance, but now you have a sudden realization when you consider how your body and your mind is going nowadays to the point you may never wrestle again. You figure about this whole belt collector mentality. The likes of Macardona, who's injured, Taya Valkyrie's currently got multiple belts. Kylan King, she's making a brand name for herself with multiple belts. FTR's got 3 set of tag team championships, and Dax Harwood's on the brink of being injured for the long haul. If he's not careful. It is one of those mentalities that, again, you figure about what you started, you see the domino effect, but now you look at yourself and you can't do it anymore, and you kind of suddenly realize, okay, maybe I was wrong in this mindset. So honestly, it just feels like it's a realization, but it just might be, too little too late, because now it's becoming more so what everybody goes after, because it seems now that's the way you go forward to get over in this industry. So I do think there's definitely a sense of accountability. And with Kenny Omega saying this statement, I hope there's a lot more of that in it versus just more self-professed bolstering.
Yeah. Big G, Noah will back me up on this. What was the first time I ever asked for a New Japan login, Noah? Remember?
Yeah, it was Wrestle Kingdom.
Omega against who?
Omega against Chris Jericho.
And why? And because I wanted to see what Kenny Omega had become after all this time of me not seeing him. And he wowed the bejesus out of me. He did.
Wowed the bejesus out of everybody. But then again, he set a standard. And that was after I faced Kazuchika Okada to the point.
I was going to say this after the Okada stuff for the most part. He had like one more match with Okada for that. And I'm like, I need this in my life. I actually had my own subscription for a year because it was I need this in my life. This is the thing.
I saw Kenny Omega wrestle Sami Callihan live last year at Summerversary in a death match.
Okay, I'm glad you brought the D word up. I'm so glad you brought that up. Kenny's style, and gee, I'm going to throw it to you down here. That's Kenny's style and what has become of his body, combined with the all of a sudden death matches are in again. Yeah. Like, I remember when death matches were getting like, oh, we can't do these anymore because freaking New Jack is so this and Nick Gage is so this, and that was not that long ago. And now it's like we have women having death matches and being proud of it. And I'm not shitting on people like Mariah or people that I, like Britt Baker or whatever, but it's like, I guess I'm just becoming an old fuddy-duddy in my near as I near closer and closer to 40. But I have no desire. Huh? What happened?
Hey, some of us is past that.
Okay, but I think you and I can relate on this as well, Jay. I have zero desire to turn on a wrestling program on my TV and especially go live. I've cleaned up after 2 nights of death matches. I'm good.
Yeah, Kenny Omega and Sami Callihan felt like a death match, and it was for the Impact World Championship because, Sami Callihan, he's bloody insane.
Because Sami's nuts, yeah.
There are some wrestlers that have made that a standard. I mean, just against all odds this past Friday night, Clockwork Orange House of Fun match.
Yeah. Like, I don't mind that being a once in a while. If you're going to get Raven, you might as well. If you're going to have Clockwork, you might as well bring Raven in and just go balls out, right?
Right.
But that's different from like everybody, at least a few people on every roster now seems like it has to have some sort of match where there's some sort of unnecessary bloodletting. Great example. Dad and I sat down Wednesday and watched Dynamite for the first time together in months because I was at their house. I was home.
Right.
And half of the conversation during the match, the main event match, was that's just unnecessary. You can't tell me, even during War Games or Blood and Guts. Sorry, Vince. My bad. Bot. Sorry, Vince. I didn't mean to say War Games, even though it is War Games. I didn't mean to say War Games out loud. During Blood and Guts, freaking what the hell's the name?
Oh, Moxley with the fork.
It wasn't a fork. What's the term for the food?
The skewers.
Oh, skewers.
Skewers, but
you the man in the head.
Yeah, what's the name of the food when you stack it on the skewers and you eat it off the
kebab?
Yeah, there is no need to have a freaking shish kebab fork in somebody's temple. That's goddamn ridiculous. It was rather ridiculous in '98. It's still as ridiculous in 2022. Okay, and this is my dad's favorite guy because they're both Cincinnati boys, and it's just like, oh, it hurts my brain. Like watching all the head trauma, my brain just going, can we turn the TV off now? It hurts because it's just like no.
Realization.
Oh.
I feel Kenny Omega with the fact now that he's seen what he's done and can't do it anymore. And honestly, it was a period where Kenny Omega wasn't this. He was taking it easy a little bit in AEW, and then he went from 0 to 100, and you see what happened that year and a half. Yes, he raised the game in the industry, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, Emmanuel's got a great, didn't need to happen. AEW was doing fine with Kenny. They didn't need to book him when it won championships across the world and run him into the ground. That's a major part of this. It wasn't just the style he worked; it was the amount of dates he worked that style.
Exactly.
You can't do that kind of shit on the regular, and he was.
Your mentality versus your physical capabilities. I can't say it enough. Dr. Baker DMD put out a solo tweet about respect the work that goes into what we do in the ring, but realize that we have to be conscious enough with what we do too. And this shortly came out after Adam Cole and his performance in that 4-way in the Forbidden Door. Again, every one of these men and women are out there for our attention, for our investment, for our interest, for the love of professional wrestling. In some way, art, or form. A lot of them also have that same love themselves, not just necessarily in it for the money and for the adulation. But at the end of the day, injuries is a very real thing, and some of these injuries are life-changing to the point you may never do this again.
JJ, please.
The comment that Emmanuel put up about booking Omega to win every title, I feel is kind of a double-edged sword.
Right.
And I say that because you've got to figure AEW is still in its infancy.
Yes,
they're
really
not even
is.
a 5-year-old company.
Yep.
So to have their world champion go out and get all these other world championships
with a lot of history and lineage too. Yeah,
exactly. Just helps to bring more eyes to their own product, and I'm sure that's why they did it. Were any of the champions prior to Omega, with the exception of maybe Chris Jericho, going to be a big enough name to draw those kind of eyes to this brand new product? And that's why Jericho was the first.
Yep.
But he's not the one that had the Ultimo Dragon success with freaking 27 belts on his arms.
Right. And
that was Kenny by God Omega, because he still had the youth on his side to be able to go out there and do what Jericho was capable of, but probably just couldn't do as much anymore at his age.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm glad you mentioned the Dragon. He was the J Crown champion and the WCW Cruiserweight champion at the same time, but he wasn't working 5 or 6 nights a week in different companies. Yeah. He would come to WCW, do Nitro. When he was champion, there was no Thunder, but he would do a house show or two, and then he would do a tour Japan for a couple of weeks and do the thing in Japan and then come back. But he wasn't every night, twice or whatever, like Kenny was doing. And it's like people don't remember how long Kenny's been doing this. Like I said, I watched him become a PWG World Champion in 2009. My son was a year old, and Dylan's now 14 and a half. So that was almost 14 years ago when I saw him win his first major singles championship. And he's just sorry, but we don't get younger. We don't have the freaking Ra's al Ghul Lazarus pit out in the back. We just don't have that. I wish, God, that'd be awesome if we could do that in wrestling. Good Lord. Not to worry about hiring anybody else. But again, James,
hold on. We haven't gotten to G, I don't think, the whole time. Did we?
No, I was going to go to him last, but I'll go to him next. That's fine. So G, again, we've all been watching long enough where we've seen the style of wrestling evolve. And, you talk about the higher risk and everything. Look at Shawn Michaels. Shawn Michaels put his body through so much, and it was legitimately a simple, seemingly harmless backdrop. But when you slow it down frame by frame, he's hitting his freaking discs into the corner of that casket, which didn't need to be a thing.
Right.
And that was 1998 that happened. Yeah. And we're having this conversation about Kenny Omega doing unnecessary risks now.
Right.
Is it more of I'm so passionate and I want to have the best thing out there on the card, or is it also I need to make as much money as I can while I can, so I don't have to worry about taking care of my family later? Because when you have that mindset, at least from my point of view, if you try to make all the money by doing the things Kenny does, by doing the things Shawn did, your family's going to be financially taken care of for the rest of your life and their lives.
Right.
But you're going to be watching your kids play in your freaking, cripple chair in the corner of your living room. That's kind of sad.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on the worker, though, too, because, again, some of these workers, okay, do they have everything now? Do they want else to have family? So, also, not really a double-edged sword, but also it's one of those butterfly effects. Which way do they want to take their careers all the way to the end, too? Just saying. Go ahead, Big J.
Yeah.
So, I first saw Kenny Omega wrestle in AEW at Full Gear in Baltimore against Moxley in that Lights Out match. And that was...
Really?
I mean, I
that
love
was rough. That was rough.
It was. I love my violence.
Right.
I love my violence. Anyways, I had not seen Kenny Omega wrestle before then.
Oh, okay.
I've heard of Omega and stuff like that.
Right.
With in New Japan and stuff like that, but I never actually saw him wrestle.
Right.
Yes.
And then he finally won the AEW championship. And then he won the Impact title and then the AAA title. And like you said, that's a lot for one person.
Yeah.
The titles, they're props. But to them, they're like, okay, I'm representing these companies as the world champion. So I'm gonna do what I need to do to make them happy. And I also believe, a lot of these wrestlers, male and female, they are passionate about what they want to do. So they're going to go out there and do whatever they have to have the match of the night. So, like, say you have one match, they're going to say, okay, we're the main event. So we're going to have to outshine the match before us and after us.
Yep.
So... And Kenny's getting up there in age 2 now. I think he's probably his mid-30s, late 30s.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and you doing this for a long, long time. You said 2009, Jeff.
At least
for doing this a long, long time.
He'll be 40. He'll be 39 this year. He's my age.
39. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still in my. I'm in my mid-30s.
I know.
I'm just 30.
It takes a toll on your body wrestling day in, day out. By God, Rick freaking Flair is going to be wrestling.
I was going to say.
By freaking God. I mean, the man is like, he saw Vince wrestle at WrestleMania. He's like, okay, if Vince can still do this, I can do this.
Okay, but Vince worked a freaking match with McAfee.
You know what I mean, though.
Yeah, I know.
It takes a toll on your body, and sometimes you have to switch up your style of wrestling.
You do.
That way you can continue to wrestle.
I would argue that's the key to Flair's longevity. He didn't, despite what books written by jaded people will tell you, he made sure he adjusted his style just enough where as he got into his 50s, right. he wasn't going 60 with Steamboat anymore. It wasn't going to be a thing.
No.
So we had to do, and that's why if the rumor is to be believed and Jay Lethal is going to be involved in this match with him, I am more reassured than I was when I first heard the announcement. Because we've all seen Jay Lethal work. Some of us have befriended Jay Lethal over the years. I trust Jay to take care of Ric Flair. I do. So anyway.
But yeah, hopefully Kenny Omega, I don't know.
I hope he comes back, James. I do. Yeah, I do. I hope he does. And the thing is, we've heard that he came back and then had to leave again because he couldn't be around it and not be in it.
Yeah.
That's the beast. That's the thing that talked about Undertaker's Last Ride documentary, chasing that dragon within you.
The dragon.
Yeah. We all heard that line and it was like, he's not wrong.
No.
And Kenny not being able to harness and utilize that dragon to the ability that he used to, mind fucked him and he had to go home again.
Well,
that's going to be tough.
I thought the reason was because he got injured while working backstage, and
that's what I'm saying. He couldn't even be backstage without getting more involved than he really needed to.
And that was the problem. Yeah,
and he botched himself. Yeah, it's like, oh God, Kenny, God damn it, Kenny. Oh my God, you hurt Kenny, you idiot. Anyway, just
that's accurate,
right? So again, I'm glad Jay brought this up because it's so. And again, JJ and I in particular, you guys more so the last 2 years, have watched the Young Bucks grow into the old, still think they can go Bucks, and then watch them have matches. It's like, oh, wow, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we don't need that from y'all no more. We love you. No, stop.
Yeah.
Stop. Now, FTR, if Dax gets himself put back together Humpty Dumpty style, we talked about this last week on Mike Knight. So there's this guy on social media, Twitter and Instagram, that does these amazing renderings of these. It's WTGFX, something like that. I forget the name. I'm sorry, Tony. Like they did a rendering of FTR posed with the belts they have right now, and like at like their knee level, like a stack of all the other belts. And I'm thinking the conversation JJ and I had we had with you guys last week on the show. How are they not in that talk already as being one of the greatest teams ever? They've literally done every freaking thing you can do on the big stages in this wrestling world we currently live in. Yep. IWGP, Ring of Honor, AEW, WWE, and NXT. Bing, 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 bing. And Impact is on the horizon, I have a feeling.
Oh, sure.
Like, how do you not put them in that talk with Axe and Smash, with Hawk and Animal, with Bubba and Devon, Edge and Christian, the Hardys? And the thing is, Edge and Christian and the Hardys, with all due respect to those two teams, and the Dudleys also, they held the WCW tag title, these WWE tag titles, but they were WWE owned.
Yep.
The Road Warriors bounced around.
Mm.
Demolition held on to the World Tag Titles of WWF at a time where only Hogan got to touch that kind of longevity with a title before Demolition, and then Honky, of course, won his title that year. It's like nobody did those kind of numbers but Hulk.
Yep.
And for FTR to be in that category of not necessarily long reigns, but the sheer quantity of their belt case, even Conrad Thompson's going, hey, nobody blessing me, and nobody has more belts than Conrad Thompson. So nobody. I seen it. So yeah, FTR's got to be in that talk. Anyway, let's see. There's a comment here. It says, "Can I confirm FTR? We confirm FTR if they are okay." So Dax is banged up like a muckerfucker after the match at Forbidden Door, but they did work Dynamite. I believe they work Rampage as well. So it's a matter of just easing into it and not botching the buckshot at a pay-per-view and then trying it again on Wednesday and really botching yourself up, CM Punk, to the point where you have to go take time off.
Yep.
Just a matter of just slow it down. And it's not like it's very much the same way as how they were trying to do it. Punk's flair, they're Arn and Tully. Arn and Tully could slow a match down and work a body part for 20 minutes, not to worry about doing a damn thing of their damn selves.
Yep.
So
hopefully, yeah.
Great, yeah. All right, let's see.
It ain't ballet anymore for sure.
Well, we'll go ahead. I'll grab onto that one. I appreciate you saying that, James. I have come to think of that term as just my brain just, and I'll tell you why. My son went to go take ballet for like balance and coordination stuff. And ballet dancers, they are no joke. Those guys and gals, I'd rather wrestle. I really would.
Yeah, actually.
Like, I can't imagine the kind of strength in your toes and in your hand-eye coordination. Yeah, nope.
Yeah, no.
Nope, I'm good. All right, JJ, I'm going to need your massive back on this one because you have the actual numbers behind the tombstone you sent me, so you'll have to help me out here a little bit if you can.
I didn't go yet.
On this, are you sure?
Yeah, James didn't go.
God
I
damn,
didn't go like full on. I just kind of interjected.
Carry on.
Yes, sir. Moments. My thoughts are as follows, really, with this Kenny Omega stuff. Like, I feel like Kenny is saying this now because he's so banged up to the point where he's had setback after setback.
Right.
If he found a way to work less dates while being those multi-time champions, then I don't think we'd be having this conversation. But the bottom line is he was always overworking himself. That was the issue. He needed when he had that many titles, he needed to lessen his schedule to that point. And he was the draw,
Yep.
He shouldn't have been working himself like he was an undercard or workhorse type wrestler. At that point, he already made it to the top. He's the attraction. He should it's literally goes back to what we said last week about all the world champions should be treated this way. Every month, no more, no less. It never should be any more than a month. It should be TV specials, pay-per-views. That's it.
Look at Roman.
Look at Roman now. And by the way, I don't even think they're doing Roman right because he should be defending it every month. The problem is they just don't have any more contenders because they refuse to build stars at least properly. Kenny Omega didn't have that problem. Kenny, especially in the three companies, maybe AAA. You can maybe make an argument for AAA. Still,
right?
You could have gone to each company every month and have a week. Have a week off every month.
Right.
He went there on 2 days, 3 day stretches. Like there was at one point, I think during All Out of what was it, 2020? He wrestled 3 or 4 times that week because he was the fucking champion. He went and defended the championship. He defended the championship. Actually, it might have been 2021. It was the barbed wire match.
Yeah. It
was the Moose match, and then he went to AAA and wrestled Andrade.
Yeah.
What the he? No wonder, dude. Yeah. I don't know what you were expecting. You guys have to lower the schedule. There's so much talent on this roster. You have enough to rotate out for at least 2 weeks, if not 3, every single week. You have to do better to protect the top guys.
If they just stuck to wrestling lore and actually said, okay, your top champion or any champion has to defend once every 30 days.
Right.
If Kenny's got 3 titles, that's essentially once every 10 days.
Right.
Roughly,
yes.
There's no reason he can't get plenty of rest in 9 days.
Yeah.
And that's not all. I mean, at the very least, if you're talking television champion, that's still only every 2 weeks.
Yeah. Okay.
It shouldn't be every week.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, no, because in theory, if you're pre-taping one of your shows, you're good.
Yeah.
JJ, go ahead.
No, I'll go ahead and finish this. I was going to say something unrelated before it pertains to the next topic.
I think. Oh, okay.
I'll just finish it with this. It goes back to what we said last night. You guys, we want to see everybody do well. We don't want to see this many injuries. If that means you have to slow down your style, then so be it. I'm fine with it.
Yeah,
you don't need to go this freaking hard. Just slow it down. Slow it way down. That's what we have to do. If that means we get more longevity, then so be it. Because I'll tell you right now, man, 36 injuries is way too many in this freaking industry.
Yeah,
way too crazy. Damn many. There wasn't even that many in 2011. There wasn't that many during WrestleMania 32, which was littered with them.
Oh yeah,
36 is unacceptable, and we need to change that.
We do.
Period.
You are correct.
Especially when you consider 13 of those are top guys.
Yeah.
Enough.
Yeah.
Yes, G. You were.
I was gonna say we can't do anything physically. They
right. Yeah. That's it.
Exactly. That's it. That's basically what I mean. Yeah, they have to. The wrestlers and the promoters.
Exactly. JJ, you want to say something before we go on to the next topic, or
I just sent it to you in DM.
Oh, okay. I know if you want to say something about something before the next topic. Okay, just want to make sure we were clear on that. All right. So since Monday, and of course, I actually brought my John Cena over here, and I was going to wear it during this part of the show, and now I can't find the damn thing because we came over here in a hurry today. So I'm just going to say it like it is, but I do want to say, since I have the hat on, Paradise Kitty had their show. It's now 10:04 in the morning over in India. So, girls, congratulations on a tremendous tour of India, getting the message spread over there to let the women do the talking and rock and roll. I love you, Rods. I can't wait to see you in a couple weeks. Mwah. All right. Anyway, did John Cena's milestone open a true forbidden door is the question of the moment. And the reason I say that, gents, is because on Monday night, during the course of John Cena's celebration of 20 years, which again watches our spines curve and our hair graze, we had no less than 3 people from current AEW contracts appear during Raw. Yes, they were pre-tapes. Yes, it was a thing. But we saw, as labeled on WWE television, The Big Show, Chris Jericho, and Daniel Bryan appear during some sort of pre-tape message for John. Much akin to seeing WWE Superstar AJ Styles appear at Slammiversary the week before. Is this forbidden door creaking open even that much more now? JJ brought the great topic up to me. This is one of the first things he brought to me this week after the Bianca fan bullshit people. So I tend to believe that the combination of AJ appearing at Slammiversary via tape, the combination of, yes, Joe's in AEW Ring of Honor, but he still did not appear because of whatever was going on with it. But there were a lot of people that appeared via tape. Dixie was there live, for Christ's sake. So the wrestling world is definitely maybe not changing or evolving completely, but it's definitely going in a direction that I didn't think was going to be possible in my lifetime. And the fact of the matter is, boys and girls at home, and you guys here in the studio with me, I never, in my almost 30 years of fandom and over 30 years of fandom and almost 20 years of doing this, I never thought I would hear the words from my mouth that Vince McMahon has stepped down as CEO of WWE. And we've heard that phrase now. Yeah. And we now have had, in the last 2 weeks, a WWE contracted wrestler again appear, even via satellite, at a WWE at an Impact show. Their big show, by the way. They're one of their main shows. And then, as we heard about 45 times on Monday, the greatest of all time celebrates his anniversary with the company. And 3, granted, Paul White's not wrestling for AEW right now. Cool. He's still a big name. He signed one of the biggest and most longevity-wise, one of the biggest contracts in the history of professional wrestling.
Again.
But Paul White, Chris Jericho, and Bryan Danielson all appear during segments of that show. I think those, combined with the combination of Vince no longer being at the head of the proverbial business table, it seems to me we're going to have that door just ever so slightly as we head into the next fiscal year. James, am I right or wrong?
From the what we see on the surface, yes, you're right. However, and I do have to bring this up,
yes,
because it is a fact.
Oh yeah.
While we hear that he stepped down as CEO, we also heard that he's still head of creative.
Right.
Which is basically corporate for saying Vince still runs everything, but he just has Triple H and Stephanie as his surrogates until the investigation's over. I mean, that's what that means to me.
Well, the way I interpret it is they're actually running the day-to-day of the office, whereas Vince is still making sure he dictates what we see between 8 and 11, between 8 and 10, between 8 and 10 during the week.
Which, again, maybe so. But if Vince is this much of a control, keep in mind, he was also running WWE's day-to-day operations even under other people during the steroid trial. He was there were times where he was telling him what to do even then. So
right, but if you
buy that. I can't buy that. That's just me, but
if you go back and listen to podcasts from people that were there at the time, they had a fucking place just in case it went south.
Yeah.
Even in title alone, the act of him naming Linda as the president at the time was whoa to the public. Right. Inside, nothing changed. Not a damn thing changed.
Exactly.
But public perception is a muckerfuther. And like I said a couple weeks ago, we were talking about Vince's thing originally. If you put anybody in that big chair, if you're this committee that's investigating Vince, you need to put somebody in charge while Vince is under fire. If you put anybody without a McMahon at the end of their name in that chair, stocks plummet, the business goes to shit. So I see what you're saying, but even if he is still in charge, and we're going to talk about the signings this week on the next topic. So we're going to bleed into the next topic through this topic, but the fact that the public faces of the running of the business, be it creative, be it the office itself, are, for the moment, Paul Levesque and Stephanie McMahon. I think that if they have any sort of earwig into the old man, that they're going to be like, hey, that looked really good Monday to have those guys here. Hey, that looked really good to have AJ appear on Slammiversary. We have to do that shit, but we did it anyway, and it made us look decent. So I want to believe that we're going to get some sort of, maybe not a freaking super card like, AWA and NWA tried back in the 80s, but at least some sort of continuing peace and maybe collaboration.
I mean, look, as much as I want, I'm probably the pessimist of this whole topic, honestly. I'll be fair in saying that.
Well,
until Vince McMahon is fully gone from the WWE in all facets because of the bull crap he pulled with the secretary or whatever the hell.
Right.
Nothing will change.
Okay.
That's how I see it.
Fair enough.
It's the whole mentality of that needs to happen before anything can move forward. Because, here's the other part of this that we're not even talking about. Do we need to remind ourselves of how stressed out Tony Khan was during the press conference during working with New Japan?
No.
And all the crap they went with there?
No.
Holy crap. I've never seen the dude as stressed as he was with this.
Yeah.
And put this in perspective, as much as I hate to be this guy, and I hope I'm wrong, please let me be wrong, but if Tony Khan was like that there's a good chance that this event might be on hold for 2 more years. It might not be yearly because it stressed Tony Khan out that much. If that stresses him out, what the hell is working with Vince going to be like? If he's still running the company and he goes away scot-free like he does every single time.
Right.
Like, how is Tony Khan going to feel like with that? I'm serious when I ask that. Like, we have to seriously consider that. I'm not even saying that because I hate Vince. It's not just because of that. Even though, contrary to popular belief, they probably would say that. It's not about that. To me, what is realistic here? The realistic way for the Forbidden Door to be fully open to the entire wrestling industry and for it to be a true territory system like it was back in the 60s and 70s is Vince needs to be gone, step down, or whatever.
Right.
That's the only way it happens. Until that announcement is made, that it is a permanent leave of absence, nothing's changing.
Fair point. So, JJ, let's say that day comes. Let's say either these allegations derail the old man, or he voluntarily steps away so the company doesn't get further dragged into the muck. Are these moments, even on video, even cameo style, as Emmanuel talked about in the chat there, you wouldn't have seen even that at the start of this little war the AW is claiming is happening right now. So things have already softened exponentially faster than it did between WWE and WCW.
Well, yeah, when it comes to WWE, WCW, there was no softening that was going to be had. WCW was out for blood.
Right.
And I don't think that Tony was ever out for blood.
No.
Therein lies the difference.
True. Very true.
The other thing we have to remember is that there have been instances like this going back to, I want to say, what year did the Horsemen get inducted?
2012, when Flair came over from TNA.
No, hold on.
Okay.
Let me make my point before you start. But
Well, okay.
there have been instances like this going back even 10 years now when Vince was in charge.
True.
Like when the Horseman was inducted and we got Ric Flair coming over from TNA to appear at the Hall of Fame. And then in return, Christian went to Slammiversary that year.
Yes.
To make an appearance, and we had that little tit for tat thank you. When Ken Shamrock got inducted into the Impact Hall of Fame, The Rock, via satellite as he did a video praising him and speaking highly of him for getting inducted into the Hall of Fame. There was that. Both of those things happened under the Vince McMahon watch.
Very true.
And then we've got Mickie James this year at the Rumble. Hardcore Country, Knockout Women's title under Vince's watch.
Yes.
So I think we're slowly starting to chip away at him.
Right.
But I definitely think that if anything on a more grand scale is going to happen, then James is right. And Vince needs to be out of the picture completely because it's something that Hunter or Stephanie would make happen over Vince. And especially if Paulie is back dabbling in creative at all, ECW worked with WWF all those years ago, both with the talent exchange, the little mini invasion, and that one Terry Funk retirement show.
Yep.
They had the two brands kind of bleeding over.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's definitely something that could be on the horizon, and I hope and pray that this is where it'll go down the road. I think that's what kind of got my juices going with our whole Forbidden Door fantasy booking.
Yep.
Was just seeing what has come since the term Forbidden Door came into play in AEW, and how we'd see guys jump over from Impact on the Dynamite and from Rampage to AAA and blah, blah, blah. We wanted to see this on a more grand scale.
Yes.
The only way to get it on a grand scale is to get WWE's involvement.
Yep.
I mean, how awesome would it be at this point in time to see the Usos versus FTR?
Yeah.
Or the
which we've
Usos
seen
versus
before,
the
but
Bucks.
yeah.
And Usos and the Briscoes, which we've never seen.
Yeah.
Yikes.
That was a match I booked in my 2-night version of the card.
You did.
And it's like, right. The thing to me is like, we said it on the Indie Force, my boys and I, like we literally said, like, as we're memeing on Vince, there was a point where we talked about Stephanie and Nico's just straight up said, Stephanie, good luck,
Yeah.
And I replied immediately with, yeah, stay a while, kick your shoes off, put them up on the office desk. We kind of want you there. Make yourself at home, please make yourself at home.
Yeah.
Like, God, it's to the point where everything you're saying is right, because if for no other reason, the wrestling world has become so jaded. The only way I feel like to unite everybody for once in this industry is to actually have this crossover happen. That only happens if Vince, who is the jaded of them all, is gone.
What's funny is it may not be able to happen until the day, Lord help us, Vince McMahon dies.
Right.
And it would be a super show, everybody coming together to pay honor to Vince.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, whether you like him, you don't like him, his recent escapades or not, he changed the business.
Big G's technology disagrees with you for the second time. It's okay. Yeah, he's going in and out. He's having issues. They had massive storms in his area like last week. We lost him during the show last week, so it's all good. I wonder.
He commented on the chat. He said he's got to go in 10 minutes.
It's all good, brother. No worries. Yeah, nobody says I'm bouncing. It's 10-1. Noah, again, it's one of those. We don't want Vince to die. That's just a little extreme.
Mm-hmm.
But well, most of us don't. But I really would like the business to evolve enough where we get these kind of matches that we wouldn't normally see. And, we all talked about ad nauseum in 2001 when WCW went out of business and ECW went under, that we were going to get these dream matches. And we did. We just didn't get them in the moment we were having the dream. And by the time we got most of the matches, it turned into a damn nightmare. So, again, you don't want somebody to have to be forced out of their livelihood without clear, definitive, charges or whatever being actively filed. And we'll talk about that in the main event today, by the way. But I know I don't right now. I probably could have before all this shit started. I know James would probably say he would never see this happening in the man's lifetime. JJ, again, you and I go back and forth on Vince all the time. I don't think Vince would ever get to a point in his head where he would actively step away for what's best for business and not own the fact that he is no longer best for business. Do you foresee that happening in your lifetime as a fan?
No, at the end of the day, Vince McMahon truly is about one thing at the end of the day, and that is business. Business, 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 business. He will put business before family, before religion, before common sense in the accordance to a wrestling fan or his own workers' mentality. Vince is literally one word, business. And until Vince finds business to the point that he literally can't do it anymore,
right,
I don't ever see Vince McMahon stepping away from the industry. Even if he has stepped down in his own company, he will always have that stranglehold on the business. So as long as that comes into play, I don't see things getting bigger with WWE involved in this term we're calling the Forbidden Door. At the end of the day, it's a wrestling industry working more on collaboration versus competition. And until the business side of things is not the forefront of that, it's not going to change within the WWE.
Very true. All right. I have been asked to go to the next topic, so I will do that because JJ has numbers on this and I don't. For at the end of the day. So basically, ratings came out across television and streaming this last week. And it was brought up amongst several different platforms, but JJ made it pretty concise. And I just picked a different font because I like the font that I used. So cable television, is it officially dead at this point? And JJ has the numbers to make the argument of why it could very well be.
Oh, I didn't have those exact numbers, but the bottom line is that when the numbers came out for Raw this past week with the John Cena celebration and everything, they did under 2 million.
Yep.
On the flip side, AEW did some of its best numbers in recent memory here with 1 million on Wednesday for Domination.
They finally got the 1 million back. Okay, cool.
Now, however, here's the thing, as the other shirt says.
We'll get that shirt. You can buy that one too later.
But
not yet.
WWE couldn't even hit 2 million, honoring the face of the company for easily the last 15 years. Figure the 2-year climb to the top, 3-year climb to the top that he had in a couple years with the COVID era where he hasn't really been around.
Right.
But the 15-year run at the top couldn't get more than 2 million.
Right.
And again, we always talk about Nielsen ratings and how those aren't reliable anyways. But at this point, should these broadcasts just be moved to a streaming site? Would WWE's broadcasts of Raw, NXT, and SmackDown on the cock be better fare? A lot of people don't even have cable television anymore. They would rather have streaming sites as opposed to paying for satellite or cable.
Yep.
You know, and then the flip side, like I said, Dynamite finally hit 1 million. But you notice there was no Stanley Cup finals. There was no NBA finals. There was nothing outside of their demo to really compete with them on Wednesday.
Yep.
You know, yeah, they had the Blood and Guts special, which maybe that was part of the boost. The real key will be, what numbers do they do this Wednesday?
Yeah.
Do they drop again now that Blood and Guts is over? Or do they keep that 1 million? Do they grow? But I think it's time that the WWE, AEW, Impact, Ring of Honor, and everybody out there that runs a professional wrestling company just come to the realization that cable television ain't it no more.
No.
You know, the reason why it said 1980 on the tombstone is because that's when cable TV really started to bubble and jump off.
Yes.
You know, you figure 81 was the launch of MTV.
Jesus.
You know, and all those other channels that really started to spiral in the wake of the cable era.
Yep.
Right.
So it's had a good 40 plus year run.
Yep.
Maybe. Yeah.
It's time to stop relying on that. You figure more people watched Stranger Things on Netflix than tune in to regular television anymore.
Honestly, and again, if I've ever seen the numbers right, I'm pretty sure just that show alone did more than the entirety of wrestling combined this week.
I'll just add to your point, JJ, real quick. Remember
go
when
ahead. I was pretty much done with my point anyway. Either you or Noah, whoever wants to pick up the back from here.
Well,
bless you.
Can run from this point.
This has been my topic on every show in the last 6 to 7 weeks.
Right.
When do you guys remember when I brought up Brian Quinn from Impractical Jokers when he was on Danhausen's show?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you remember the number that they ended up getting because they actually have all the information?
It was absurd. It was an absurd number. Yeah.
That they got.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
7.2 million people, the biggest rating they've ever had.
Right.
Guess what? That wasn't a Nielsen number. You know what that was? That was a total combined number of not only Nielsen, but of every streaming service platform that they are on.
Yep.
And about 3 million of those people, when you did the calculations and rough estimation, are domestic here.
Yeah.
So if that's the case here, I guarantee you it's the case for pro wrestling.
Right. When you figure the number that's been touted for so long as far as the quarter hour, and a number that has popped and endured was 8-1 for Rock This Is Your Life with Foley. And nobody's sniffed that in a quarter hour since.
No.
And the highest overall is still to this day the main event with Hogan and Andre back in '88. That's like a 15, like obscene number that like people now are like, I'd kill for a 1.5 on a fucking 15. You know, so yeah, but an 8.1 quarter, we're never going to see that in wrestling again. We're just not, because I've said this a few times, JJ, over the years. I don't know if you guys really had this particular version of a talk about this. Nitro wasn't supposed to do what it did.
Mm-hmm.
WCW launched that show, and every freaking expert in the business, in television, everywhere said, you're going to split the audience. You're going to kill the industry.
And it grew.
And it fucking somehow did not. It actually grew and doubled rather than divided the business. It was one of those stranger things. It was a complete random phenomena.
I think to your point, though, Jeff, it can happen again, but the problem is Nielsen needs to get on. They need to get off their high horse with cable and actually incorporate their streaming services. Well, by the way, like they said they were going to do 5 years ago.
Well, right, but again, I'm not focusing on Nielsen's corporate approach or bullshit, whatever. All I'm talking about is the audience for wrestling itself. People are under the impression, based on Nielsen, so I will give them a little bit of shit, but the fact that the wrestling fans don't watch near as much anymore. The reason they don't watch Raw on the regular is because there's so effing much of it to watch that our brains have mild strokes at the end of the week. Because it's like, I watch Raw and then NXT and NBA and I can't do this anymore. JJ.
Yeah.
Let me put this into perspective for you guys, okay? While James was talking, I opened a YouTube tag and I typed in WWE.
Okay.
Now, granted, we're not talking millions here. We're talking thousands.
Okay.
But just to put this into perspective, posted 1 hour ago, Liv Morgan celebrates after Money in the Bank cash-in.
Yep.
160,000 views.
Yeah.
As of an hour ago.
Yep.
Happy Corbin attacks Pat McAfee after Money in the Bank. Digital exclusive. 37,000 views. 42 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Full Money in the Bank preview from 14 hours ago. 145,000 views.
Yeah.
You know? John Cena returns to Raw highlights 5 days ago. 793,000 views. There's almost 1 million just in that one segment on YouTube.
Yep. Yeah.
This is where people are going for their coverage.
Yeah. It's not that they're not watching, they're just not watching on USA. The full show. They're not watching even the full 90 minutes on Hulu anymore. They're just not doing it.
Not put up there in a timely manner.
Looking at you, Disney Bundle. You messed up JJ's day, so kiss my ass and make it right for my people. Thank you.
I had full intention of watching SmackDown before I came into the studio here at noon Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern to y'all.
Yes.
And I've been in this chair pretty much ever since.
Yes.
With the exception of some bathroom breaks.
Right.
But yeah, I had every intention to watch SmackDown prior to, so I was up to date on what happened.
Yes.
It wasn't on there. Last week's SmackDown was, yesterday's wasn't.
Yeah. Just to I'm going to go on just a mini microscopic rant here. I'm giving you cocksuckers $76 a month. Update your shit fast. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much. Okay, I feel better. $75.99 a month. Get your shit uploaded, damn it. Anyway.
Noah, your thoughts on this?
Yes, please save us from my ranting.
I mean, literally, like I said, it comes down to how universally accessible everything in the wrestling industry is, or anything in entertainment is. Cable and satellite, they are dead forms of media anymore, and they're also outrageous, super expensive forms where you can literally find anything else a la carte. Why would I pay for something that gives me 300 channels of absolute nonsense versus 4 channels that I actually care about on the guide versus a subscription service that give me the standalone content for just what I watch for a fraction of the price monthly, and I can come back to it if I don't want to pay for it, etc. It's all about, in and out, and the fact that we are so universally accessible to everything in entertainment across so many different platforms, whether it's a 90-second clip on social media or some sort of clip on YouTube or some sort of clip even on the website for that company, NBC, ABC, USA, you name it. Cable and satellite are out of date formats that just do not draw the public attention anymore because we don't have that short time, that short span, or we don't care to spend that sort of wallet. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, my family's been a streaming-based household since probably 2010, and the only streaming service that I literally use is Sling, $35 a month. My mom, she uses Netflix, my Sling service, and Paramount. And that's it. And between what she uses $30 a month. While back in the 90s, Buckeye used to run us close to $100, and DirecTV, they were $125, and it wasn't worth it because what are you actually getting out of those 300 channels? 5 channels of worthwhileness and literally 95 channels of what the heck is this shit?
So you factor in the $40 a month for the pay-per-views.
Yep.
Yeah, and I remember buying WrestleMania one time on pay-per-view, and it was $60. Now you can watch it on the cock for $10.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Cable and satellite are dead.
Nothing beats the use of the cock. That's right. No, anyway, carry on. Go ahead.
Cable and satellite are dead, and those that still believe in those numbers and use those numbers for their own popularity and their own speculation towards why should I keep watching this are foolish. Because at the end of the day, there are so many different ways that someone could just click a video to just try and give it an extra view and not even watch the whole thing.
Yep.
Can JJ, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna just say, so we were talking about YouTube numbers earlier.
Right.
Since I have the benefit of a dual screen, I did a little project while you guys were talking. I searched up both just these two companies, WWE and AEW.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers that I'm actually seeing myself are freaking staggering. All right, now the hours of these are a little bit screwy, but bear with me here. So I'm gonna go by 3 videos alone. All right.
Okay.
Full match for Roman Reigns and Jinder Mahal at an Old Money in the Bank did 82,000 views. A segment on Rampage for Thunder Rosa and Tony Storm did 90,000 views.
Right.
The Roman and Jinder match was 10 hours ago, uploaded to YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
The Thunderstorm Tony Storm, the Thunder Rosa Tony Storm
match
segment.
14
hours ago.
Right.
That's not that long of a difference. Here's another one. This is the only one where WWE actually beat them. Top 10 Friday Night SmackDown moments, because a lot of people like to reminisce about the old times, myself included. I was a SmackDown kid. 273,000 views, where the Young Bucks versus Hirooki Goto segment on Rampage did 139,000 views.
Right.
The one following that, which is a freaking ridiculously staggering number here, which I did not expect this number for this type of match. Becky Lynch's segment only did 27,000 views on YouTube 10 hours ago.
Wow.
1 day ago, who will win the first ever Royal Rampage and earn their shot at the AEW World Title? 650,000 views and counting.
That's gonna make Brody King's day right there.
Dude, I mean, if you're just going by YouTube numbers, right?
Right.
This has proved to my point that AEW is on the upswing where WWE is not really. And they post a lot more content as well. So
I was gonna say they post a lot more of a lot more of their content, and a lot more of the quantity of their content, as far as they post a lot of stuff there. Once it's gone on TNT TBS and they wait a little bit, they post damn near everything. Just make sure people see it. So it's good on them they do that.
Right.
All right. So JJ. Then go ahead.
I was just
he's on mute, and he's on mute having a conversation. He just didn't want to have he's
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this week, of course, it was announced over social media, mainly Twitter. I saw it, but WWE. I originally put a polarizing personality sign with WWE, and then I thought, now wait a minute, because some people may or may not like. Oh wait, we weren't talking about her because they signed her and then they completely overshadowed it. That's right. This girl got the shaft on the press for her signing. And this chick is a badass fighter that will do wonderful things in this company. So I just had to be a dick for a minute and call the company out on their crap, because that was they totally railroaded every bit of positive. Oh, wow, that's cool. She's moving to WWE and whatever, because God forbid.
And there's plenty an IWC fan who wouldn't mind railroading her, but I digress.
Yeah, but God forbid we don't acknowledge the wonder, the glory that is Logan Paul signing with WWE. Now, I know people like Logan. I know people that don't like Logan. I don't like the fact that his press completely overshadowed. I believe her name is Valentina. I apologize for the name botch if I did that.
Valerie Loretta.
Valerie, thank you. Completely overshadowed Valerie signing.
Yep.
Within a very minute amount of time. But having said that, I have been known on occasion to jump to the wrong conclusions when it comes to celebrities in wrestling. And chief among them at the moment has been Logan Paul, because he definitely seems to know that he is a polarizing figure. He seems to know how to properly get his point across in a character way. And I actually look forward to seeing what they do with him in the lead up to SummerSlam.
Yep.
I still very much think it's wrong if they announced both within, I think it was not even a full 24-hour period between the two announcements. Maybe not even half of that. So I think I still very much think that's wrong. But again, this is what we talked about earlier. Triple H and Stephanie with that giant logo behind them at the big desk, making it clear who's in charge publicly, because CEO redacted is not in the chair anymore. But I mean, this is what they want us to see. We have a big name celebrity that's been with us before, and he's signing a full-time deal. No, I'll start with you this time. What do you think of Logan Paul officially becoming a WWE superstar?
Well, I guess this celebrity cameo had more to it than I thought. I guess he'll be more involved than Bad Bunny. There's potential there with him. If nothing else, he definitely can do a lot of shenanigans with The Miz, and it sounds like they're going to capitalize that on Monday Night Raw. That wouldn't surprise me if that's the marquee match for SummerSlam to come up between him and Logan Paul. We'll see what he brings. He definitely put in the work at WrestleMania, so I will give credit where credit is due. And we will see how far his popularity and exposure to the YouTube community particularly helps draw more attention, if so, to the WWE product too. Welcome to WWE. Good luck to you. But out of the two, I'm more excited for Valerie because give me legitimate badasses in the ring, not YouTube celebrities.
Yes. And James, before we come to you for the last part of this topic, I'm just going to go ahead and just put a comment up and a picture with it. And in the words of the Beatles, just let it be.
Yeah.
Just gonna go ahead and do that real quick. And then we're gonna go move. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and go back to JJ now and talk about this. Yeah.
Yes, please.
That's probably a big down boy. Easy.
I look at women in wrestling for freaking wrestling. Damn it, Richard, you dick.
I'll
Shit. Well, we hit a nerve. We hit a nerve with Noah. Lordy. Okay.
Hey,
so,
listen.
James,
I like
go ahead.
both.
Yes.
I like
yes.
both.
Yes.
So there you go. I like both the ability in the ring and the ability outside. No, that's neither here nor there, though.
Try to show more of the ability than actually the physical capability, and maybe I'll actually give a shit about your product.
Oh my god! Holy shit! Yo, Noah in the dark is crazy. He's roasted.
Noah,
I digress. Okay, back on topic. Logan Paul, go.
Yeah. So, all right. Normally, if this was like 5 years ago, I would have been pissed.
Right.
I would have.
Yeah.
People got to remember that, and I know that many people are going to be like, they will never forgive him for the incident in Japan.
Right.
I want to put in perspective that my opinion has changed on that, and I am willing to forgive him for that mistake. If for no other reason, then there is medical proof that he is not right in the head, shall we say. And he went out of his way to find a way to correct that sense with a medical professional.
Yep.
Right.
He did.
I respect that. I
respect that wholeheartedly because that's more than I could say for his brother.
We're gonna lose Noah again. We're gonna lose Noah again.
Hold on. I have to bring the brother up for a reason. There's a point I'm gonna make.
Okay.
So, you got Logan Paul. He's coming into the WWE, and again, I would still be pissed even if I did forgive Logan Paul 5 years ago. Right? If this were to happen, like if the timeline was all butt fucky and he decided to do the incident in 2010 instead of 2014 and he signed like 5 years prior, I'd still be pissed because I was hoping, because there were signs of hoping that the WWE was going to create stars no matter who they were. What we have seen now is that there's one company that is doing their damnedest to create stars. And you're seeing this company, even if they're trying to do it tonight, it's really hard because they've done so much ill will for like 5 years onward, maybe even more than that in some people's eyes. So if you're not going to be able to create a star, sign one. And the fact of the matter is, Logan Paul is a pay-per-view draw.
Oh, yeah.
He is a mega event draw. This guy, and compared to his brother, his brother didn't even reach 1 million for his 2 Tyron Woodley fights.
Right.
Logan Paul, in 3 boxing matches, went from an amateur with KSI that did over 1 million buys, a professional fight with KSI that did over 1 million buys, and then went on to fight Floyd motherfucking Mayweather.
I was going to say.
Like, this dude, and all of them did over 1 million, by the way. I think that goes without saying. His brother doesn't even hold a candle to what
Money Mayweather is called Money Mayweather for reasons, but yeah, Logan Paul is definitely a part of that too.
And so, Logan knows his role. He knows he's the heel no matter what. He knows he's going to be the guy that gets booed, and he knows that people are going to pay to see him get his ass kicked for all the mistakes that he made. They want to see him fail, and he embraces that. He welcomes that, and he's willing to put that into his character, which is why I would which is the only reason why I'm looking forward to the guy. Not to mention the fact that he's actually so begrudgingly goddamn good. It's unbelievable. And like compared to the Miz, who a lot of people were comparing him to, from a in-ring wise and from a character wise, he had it all way sooner than the Miz ever did.
Right.
And I know you guys are friends with, Mikey Boy, but like, you can't deny the truth there. Like, we've seen it with our own eyes. This guy has the it factor, whatever it is. He's got it. Begrudgingly, as much as I hate to admit it.
In brief defense of Mike Mizanin, to be fair, Logan Paul's being brought in, having already got to the point he got, a lot of it because of the rub from Mike and from WWE.
That's fair.
Putting the polish over that ill will, whereas Miz came into the company fresh off MTV, thinking his shit didn't stink, and then had to go shit in the locker room because the boys told him it did.
And that's fair enough. That is fair enough.
He got rode like a show pony, and not the good one that's, head of the fucking lead. He got rode like a show pony. He's getting ready to take out back and shot. So, that's just one of those things. That's again, I'm not making excuses for the locker room being a dick or for Miz, being Miz when he's on whatever. But yeah, it's the similar, but it's still very much apples and bananas. JJ.
I was gonna add one last thing.
Okay.
So, with everything being said, I'm looking forward to what Logan does now.
Yes.
Because at this point, give me something. And it kind of is a detriment in a way because, man, this is kind of what the E's become. I have to hope that this guy that I never thought in a million years I would hope to see in the company is going to succeed and actually bring some eyeballs and maybe change the way the company runs or something.
Exactly.
If he does it, then so be it, if it's for the greater good. But it's like, I doubt it because look at boxing. Not too long ago, you had Logan Paul, Jake Paul, KSI, all these YouTubers out of nowhere coming out of the woodwork and coming into boxing. You know why that happened? Because boxing refused to push anybody else. They always protected their fighters, and they never allowed for multiple champions in the same weight class to unify the belts.
Nope.
And that's what allowed YouTubers to come in and take over the sport.
Yep.
And the only difference between WWE and the boxing scene is WWE is the only sole entity, allegedly in sports entertainment that means a damn, and they refuse to make stars because they're afraid because of Brock Lesnar and whatever excuse they want to throw at you.
Right.
So they're going to sign one that already made his name outside of the industry. They'll sign names like a Ronda Rousey. They'll sign names like a Logan Paul. They'll sign names like, that have big name value like a Bad Bunny. who's the highest selling T-shirt guy. Like that's what they're gonna do now. That's what has allowed celebrities to come in and take over WWE. That's what it's allowed it to happen.
So
those are my thoughts.
JJ, before you talk about this Logan Paul thing, because this is one of the topics you brought up to me. First of all, I love the word buttfucky's caught on this network again. It just makes my day.
It's fucking hilarious.
For reasons I can't explain on air because I'll get in trouble. But then number two, JJ, I love you for saying that The Rock appeared as face highlight as he do. You made my day saying shit like that about Dwayne. So thank you for that. Carry on, sir.
When it comes to Logan Paul, I look at this a couple of different ways. Number one, I had originally heard that there were some grumblings that he was going to be facing Miz at SummerSlam anyway, even before they announced he had signed a contract.
Right.
And at that point, I was all set to get pissed off about it.
Oh, jeez.
Because here's another celebrity taking away a spot from an established talent.
Yes.
Now he signed a contract, and I can't get pissed at that.
Right?
Damn
it, I want to be mad about this, and I can't.
Yeah.
But you've got to admit, WWE has been very, very lucky in recent years with the celebrities that they have brought over for matches.
Oh, yes.
Going back to Stephen Amell from Arrow.
Yep.
You've got Bad Bunny. You've got Logan Paul now.
That
Even
McAfee.
Johnny Knoxville, as hilarious as that match was at WrestleMania, it was still a well put together match.
For every Jackass fan that was there, particularly.
On the women's side of things, Maria Menounos, when she's come over,
yes,
has
Love
done
Maria.
very well. As James pointed out, McAfee. I don't really count him though because he's technically a contracted WWE superstar.
At this point, he is. You're absolutely correct. Yes.
But you got to figure they've been very lucky in recent years where the people they have brought over have been willing to put in the work and not just rest on their egos.
Right.
They haven't wanted to be Dennis Rodman. They've wanted to be more Karl Malone.
Yep. Good call. Good analogy.
Very fair.
Yep.
This whole thing with The Miz
right.
is off-putting to me because you figure, like you said, Logan Paul works so great as a heel, but after taking the skull-crushing finale at WrestleMania,
he's a babyface now. Yep.
Exactly.
Unless he comes out on Raw and just buries The Miz on the microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turning Miz face in the process.
Which
then Logan Paul is going to be the face in the situation. And that's not what you want. That's not going to be what
crowd's going to boo him anyway.
Yeah.
The crowd's going to boo him.
Yeah.
That's what you think until he gets on the microphone.
Maybe. But I mean,
you've got to put things into perspective. I mean, how many years were we booing John Cena?
Yeah.
Did you hear a single boo or a Cena sucks on Monday night?
Nope.
No. It's one of those things where absence makes the heart grow fonder. And granted, Logan Paul wasn't gone that long from WWE, but the way he left and the way he's coming back in is going to make people pop.
Yep.
Look at Triple H coming back to the Garden after his quad tear. He was one of the dirtiest heels in the business. Came back at the Garden after that injury. They went freaking nuts for him because they had missed him.
They went nuts at the bumper before the commercial for him.
Yep.
And this was the guy that was so evil that he plotted to run over Austin, take him out of the company, and then Austin joined him anyway. That's how evil Triple H was 2001, kids. Let's not glaze over that shit for a single friggin' minute here.
Yeah. No. Rhonda, when she left, was getting booed out of the building. Comes back at the Rumble this past year. People love her.
Yep.
It's all a matter of how you go out, how you come back. Having been on the receiving end of that skull-crushing finale, they're going to pop for him coming back.
Maybe.
And if Triple H and Stephanie are smart, they're going to use this time that Vince is out of commission to build as many new stars as possible. That's why Theory got the briefcase tonight.
That's why Liv finally got her moment tonight.
Exactly. Right. I'd almost be willing to bet money that on Tuesday at the Bash, Cameron Grimes is going to get the strap and Braun will be up on Raw by the following week.
Yep. Which I still think is too soon. For the record, I do too, but it's a way to make new stars. Well, there's making and then there's elevating too soon. And I think with Braun, it's still going to not.
Yeah, you can't do it. You can't do it.
It'll backfire. It'll backfire.
And they're rushing with all these guys, by the way.
Again, we're off. I totally talked over Jay, and I'm sorry, but it's just one of those. There are people within that 2.0 bubble that are ready.
Right.
Braun is still not strong enough just as him without a mouthpiece or without his dad there as his second or whatever to just go up and handle shit. He's not for me. Anyway. But yeah, Tuesday could be good. And yeah, it could make the whole point of 2.0 is to create new stars. The whole point of having these people that are younger than the C Nation and the people under the Roman Empire to elevate these kids and actually, God, listen to me, kids, elevate these people and make us want to watch them do their thing.
Right. Well, here's a question. We talked about and we're not going to get into the weeds here now, but I want to bring this up because we're going to save this for next open mic night. If Logan, you talked about the Forbidden Door possibly opening to WWE. If Vince does go away and we say what he says, what if this is the catalyst for Logan Paul's partner in crime, KSI, to go to the other side and join AEW? Because keep in mind, Logan has somehow under a WWE contract kept his deal with Prime, kept his deal with being able to do YouTube videos.
Right.
Okay? So if he is still doing that, then that means he gets to still work with KSI. If KSI then goes to AEW, does that cross over that door that we were talking about earlier?
A different aspect, but I mean, I feel like there's some sort of relevancy to that statement.
I would have to get, and again, I'm never going to because I don't work there, but I'd like to get a good look at Logan's fine print and shit, because I bet a lot of why they signed him is because he has those deals with Prime, with the other outlets, and they can cross promote. If his main partner in crime, whatever you want to call him, signs with the competition. KSI, yeah. I know his name. I was just saying, it's his if a partner in one of those other outlets goes to AEW, then it'll go over like a fart in church in Titan Towers. Is my worry there?
Maybe, but I mean,
I hope I'm wrong. I do, but
I mean, who would really get into a big stink of it? Would it be Stephanie and Triple H, or would it really be Vince?
Well, it would definitely really be Vince, but the thing is,
Vince, because I think Stephanie and Triple H realized that the promotion would be good.
Yeah, but again, like we talked about for the last couple hours, is Vince really completely out of control? And until he is, we're not going to see that kind of thing where even if KSI and Logan are still partners, we're not going to see KSI and AEW and Logan as WWE Superstar on any sort of pay-per-view platform. It's not going to happen. It's just not. As long as Vince has that final stamp, it is not going to happen, period.
I agree.
So,
Noah, bring us home on this topic.
Kind of talked about again a little earlier.
Yeah,
it really comes down to the exposure, and James adding that wrinkle of a crossover type deal where you got KSI working for AEW, because I do believe, and this kind of like, bounces off to the previous time of the Forbidden Door. People like Triple H and Stephanie McMahon, I believe, do have more of an open mentality to the rest of the industry. Vince McMahon does not. And that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Because as long as Vince's business is the number one forefront of everything in the WWE, there is no Forbidden Door with the WWE.
No.
Okay, I need to take a deep breath right now because the management's not happy. All right. So you three know, people watching at home know how long I've been doing this shit now. It'll be 20 years in a few months.
God bless you.
Appreciate that. In 2004, I started actually going actively to independent wrestling shows here in California. Southern California, excuse me. And I hit it off with most everybody. And there was one person I didn't, and he's been in the news this week. So I have been asked to go last on this.
Okay.
Noah and James, you guys get the first crack at this, and then JJ will bat third, and I will hit cleanup one way or the other. Damn it. Joey Ryan. Okay. And I made the joke in the caption so I wouldn't be so completely fucking screaming pissed off about this. Joey was in the news 2 years ago, of course, for the speaking out movement. He was caught under that bus and dragged for miles. Some would say rightfully so. Nothing's been proven. Whatever. I'm gonna let JJ say what he needs to say after you guys say what you need to say about this. As recently as 3 months ago, he was hired by Disneyland, which everybody in this room knows how much I love the happiest place on earth. But what happened was they hired Joseph Meehan and did a background check. But and again, I don't know how it went down because I wasn't involved in the process. I certainly didn't speak it out because I didn't know about it until after the fact. Somebody put the Masca Mafia wise to Joseph Meehan's dealings as Joey Ryan in wrestling. He has now been removed from that position at the parks where he was doing, I believe the actual term for his cast member's position was Jungle Cruise attendant, custodian, whatever you want to call it. He was working at the Jungle Cruise ride at Disneyland here in Anaheim. And for him, and knowing how long I've known him and how much a part of Anaheim culture he loves, he's a big Angels fan like I am. He's been going to their games his whole life. He's a major fan. He and Jay and the boys have gone to Disney either with him the same day as him and met up, whatever. So this must have been super cool for him. But the social justice warriors are what they are on Twitter and the other outlets, and he's now lost the position within the company. With the company only, according to the Times, Mr. Meehan is no longer employed by our company. So I'm going to come to James first on this because I know James will give me the hot take that I want to hear, so I don't have to say it out loud myself. Joy. Okay. This goes back to my bitch with the mouse at large, and I will never ever stop praising Disney because I love the place, I love the company, and they've had a lot of bad shit go down this year.
Right.
How do you perform a background check on somebody and not perform a background check on somebody?
Yep.
That's the bottom line here.
Yep.
So is it Joey's fault at this point is what I'm trying to get at and what I'm trying to direct the conversation to. Because for me, as much as I don't like Joey on a personal face-to-face, I'd flick him in the nose if I could get away with it on a daily basis situation. The company didn't have to not be thorough.
No.
And he got employed, was able to make a living outside of wrestling, which he never ever really wanted to do. He always wanted to be Joey Ryan. He didn't want to be Joseph Meehan punching numbers, doing stuff in the office. He wanted to be Joey Ryan. And now he can't even do that because the wrestling fandom has outed the Mexican Mafia for their lack of due diligence. And I think that's wrong on Disney's part.
Yep.
James? Between Joey's, again, being dragged under that bus, whether it happened or not with him, with the accusations, and here we are almost 3 years later, and once again, the wrestling fandom completely buries somebody who's not even in the business anymore.
Yeah. Well, there were reasons. Whether they were legit or not is, up to anybody's guess. But the bottom line is he was so, I'll be honest with you. When it comes to me, I never liked Joey Ryan. I thought him doing what he did and doing essentially the dick spot was going to get him in trouble eventually.
Right.
And that's on him.
Yes.
What did I say about Jeff on Indie Force? And on hopefully the article that can be posted on No DQ.
What'd you say on here? Same thing. Yeah.
What I said on here.
Yep.
Jeff Hardy was lazy in the ring to the point where he refused to adapt his style, and now it's going to cost him. He's now facing up to 5 years in prison without the possibility of parole.
Yep.
Joey Ryan did the dick flip spot, and he did it with people, and he did it in front of people that he never probably should have done it to, a la kids, parents of the kids, whoever. It ended up costing him, which was the main complaint of anybody that had any reason to not like the gimmick in the first place ever.
Embraced it so that he got a sponsorship from YouPorn and called it the YouPorn Plex.
That's a problem.
That was actually a thing. I swear to God.
Yep.
Jesus.
So, look, man, I don't feel sorry for you. How am I supposed to feel sorry for a guy who put himself willingly in that situation? Right. You did that to yourself. You were lazy enough to the point where any type of attention was good attention. And by the way, contrary to what popular belief, not all attention is good attention, especially if you're one guy without freaking lawyers by your side. Okay?
Yes.
This guy had no reason to do what he did in any facet, period. I'm so glad I could say that, because the dick spot to this day and the whole gimmick of Joey Ryan is the dumbest I've ever seen in the entire history of this goddamn industry. Period. Bottom line. Never should have happened. Never should have gotten out of hand as it did.
Right.
But people enabled it. People kept it going. People found it funny. You want to talk about degeneracy in the wrestling industry? Exhibit A. Exhibit freaking A. They took to this guy like he was a fish in water, and in reality, he should have just been a fish in oil.
He is now.
He is now.
They're frying him up on the pan now.
How long did it take? How long did it take for everybody to finally give the criticisms that should have been given ages ago? This gimmick never should have happened. Ever. Ever. It was disgusting then. It was disgusting when they claimed it was disgusting, and it's disgusting now. When Joey Ryan first showed up on TNA and had that whole bit on Gut Check with Al Snow, guess what? That was the most over he's ever been, in my eyes. Because it was him being a legitimate wrestler, and it wasn't him being some comedy.
Just wait, JJ. I know. Just wait, JJ.
And listen, I have no problem with comedy in wrestling.
Right.
But you need to do due diligence in how you approach it. He just went balls to the wall to the point where he disregarded every bit of intelligence to go about it, and it cost him big, to the point where so many people outed him for being a creep that he was gone.
Yep.
And if what he's saying is true, and he was living this rock star lifestyle because of that,
right? And
then he realizes how dumb that was, and he wishes he could take it all back and do it a different way.
Right.
Too late now, dude. Too late now.
So
Period.
Let me get back to the question.
Else to say.
Well, let me ask you a question. I was going to look for the answer for.
Go ahead.
Is this?
Oh, it's Disney? Yeah, that's Disney's fault.
Okay.
Like that's just really poor background checking. It really is. Although, in fairness, in the interest of fairness, a lot of people didn't know Joey Ryan's name. So I don't know, and I don't know how Wikipedia works, and if you type in the guy's real name, if it pops up on Wikipedia or whatever. His does. So so yeah, Disney was just lazy about it. That's all it is. I mean, this is on them. It's not on Joey Ryan this time, but it is on Disney, and they need to never pull that crap again, especially when you got a bunch of kids roaming around that park.
Especially when you have a CEO of your company earlier in the year talking about siding them with the guys trying to ban the word gay in the parks. Whoops, was that all right? I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I'll take it away quickly before I bury myself on the air again.
Disney is controversial, and they own over half of the world, it seems, when it comes to the media and entertainment industry. God help us all.
Somebody's here besides me and Jay. I'm so happy.
Joey Ryan already was in deep water, and he tried to basically find a new beginning. But unfortunately, due to Disney's incompetency and the control driven by the internet wrestling community, that was not meant to be. I'm not exactly sure what Joey Ryan's future will involve, if anything. And can he find peace for himself also? But as far as this, Disney, you fucked up. But it's not the first time, and it won't be the last.
It's not the first time this year.
Yep.
That makes it even
scary
worse.
in of itself.
Yeah.
God help us.
This is like, again, this is nowhere near as bad as the head of the company, siding in with banning the word gay. That's next level. What the fuck? Yeah. But still, even this little bitty thing with a wrestler who made famous for doing a dick spot gets employed, around the kiddos with the regulator, and there's no background check. That's a problem. All right.
Yeah, that's a problem. Again.
Yes.
And now we leave it to you two gentlemen to close out the night because I have nothing else to say.
Yeah.
JJ. Okay. Let me preface the world who's now and watching on demand later about this, okay? We've known Joey. JJ's known Joey since his first days at PWG. This is 2005. I've known Joey since the year
before. I'd say 2004 when I first went to UPW.
Okay,
I got to know him better when I went to Gorilla.
So we've both known him for at least 18 years at this point, right now. So, but he and I have very different views on Joey. So that's why he wanted me to go last, so I could hear everybody else's point of view and make a better closing argument, shall we say. JJ?
Bottom line is this, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to Joseph Ryan, Joseph Meacham. James, you made the comment about the gut check and that being the most over that he had ever been. I argue you on that one. And I know Jeff will co-sign with me on that because you're not a SoCal local like him. It was how over he was in SoCal that got him to the gut check in the first place. This guy went from being part of a stable in the X Foundation to being a solo, the technical wizard Joey Ryan, to being the guy who gives mustache rides, being a Magnum PI knockoff with a Joey Knows Best instead of Hogan Knows Best shirt.
And his finisher was called the Duff Drop to tribute Hillary Duff. That's how far back the creepo factor goes in the gimmick. But anyway, carry on.
To forming his own stable called the Dynasty, alongside his former X Foundation tag team partner, Scott Lost, his new tag team partner, Chris Bosch, and the current TNT champion, Scorpio Sky.
And Jade Chung.
And Jade Chung, thank you.
I remember Jade Chung.
I remember Jade. I just don't know how many other people would know Jade.
Google Jade Chung off the air because you'll thank us later. Carry
on. The whole dick flip spot and that whole comedy part of his shtick started either as I was transitioning out of the business or long after I had already left it. So it's not like he was doing it around the time of the gut check.
Right.
That came way after.
Way after.
The dick spot I've always thought was kind of retarded, and I will give you credit with that. I can see why people would think it's a haha.
Because I'm autistic, you get that pass, by the way. Carry on.
I was going to say, he used the R word. Oh, jeez. He used that. Oh, God. Anyway.
There you go.
I can see why people would think it a haha, but it once, maybe twice, and then move on. It's not something that needs to be incorporated into a gimmick, incorporated into a daily or weekly spot.
Or a sponsorship with a porn company.
Yeah, or that. At the end of the day, though, my issue is this. These allegations came out about him 2 years ago and nothing has ever been proven.
Nope.
There have been no lawsuits filed. He has not been taken to court. He has not had to go in front of a trial for jail sentencing. He's just been left alone. It's been keyboard warriorism and people coming out online to file an accusation. And then when he went online to show proof as to where this person was lying in their allegations, no one still wanted to take him seriously, even though he had emails and text messages and Facebook messages to prove his side of the argument. Because in instances like this, it's always the woman is right, the man is dog shit. We've gotten so far removed from a society where we're innocent until proven guilty. You know, look at how long it's taken them to put R. Kelly away, who just this week got sentenced to 30 years. People knew he was fucking underage girls when he married Aaliyah, goddammit, at 15 years old.
I was going to say, he should have been put away for 30 years ago. Basically. Anyway.
You're not wrong.
When he produces an album for a 15-year-old called Age Ain't Nothing But a Number, and his big song is I Don't See Nothing Wrong with a Little Bump and Grind, we got some problems, folks. And these are hits at the same time.
And they just now got him, finally.
Joey Ryan deserves to make a living. If he's going to be blackballed from the professional wrestling industry because of things that he supposedly did that have yet to be proven, then he deserves to work a 9 to 5. Because at the end of the day, no charges have been brought against him. Nothing has been proven. If he's going to be not allowed to work any job, period, be it professional wrestling, 9 to 5 Disney, McDonald's fry cook, I don't care.
Right.
Then let me see some allegations start going up in a court of law.
Right.
Otherwise, let the man work. Period.
And at the same time, I'll actually add to this. Despite how dumb the gimmick was that he did over and over again way too much, which was bound to get him in trouble. Since he did prove these allegations wrong in this video, and again, I haven't seen the video, so I can't comment if that's the case or not, and I'm not going to try to. It's gotten so bad to the point where he should be taking this to a Supreme Court. Seriously.
And to your point, let me make this one other statement before it goes back to our host and moderator, Jeff. As stupid as this gimmick was, and yeah, maybe he shouldn't have been doing this spot, much like Disney needs to be held accountable for not doing a thorough enough background check. How many fucking bookers booked him on their shows off of the strength of how over he was with the spot and gimmick?
Yeah.
And then the minute it became a problem, it was a problem for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And that's wrong.
And that's where I have issue with this.
Right.
Jeff, I know your opinion on Joey is extremely different from mine. Bring us home.
I will promise here and now to try to keep this as short as possible because I'm so skewed and I very much don't want to turn this into a bash session. Great American Bash is Tuesday, not tonight.
Yes.
Although he was Real American Hero Tag Team Champion, so it kind of goes anyway. If you know, you know.
Alongside Carl Anderson.
That's right. All right. Joey's wrong for thinking it would be okay long term to have a gimmick based on a dick spot. Much like Candice is wrong for thinking, okay, it would be haha to go on with it and use the boobplex. That's wrong too.
Mm-hmm.
Disney's wrong for not doing a thorough background check. Yep. So there's nobody that's right here.
No.
My argument is solely this. It's personal and it's wrong of me as I look back on it now. But you know what? I can't remove myself from it. Karma is karma is karma. That guy was a dickhead to me 20 seconds after seeing my face for the first time. He gave me no quarter whatsoever. It didn't matter who I came into the venue with. It didn't matter who my other friends were in the company he was at the time. It didn't matter. He formed an immediate judgment on me because I was a 21-year-old fat little wannabe journalist wrestling fan that his friend, and I won't out her on this show, but she knows who she is, brought me to the show to do the interview with her at the time. And I still say Joey's always had a thing for her. I don't know that for sure. That's my observations. He formed an instant judgment on me at that point and never let it go. Ever. He fucked with us the entire time we did the various shows around SoCal to the point where we did a show in my home area at the New Hall Legion Hall, and we were interviewing Human Tornado and Candice LeRae, who were kind of like a on-screen pair at the time. And Joey and Scott, I give a pass because Scott was actually trying to be funny about it. Joey took the camera out of Aaron's hand and wandered into the men's restroom, just messing with Scott and just filming without asking Aaron if it was okay to take the camera. Just did it because he's Joey Ryan and he can. I took pictures with everybody on the talent roster, PWG at Bola 2007, down in Los Angeles. Everybody did a nice pose with me. Joey demanded he have a fucking Kit Kat being bit in his mouth. Just to make the picture look like shit. Because he's an asshole. So, Joseph is wrong for thinking a gimmick like that should sustain him long term. Disney, the Walt Disney Company, is wrong for not being thrown the background check. Yep. But karma is what has got Joseph in trouble because his allowance of himself to be Joey Ryan with me 24/7, and with a lot of other people I do know about. You guys seem to be, JJ, you and the Long Beach crew seem to be the very small exception that I've ever heard of. Karma's a bitch, dude, and it just fucked you in the ass, and I'm sorry. But I'm really not.
I'm not either.
Just to show you guys how polar opposite me and Jeff's experience are with this guy. Okay. Joey was one of the first guys that I met when I went to PWG. Mm-hmm. Joey went with me, my daughter's mom, Stat Boy, and one of our other friends at the time to Disneyland with us.
Yep.
When I took one of my hiatuses from professional wrestling and then came back to my first show after at least a good 2 years, one of the first championship wrestling tapings I went to, I saw him post-show. He walked up to me like I was talking about that fraternity. Hey, man, where have you been? Didn't give me a side hug, not a bro hug, but a legitimate embrace. just to show how polar opposite our two experiences have been. Yes, James.
If I may ask, how long ago was that experience that you had with Joey Ryan?
Me?
JJ.
It's been a while. When would you say Championship Wrestling was really getting rolling, Jeff? 2010?
I would say it was when I was pretty much all but done with Aaron at that point. So 2011, maybe even early 2012.
Okay, but I had gone to a few shows at the Galaxy before they moved to the Region Showcase. So I'm going to say 2010.
Yeah. The stuff of the Galaxy was definitely 2010 because we were at those shows together as well.
So
and again,
okay.
Yeah.
When was your incident, Jeff?
Before that.
Which one? James, the very first independent show I went to as a more than just a fan. Okay. So I'm talking May, maybe even June 2004.
Wow. Okay. That's
like I said, the first day I met this guy, instant barrier that has never even remotely crumbled, let alone come down.
See, and the only thing I can think of is the fact that Jeff went in there that day as a journalist, as someone trying to get inside of the industry.
Went to it as a fan.
And I went to it the first time and met him as a fan.
And both of them were pre-Dick Spot.
Yeah, both of them
were way before pre-Dick Spot, way before.
I went and saw him when he was still the technical wizard, Joey Ryan, and his shirt looked like the old Return of the Jedi logo.
And his gimmick for a while coming out was dressing in Jedi or Sith robes.
Yes.
Like that's really what it was. And we got a kick out of that game because it was fun. No, Joey, again, the whole sleazy thing with Joey really goes back to the gimmick right after that. He started coming out to the Magnum PI theme.
Yep.
Complete with non-button Hawaiian shirts with his chest hair being, even Tom Selleck could go, dude, close that shit up. And he would preface the Magnum PI dun, 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 with, "Who wants a mustache ride?" Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that was the gimmick.
Well, there's that bot again, right as we're talking about it.
Why? You know.
I swear.
Wow.
It's on purpose.
I feel like that's a good time to. We got porn bots as we're talking about the pornplex Joey Ryan.
Oh my God.
It's fine. Just continue. Because I need to hear this so I can.
It's just so funny that it happens now.
Yeah. Anyway. You were saying though.
It would have been funnier if it had happened when you threw up that picture of Valerie.
Yeah, that would have been made only slightly more sense. Okay, so yeah, Joey, and again, it went from being called the Duff Drop because of Hillary Duff to the Mustache Ride. Basically, his finisher was a swinging neckbreaker off the ropes. Badass finisher.
Yep.
But because he's sleazy Joey Ryan, to the point where what his most famous shirt at the time was just like a headshot of him, and it said keeping it something to do with sleazy. And I'm thinking,
yeah, it was the 2010 Joey Ryan that I saw then.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that god awful like powder blue freaking shirt. Yeah. Oh,
whatever year he was on Gut Check, I remember.
Well, no, again, this was all what got him to the dance of Gut Check, and what really just mucker thumped me so much, and JJ knows this. Joey's the reason Taz banned me on Twitter. Because I defended Joey to Taz. And then when Taz didn't like it, I called him an overgrown Oompa Loompa wearing orange or something to that effect.
Damn.
So the reason fucking Taz blocks me on Twitter is because of Joey fucking Ryan.
You actually defended him.
Yeah.
Though he was
which is where the saying Oompa Loompa Doopa Dee Doo.
Yeah.
Beat me if you can, survive if I
When did you start doing the dick spot? Does anybody remember? I don't even know anymore.
It was definitely not so long after. Yeah.
I was gonna say I stopped watching in about 2012. So let's say maybe 2013, 2014.
It was definitely toward the middle part of the 2010s, and I remember because I had stopped going to indies on the regular in 2013. Period. I didn't go to a single show but WWE after that point. So I did not see Joey because they wouldn't hire him for reasons. except for freaking one-offs and doing the job to the big stars, which he did on the regular. So good for him. But yeah, I have such a hard time feeling. And again, JJ knows this almost as much as Aaron does, probably even more so because I actually live with JJ on the regular. I have let go of so much crap with so many people in wrestling. Like, I've gone up to people and purposely made nice, biting back bile in my throat because I didn't want to have drama going to these shows again.
Right.
I've tried with Joey, and he won't allow it.
Yep.
For whatever reason, he made the judgment on me from day one. And I know you mentioned why, Jay, but the fact that I walked in there with, I'll tell you off the air. If you don't remember, I'll tell you guys too, because you don't know. Should not have been the reason for that because they were buds. And if I walk in with person, it should have been the complete opposite.
Yep.
And it wasn't. And I'll never understand it because I've not been allowed the explanation to understand it.
There you go.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I'm wrong when I've tried very hard to make it right, or at least not address it publicly until tonight anyway. And I still get every time I've ever ran into him in the last 18 years has been just yuck. And I appreciate that, Richard. I understand that. And like I said, I've pretty much made peace with everybody else I had shit with.
Yep.
Will I work with those people again? Absolutely not. I've been told that by them. I've told that to them, some of these people. Joey's just a special breed, I guess. I don't know.
I guess so.
All right, that was way
I
more
feel like
constructive
that's
than I wanted it to be. Yeah.
a good way to end this tonight.
All right. So
7.5 hours of broadcasting almost, and we still have the shameless plugs.
yes.
Good Lord Almighty.
So
I was gonna say I kind of want to get to the plugs because now I feel depressed. I'm not gonna lie,
Right.
dude. Holy
yeah.
shit.
Well, luckily we gave.
Keep in mind, this was going to be the curtain jerker topic if Statboy had stayed, because Statboy at one point worked at Disneyland. So having gone through the Disney hiring system and everything, he would have been able to give a little bit more insight onto the way that goes. Both Jeff and I have interviewed with Disney in the past. I was denied because they said I wasn't energetic enough about the product. I'm doing an entire fucking month about the Disney Renaissance, but I'm not energetic enough about the product. Okay, Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything.
That's JJ's next shows on Renegades Reviews.
You've got my graphic up. Let's just go ahead and start with my plugs.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make sure you guys tune in to Renegades Reviews this month. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, as I present movies, going back into the Disney vault, going through the Disney Renaissance. You see pictured there Aladdin, Lion King, Goofy movie. We've got Pocahontas and Pocahontas 2. We've got a Goofy movie, an extremely Goofy movie, Hunchback of Notre Dame, etc. New release Saturdays, I'm going to be talking about Buzz Lightyear went up earlier today. Thank you to all those who tuned in and joined me for that one. Next week will be Spiderhead, a Netflix original with Chris Hemsworth, Journey Smollett, and Miles Teller. And those of you that scratching your head like, hey, do I recognize that name, Journey Smollett? Yeah, it was Denise on Full House, one of Michelle's best friends.
It's the one small that hasn't caused trouble in Hollywood.
We've also got the Elvis film with Tom Hanks as Colonel Tom Parker, Thor: Love and Thunder, and then The Gray Man to close out the month of July.
And also not pictured here was Friday's Beauty and the Beast review, which I did not include because we were going to talk about that later, but that's okay.
And in addition to all that, of course, the War Zone every Sunday, where I present the newest additions to my ever-growing movie library.
Yes, sir. And then, for the first time anywhere that he's talked about it, we have his August schedule.
Dun, dun, dun. That's right. August is my birthday month, so we're just going to be presenting a bunch of movies that I've enjoyed over the years growing up. Bookending the opening week with a pair of Fred Savage movies, Little Monsters and Vice Versa. Like Father, Like Son to kind of buffer the week. Those of you that are in the know, Like Father, Like Son and Vice Versa is essentially the exact same movie. It's just a matter of would you prefer Kirk Cameron or Fred Savage, Dudley Moore or Judge Reinhold. We've got Maverick with Mel Gibson, Last Action Hero, quite possibly my favorite Schwarzenegger film of all time.
Wow.
The fantasy western Purgatory, where a bunch of Wild West outlaws get stuck in Purgatory, this town in the States, and if they can survive 10 years without any of the vices, they can go to heaven. We've got a week of Keenan and Kel, Fat Albert, Mystery Men, and Good Burger.
Good Burger.
The Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Sidekicks with Chuck Norris and Jonathan Brandis, Surf Ninjas with Rob Schneider and Ernie Reyes Jr., and then closing out the month with Dick Tracy and Josie and the Pussycats, plus new release Saturdays, plus again the Warzone every Sunday.
And scene. Good stuff. But yes, Beauty and the Beast he did yesterday. Again, because he left off at his Disney reviews at Little Mermaid, which is the movie right before, of course, Beauty and the Beast. So he's just picking up where he left off, as we do with Disney and we do with films. You know, we pick up where we left off. So check that out. I still haven't seen Lightyear, Jay, so I haven't watched the review yet because I want to actually see the damn movie. I'm sorry. It's been a crazy week. I'm trying. I really am.
As long as we get our 4th of July, Dad's Not Always on Wrestling up there in time, then you're forgiven, sir.
I am working on that right now. I've been doing it all night. I've been doing the editing. So that's why I've been off camera so much during the show itself. But yes, that is going to be up Monday, so I'll go ahead and throw that in the plug machine.
Plug machine.
There we go. Somebody, oh, my Betsy girl! Oh my God, scared the shit out of me. Hi, come here. Hi, baby. Oh my God, scared the hell out of me. Okay, scared me, dog. Jeez, come here. Hey, I'm still on the air, but you can still come say hi. Come here. Oh, there's my girl.
We need to
JJ,
see a dog.
Well, she's not a big jumper. She used to be. Come here. Hey, easy.
Meow. Meow.
Monday, while Jeff goes ecstatic with his pup, on Monday, Independence Day, Jeff and I will be presenting Will Smith's greatest songs. We don't just have one top 10 list, we have two. We did the top 10 solo Will Smith songs, as well as the top 10 DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince songs, with one honorable mention. So 21 songs from Will Smith's discography to give you guys for that Big Willie party on Independence Day.
That's right, because we're actually going to be with our families and not on the air live with you crazy people. So.
Yeah. It was a pre-tape for the first time in forever.
For the first time. Oh, wait, no, that's coming later in Disney reviews. Much later.
Forever.
Also coming. No, you actually you did that one, so it's okay. All right, James.
Yes. Hello.
Plug away, my friend.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to find my plug. There we go. I don't know if does screen share work for audio or no.
For audio, no.
That's kind of what I figured. All right. Well, I can't. Am I able to share a video file with you? I have no idea.
You should.
Okay. Well, guess what? That's what I'm gonna do. So let Noah go first.
No, go ahead.
What?
No, I'm not tired. No, tired. Okay.
You got to plug Noah.
Sorry. People you want to know more about me, know this. I am just a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it!
And Jeff, it says I'm having trouble sending the file.
All right, well, just verbalize it and we'll try to gloss over it. There you go. Yeah.
I'll just share my screen. No big deal without sound.
It's all right. Shoot, I'm not one to promote myself, but I'm always happy to promote where you can always be encouraged to try and enjoy wrestling. So find me on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube, and Boston 1916 for all things wrestling.
And of course, the next time we'll see Noah doing commentary on the Jeff Meacham Network will be July 23rd, 3 weeks from tonight, as we go back to the new era of Honor, the return of Honor, as Death Before Dishonor goes live on pay-per-view So stoked.
I'm
Let's
ready.
freaking go. And thank you, Richard Morales. I'm happy that you enjoy the commentary that I bring forward. And JJ, again, we are the WWE team. It's always a pleasure, my friend. This was a lot
Come
of
here,
fun.
baby girl. Oh my goodness, so sad.
I completely agree, man. I enjoyed
So
this.
sad.
This was a good show to call.
I will be also for Ring of Honor's show.
Yes.
I love me some Ring of Honor, and that card is looking like it's going to be very promising just from the poster alone. So
Honor is real. And stay tuned for me giving more All Elite coverage on the Daily Slam. But as always, I'd like to conclude there are no winners, no losers, no betters. There's just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, like staying off Twitter. And just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling too. It's as simple as that.
Oh, hi,
doggy. This bag's not here.
Yeah.
I'm not Santa. What are you talking about?
Hi, doggy.
As my dog is asleep.
Oh, he's so pitiful.
My mom's dog is asleep with her.
Oh, I got a spot. Oh my God.
Yep.
So pitiful, this dog. So pitiful this time.
And for those that are wondering why I've been like looking away, I've been working on 3 different leagues updates. Okay?
That's not a problem, brother. Trust me.
Worries.
You're the hardest working man in show business. I swear to God, dude.
Bro, you ought to make that a show, like legitimately. Just call it Noah's Grand Bracket or Noah's Grand Predictions League, like every single month for a pay-per-view. Seriously, like that shit writes itself.
And then when you're on the No DQ review and then you're on with us after dark, you should just be in the dark, just for the shits and giggles of it.
Oh yeah.
I'll just be the banker from Do or No Do about the LED background.
Yes, I understand that reference and approve it wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Jeff.
At one point, Darren Young called himself Mr. No Days Off.
Right.
I think Aaron can dispute him for that title.
Yes, Noah can definitely dispute Darren for No Days Off, no doubt about it, and we love him for it.
Fred Rosser.
Yes, Fred Rosser. Yes, Fred Rosser.
Now the new, might I add, strong overweight champion.
Yes.
Tom Lawler has been dethroned.
Finally got Fred some gold outside of America. We're happy for him. All right, so where are we at here? Okay,
right,
so James, do you want to still do your plug that's in queued up here?
Yes, I would, because I get to kind of show this off on the Jeff Meacham Network. So, for those who are wondering what I've been up to this week and what recommendations I recommend you check out of content that we have all done as a collective of FTW Productions, this is what you can expect coming up here as far as FTW Productions is concerned, which includes the Simple Man Studios, Wrestling 1444, Insanity Works Studios, Jay Hebert Studios, and Owen the Talkinator Studios. NASCAR Thunder 2004 Let's Play, WYW Gold Rush Watch Along will be on Casey's channel as well. A Wrestling Rundown and ATW View crossover that happened this week, so check that out. Also, stay tuned to Casey's channel for Road to 100 Super Mario Sunshine Let's Play, AEW Spark every week on the Wrestling 1444 Incorporated channel, Indie Force number 25. Check that out right now. That's a great episode. Blood and Guts Watch Party on demand currently right now on my channel. As we said earlier in the broadcast, Jeff Meacham has Death Before Dishonor live coverage. WYW Immortal, which I will always plug. Definitely give that a watch. Super Mario Brothers Z, episodes 1 and 2, voice acted by FTW Productions. Check that out. Every Tuesday, intro created by myself. If you want to check out live rounds, check that out. And
geez.
There's the Jeff Hardy podcast timeline. Definitely give that a watch.
Yes.
And that's it.
Finito. Very good. Very good.
Very nice, my friend. Very nice.
So I made JJ a calendar with July and August, and we decided because we're not sure about that. I made my own. I don't want to do James's calendar. James's calendar frightens me just on principle because there's so much shit going on. Good lordy.
Well, again, there's previews and recommendations.
Yes, quite so.
There you go.
All right, so let me just make sure I got all my shit in, pal. Let's see. Again, JJ mentioned Monday we're going live. Not live. Live. It says live. It's not. It's a lie. With Dads and Always in Wrestling, top 10 Will Smith greatest songs. And of course, Tuesdays Talk Wrestling, Wednesdays the Greg Cherry Show, Thursday, I believe I'm off this week, I think. Yes, and Friday as well. Actually, I'm off this.
You on Thursday?
What?
No review for you on Thursday?
I don't know. It depends what the boss says. I don't know. We shall see.
I remember last week when they said that the three of us were in the queue and I took the final spot. I think they said you two would be on this coming week.
Me and Jeff. Yeah. That's true, yeah.
Whatever Aaron and Virtue decide, I am gonna be on that. Whatever.
Meanwhile, I'll be disappointed in Impact because they own the night. Damn, Against All Odds was amazing.
I'm gonna go back and watch that tonight if I get the opportunity. And once this dog stops, I haven't seen this dog in a week, so she's like, "What the hell? Where have you been? Why are you not here, fat man? What's going on?" So, all right. So yeah, Dad's on Monday, of course. Talk Wrestling Tuesday. Greg Cherry Show Wednesday. But I have been asked, not to ban it. I've been asked, so I'm going to go ahead and honor the request to end our coverage of Money in the Bank, our latest open mic night, with this wonderful image that should have happened a long damn time ago.
That's a beautiful sight.
That is pretty cool.
Courtesy of Bianca's Instagram.
Yes, I mean, just get in there close enough to actually see the faces.
Congratulations, Liv Morgan. You finally accomplished it, and you damn sure deserved it.
That just makes my friggin' day. It really does. I am so happy for Liv. I've never been happier to be wrong in my life.
Well, so you were the one that mentioned that if the Money in the Bank briefcase match happens before the title matches,
right,
we could very well have a cash in tonight.
I just didn't kind of be Liv, so I'm
talked about it, JJ. We literally talked about it. It happened.
Yep. And before we go, we're being told that once Money in the Bank was over, Vince made a smart decision for once and walked down and went to the show that is drawing money tonight. Vince Stefano and McAfee at the pay-per-view down at T-Mobile.
There you go.
So see, even Vince knows when he's made a mistake. He just ain't going to say it out loud on television.
So yeah, I figured our final topic, the Joey topic, was such a downer, depressing topic that when I saw that on Instagram, thought that was the perfect way to end tonight. Gentlemen, Noah, it was a pleasure calling the action with you. I look forward to doing my first Big Four pay-per-view with you, PLE, at the end of the month, as the Jeff Meacham Network will present SummerSlam. James, even though you weren't on for the action today, thank you for coming in for open mic night, as you always do, and joining us. Jeff, it's been a pleasure being on the channel as always.
Of course,
Thank
sir.
you
Yes.
for having me commentate.
Definitely. All right. I guess I get to say goodnight. So thank you all very, very much. It is greatly appreciated. We will see you. What?
I'm so confused. I felt after I come back to you, didn't you?
Yeah, I was like,
have anything else?
No, I was like, I didn't know what happened. So, yeah, I guess that's it. So, again, congratulations to Liv Morgan. Congrats to Bianca Belair on retaining. Congrats to Theory. Let's give it up for the kid, for real. I mean, people are going to shit on it, but he is, for now at least, Mr. Money in the Bank.
Dadgum Vegas screwed John, screwed everybody in the Dadgum Galaxy and the team. He did not belong in the damn match. Wasn't even in the match to begin with.
As they are leaving Las Vegas, heading for the next destination on the 4th of July, we say goodnight from the FTW Production Studios, from the Simple Man Studios, from the Casa 18 Studios, Studio B, as well as the Jeff Meacham Network back in Studio A. Have a wonderful night, everybody, and we will see you guys Monday for Dads and so much more. Have a wonderful Saturday night.